Opening weekend at Saratoga. Now the fans are missed, and we know how much the fans miss seeing the stars in person. This is the next best thing because you still get to see that Colt run today. Decorated Invader, budding grass superstar, even Monday morning line favorite in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. And later, first of 16 Grade 1 events of the meet, the Coaching Club American Oaks. Tonalist Shape is the 9-5 morning line favorite. Not without her doubters, but all she does is win races 6 for 7 lifetime. Trained by Barbados native Safi Joseph, who once promised himself he'd never go to Saratoga unless he had a horse to take him here. And here he is. Racing heating up, and so is the temperature. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone to Saratoga Racecourse. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Settle in, get comfortable. We'll be here all afternoon. A terrific 11-race program for the first Saturday of the meet, headlined by 2 graded stakes events. The main event, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, post time around 6:15 Eastern, race 10. And there's the field, a big scratch. Althoff is out for trainer Chad Brown. Althoff, a scratch earlier today, leaving us with a field of 5, mile and an eighth the distance, same as the Kentucky Oaks. Tonalist Shape, the favorite, drawn inside at 9-5. So I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Andy, you have the insight on Althoff for Chad Brown. Why isn't she running today?
Well, I spoke to Chad Brown this morning, and you just err on the side of caution. He said he did not look like the way she was moving this morning, and he thought long and hard about it. And the last thing you want to do with any horse, whether a top horse or a lower level horse, is run them if you don't think they're at their best. And he just didn't like the way she was moving, so rather than run her and risk her, he scratched her, and he'll wait for another day. Doesn't think it's anything serious. Hopes and expects that she'll be back relatively soon, but you don't want to run unless you feel they're doing absolutely at their best.
Disappointing. As
Sure.
Exciting of a prospect as Althoff is, we look forward to seeing her resurface before long. Andy, morning line favorite in Tonalist. Again, a filly that just goes out and wins races 6-7, yet it feels like the pushback and the doubters are out in full force. Why?
Well, I think one of the reasons is that she's been a bit erratic from a speed figure standpoint. While she's run a couple of bid figures, she's run a number of figures that aren't particularly strong. Also, her performances have been down in Florida, and it's tough when the lights are shining on you in New York, sometimes for trainers to do as well as they can do out of town, especially a trainer like Safi Joseph, who has a very high win percentage down in Florida, but he's coming up to New York, and the game gets a little tougher. We've seen a lot of trainers over the years come from out of town that have very good numbers out of town that have trouble duplicating them in New York, and particularly in Saratoga. And while he's only run a couple of starters, until he shows, at least to me, that his horses can run as well in different environment, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical of them, though obviously Tonalist Shape is one of the big players in this race.
Now, having said all that, Tonalist Shape, the 6 lifetime wins, the rest of the field combined, 7 lifetime wins. So she does have that going for her on her resume. As for the remainder of today's schedule, just about to get started, 11 races coming up very shortly. The first race, we'll have 2-year-olds that we'll be looking at. Temperature in the high 80s. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Grade 2 Hall of Fame early. Race 3, 2:18 Eastern, and the Coaching Club American Oaks later this evening. Great time to get involved. Join 900 Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at 900bets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. You mentioned the 2-year-olds. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Today's 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift, home of reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. There they are. Andy, this is what we get excited about at Saratoga, the first 2-year-old maiden special weight event of the brand new meet.
I agree. We've got one on dirt. We've got one on turf today, and I think it's an interesting race, and perhaps more interesting than the 4-5 first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, who's dominating the board right now.
Odds on Mo Mischief. See how he looked in the post parade. Field is 6 here. We start with Bajan Rum drawn inside here. Woodford Racing, first-time starter for Shug McGahee.
And Woodford Racing associated with the Farishes, and Shug McGahee, honor code of honor for those connections. Both won their debuts at Saratoga. Half to Mijos, a very talented runner for Centennial Farms, and I took a shot with Bajan Run on top.
Jose Ortiz, 4 wins in the first couple of days. Number 2 is Momo, so Distorted Humor debuting colt.
And I was very impressed with this horse 21 flat workout at the 2-year-old sale back in March. More impressed than one at Pletcher. Not much on the pedigree side, save the sire, Distorted Humor. But I think this is a dangerous runner.
Odds-on favorite Mo Mischief, $500,000 purchase for the My Racehorse stable and Spendthrift Farm.
Second foal from the dam, a 3-year gap from that one. Worked the same 21 flat as Momo's. I personally did not like that workout as much, but the board disagrees.
Baranu, second in his debut, but no match for Roderick.
Gelded since that debut, probably has speed. Likely this is a tough field for him.
Holland, there he is, 7-1.
Danger, a second-time star for the Asmussen barn, who has tremendous numbers with second-time starting 2-year-olds at Saratoga.
Repo Rocks to the outside, Virginia bred debuting colt, owned by Lee Einseidler. Mike Francesa among the partnership.
Just saw Lee and Bill Mott walk by the set, actually, and I think Lee's higher on the horse than Bill Mott is, but Lee's high on every horse. We'll see. I expect the money to come in on this horse and perhaps narrow the gap with Todd Pletcher's now even money favorite.
That is the field. First 2-year-old maiden special weight of the event. 6 highly regarded 2-year-olds about to sprint 5.5 furlongs, and we say hello to New York Racing Association analyst Maggie Wolfendale.
Hey there, Lafitte, and we'll talk about the first-time starters primarily out here trackside and begin from the inside post position with number 1, that is Bayesian Rum for Shug McGahee. Now, his word tab has been recorded at Fair Hill, so we don't really know what he's been working with. All we can go by is the works that he's posted, and some look pretty good. Now, there's not a long string of them, but you never know. They could have been working out at a farm. But this guy is so incredibly professional. He immediately broke away from the pony with Jose Ortiz aboard, galloped away like an older horse, is a bigger, good-looking type. The only thing that strikes me, now granted Jose did give him an aggressive warm-up, is that he might not be the quickest away from there. He just doesn't look like a quick, precocious type. He actually looks as though he may prefer going a bit longer. As you heard Andy say, he's a half to Mios, who is kind of a middle distance runner, though he is by Speitster, and Speitster, of his 5 runners, he's had 2 winners already. So I like this horse. I'm going to pay close attention to him. I don't know if he's necessarily going to win first time out, but he could be a nice one that moves forward as he gets more racing. Number 2 is Momos, and here, as you heard Andy talk about the 2 that worked at the OBS sales, I personally disagree. I did prefer Mo Mischief's workout, but this guy, not the prettiest of movers, but you could tell he tried. He lowered himself into his stride nicely. You want a horse to do that. And looking at him here, he does look like a quick, kind of more smaller, shorter coupled type. Wondering how fit he is. Granted, Christophe Clement always brings his horses over ready. He just doesn't look that ready overall, but he does look as though there might be some speed from him. Same thing can be said for number 3, Mo Mischief. That 21 flat work brought $500,000. A son of Into Mischief. I mean, they're just so good. These Into Mischiefs, they can kind of do whatever. It looked as though he had a good gallop out as well, and he worked at 8:13 in the morning. Those OBS sales, they start working horses at 8, so the track is best at that time, and the co-signers that sell the horses, they will put what they think are their best horses early. So obviously this guy has been highly regarded throughout his preparation. He looks fast. He's really well muscled. He's very fit. He's been super professional, good mover. The money is significant here, and I'm not going to try to take anybody off of this horse. He looks as though he might be the real deal to be able to at least win first time out. Then on the outside, that is number 6, Repo Rocks for Bill Mott. Big, good-looking son of Tapiture, who I must say I'm not the biggest fan of, but he actually hits at 20% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. A productive dirt family on the bottom side as well. I was within earshot of Bill Mott talking to Junior Alvarado before he gave him a leg up. Said he can be, well, a little bit of a bad boy, a little bit of a naughty type, but he actually behaved beautifully so far. I don't want to jinx him, but a really good-looking, well-balanced horse. We'll see. He looks fit as well, so I think he's a little bit interesting towards the outside. Lafitte?
Repo Rocks, Maggie, Bill Mott represented in both stakes races today. Moon over Miami in the Hall of Fame, and Antoinette Paris Lights in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Andy, there's number 5. Holland, as you mentioned, second career start. Steve Asmussen usually adds up to good things.
Yeah, I mean, second-time starter maidens, not horses that won their debuts, but still maidens on the dirt and sprints in Saratoga over the last 5 years. He's 9 for 29, over 30% with an ROI right around $2. Very impressive. And over the years, this has worked for a long time for Steve Assenbar. And obviously, Holland did no running really first time out, but sometimes these horses just need a race, and very often a second-time starter will improve a lot. And how many times have you seen very anticipated first-time starters lose their debuts to inferior horses? Easy Goer. The great Easy Goer lost to a horse named Lorenzoni. Easy Goer had won about 8 grade ones, and Lorenzoni was running in $14,000 claimers.
Sometimes by design, more about trainer intent.
Yeah.
When did Charlie Whittingham ever win with first-time starters?
Yeah, absolutely. And things can happen. First-time starters can do goofy things on the racetrack, and experience can really get the kinks out a little bit. Just one race can work wonders. And you're absolutely right. I think, it's changed a lot these days, right? Trainers they hone in more on getting their firsters ready. But back in the day, the most successful trainers almost never won with firsters.
Todd Pletcher good with first-time starters. There you're looking at Mo Mischief, Andy. John Velasquez and Todd Pletcher, yeah, they've been doing it for a long time here at Saratoga.
They have, but they have disappointed with heavily bet 2-year-old first-time starters. The last couple of years, more often than not. There was a time an odds-on Todd Pletcher first-time starter was money in the bank.
See if it's money in the bank on this afternoon. And don't look now. Showdown is back, where you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Saratoga Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest available every day of racing in Saratoga. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started and continue playing all through the Saratoga meet.
I took a shot here. I boxed 1-2-5 in the exact. I'm playing against the money. Didn't make a huge bet, but I think the 5 is danger. Second time I guessed with Shug's horse, and I like that Clement sales workout. So, and our friend Richard Migliori said he thought that the 2 might be a little bit of a runner too. So I used Richie's.
Just excited to see the 2-year-olds. First 2-year-old maiden special weight event of the brand new meet. The Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Odds on for trainer Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, and Mo Mischief. We always pay more attention to the 2-year-olds when they're at the gate. It's a brand new experience for them, for newer fans to the sport. This can be expected for the younger, the babies. They're like teenagers.
Yeah, and one of the things that's surprising we've seen from the Todd Pletcher 2-year-olds is they haven't been as sharp from the gate over the last couple of years. They used to always come out running, and hasn't been as sharp, but we'll see. This one is bet.
John Embrial standing by with the call. Post time, race 1, Saratoga.
Bahan Rum has been backed out of the starting gate, now quickly back in. And they're off. And from the inside, it is a Momos. Mo Mischief is right there. Burano is away well as the 2-year-old maidens move up the backstretch. And it's Momos at the rail, leading by a length now over the favorite firster, Mo Mischief, who is second by a little more than 2. Burano is next in third. Repo Rocks runs in fourth. At the back of the pack are Holland and Bahan Rum. They go around the far turn. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds, and it is Momos the leader here. Momos in front by a length with Mo Mischief in pursuit in second. Repo Rocks up on the outside in third, and then it's Burano farther back. The trailers Holland and Bahan Rum. The field is in the stretch, and Momos is still there, and now Momos has opened up on Mo Mischief. Momos leads by 3.5 lengths. Mo Mischief is racing in second, then Repo Rocks and Burano. It's going to be a front-running score for this firster. Momos drawing away at the end to win by a half dozen lengths. Momos over Mo Mischief, Burano, and Repo Rocks.
Momos runs away and hides from this field. Manny Franco, third win in the last 2 days. A well-deserved pat on the shoulder for this first-time starter by Distorted Humor.
A very professional win by this horse. He dueled a little bit early with the heavy favorite, Mo Mischief. We talked beforehand. At least I thought the workout was a little bit better. The 2-year-old sale, it was much better on the racetrack. This horse was extremely professional, kept a straight line here, and was much the best. I mean, we were watching, and as I turned to you, and you agreed top of the stretch, I said, this race is over. Clement's home.
See Franco take a peek in his rearview mirror. Had to have a big smile on his face. Nobody closing in. In fact, Momos pulling away. 2, 3, 4, 6. Mo Mischief, the favorite, having to settle for a second-place finish here. Andy, this Kentucky-bred son of Distorted Humor. Bright future. That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of Momos and everybody else. I mean, nobody else really did any running at all. The one bond run was a little slow out of the gate and really never improved position. But this is all about Momos, and you have to think. Listen, obviously not be able to make our first stake, but won't be surprised. This horse is a horse that's next start we'll see in the Hopeful on closing day here at Saratoga.
The most significant, most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga, that Grade 1 Hopeful. The information Richard Migliore gave you pretty useful in the end,
well,
it turns out.
He was texting me this morning, and he said to me, he'd seen the horse work, and he thought the horse was a professional horse. And I was texting back and saying, it's funny, I like the 2-year-old sales workout in the horse as well. And we were texting back and forth, and we're looking for Richie joining us at some point in the shows as well, hopefully next week. But yeah, so a nice win for them. And nice rub for Manny Franco, too.
All adds up to a 6-1 winner. Momos dominant. 1 down, 10 to go on the first Saturday at Saratoga. When we return, not the filly from California, Crystal Ball, light in experience, but very gifted. Can she provide her 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert with a second Coaching Club American Oaks victory? Stay tuned.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Thank you. Clyde, can I have the
First race is official.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All good, Danny. Thank you.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at NairaBets.com. In the winner's circle, Momos in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Andy, what a performance. Onward and upward made it look all too easy. And what could be a big afternoon for trainer Christophe Clement.
No question about it. This is a very, very nice way to start the day with Decorated Invader coming up. And you start with them and on to their races. But a very good-looking horse.
Momos 1560 and Manny Franco heating up the 2 wins yesterday. Takes down the opener here. Mo Mischief, the even money favorite, having to settle for second. 2, 3, 4 in the opener at Saratoga. Down to Acacia Courtney. We say hello to her, and she'll say hello and congratulations to Christophe Clement.
I certainly will, Lafitte. Thank you. Glad to be joining you guys this afternoon as Momos, named for the Greek god of satire and mockery, Christoph. He kind of made a mockery today. Boy, did he do a lot of running on the front end.
Correct. He's a fast horse. He trained well. And, as you know, my son is in charge of the operation Saratoga, and he was always very happy with him. And it's nice to see the way he won this afternoon.
I remember him from the sale. He's not a very big horse, but he does have that speed. What do you think might be the next step for him, potentially looking to the hopeful?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, everything is possible. Let's enjoy this, because, we don't win maiden two in Saratoga first time out every day of the year. So let's enjoy it for a few days. And let's keep him eligible to everything. Delighted, new owners in the stable. So I'm just glad they sent us a fast horse. Life is good.
Certainly is, and coming up in a couple of races, Decorated Invader, one of the big horses in the barn in the Hall of Fame. How's he doing? The even money favorite on the morning line.
No, he's doing great. I mean, I think he's a very nice horse. Joel is going to be out to him. It's a short field, and I just hope we get a good trip, and it's exciting.
We're really looking forward to seeing him, and first and foremost, though, big congratulations on a nice run from Momos.
Thank you so much.
And as Christoph said, Lafitte, you don't win a maiden special weight first out in Saratoga all the time. Certainly something special to see for sure.
And Momos, it could be a big day, Christophe Clement. You mentioned Decorated Invader, one of, if not the best 3-year-old turf males in the country. That's coming up early on the program, race 3, that Hall of Fame right here on Saratoga Live. Andy, just capping up what we just saw with Momos, looking at his pedigree by Distorted Humor, sire to Kentucky Derby winner Funny Side, out of a Speightstown mare. It's all about mom and dad pedigree, right? What is he designed to do in terms of distance moving forward?
It's always a good question. You don't know. Maybe a little bit shorter than longer, but obviously you'll find out. They're going to test him. The Run Happy Hopeful, you'd have to think it's 7 furlongs. Probably the next logical step for him, assuming things go well. And if that goes well, it's on to a race like the Champagne at Belmont Park. So you're always going to hope they can go longer until they prove they can't. And then if they can't, there are many other options for them, especially in the New York Racing Association. But it's nice to be able to dream. And if you're Manny Franco, who's got Tis the Law, but he's always thinking, hey, Tis the Law.
Well,
I got to think about the 2-year-olds as well.
The next Tis the Law, right?
Exactly.
That's
right.
what he's thinking. I appreciate the segue with the Run Happy Hopeful, because as this is the first 2-year-old maiden special weight event that we've seen of the summer, we're going to see many more, and we're going to see the Run Happies out there. And this big bonus here, Andy, for any Run Happy 2-year-old that wins a maiden special weight event here at Saratoga, or eventually when they're back up and running at Del Mar and this fall at Kentucky Downs.
And our friend Mattress Mac may have to get that checkbook out tomorrow because we've got a Run Happy. The first Run Happy we'll see in New York, going out a first for Danny Gargan, running tomorrow. The 5th race, I think, tomorrow? I'm excited for that.
Tomorrow, there's Peachy Queen.
Yeah.
There she is by Run Happy, running at Saratoga on Sunday. Run Happy already having sired his first winner in Liberty Run. No bonus that afternoon. It was at Indiana Grand, but
he owned the horse, Max. So
that still works out just fine. Opportunity about to knock for West Bases Racing, though, is as you mentioned, Sunday. There is the field, and Peachy Queen by Run Happy, number 6, 8-1 on the morning line.
And look who's riding. Manny Franco has the mount. Yeah, now I have a tip on this horse, by the way. We'll see how reliable. You have to be careful with tips. They're never reliable.
Are you going to unveil it like?
No, I heard that this horse could run a little bit.
This one in particular.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see. We'll see if it's reliable.
And we'll see where the money goes. That's tomorrow, right here on Saratoga Live, the Run Happy filly Peachy Queen. Your best bet of the afternoon?
It's hard looking at the best bets and throughout the card. I'm going to take a shot in this 8th race, the 7th race with the number 2 Binkster. Yalpon on the rail, the number 2 Binkster, and the 3 Blind Willie McTell. They're all similar price aligned. I think Binkster will be 3-1 or 7-2 as the third choice there. I'm skeptical of Yalpon coming back, Blind Willie McTell coming off a layoff. Last time that Binkster ran was compromised by a track that got very wet and was kind of speed. For whatever reason, he didn't show his normal speed. I think he will here. He'll be stalking Yalpon inside of him. And I like Binkster to win as hopefully the third choice under Dylan Davis for our friend Ray Handel in race number 7 today, which will kick off the late pick 5.
Handel looking for wins on back-to-back days. Saratoga, I thought you'd go with Tonalist Shape as your best bet of the day.
I actually considered Altaf, but she's not running.
She's not running. That's the Coaching Club American Oaks later on this evening. Race number 10. Speaking of which, how about this filly? She ready for prime time? Paris Lights, rapidly improving. She's won back-to-back races. Her stakes debut today in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
Today, the Coaching Club American Oaks kickstarts Saratoga's summer slate of Grade 1 races. Tonalist Shape has been dominating stakes races at Gulfstream Park.
All aboard the favorite, Tonalist Shape.
And Althoff turned heads with this ultra-impressive maiden-breaking performance.
Altaf, so far behind earlier, has circled the entire field and rips away from the pack.
Remember her name, Altaf.
Watch the Coaching Club American Oaks on Saratoga Live.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings bringing up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Fitness is, was, and always will be about keeping a routine. And the best routines in life did, do, and always will make time for enjoying yourself.
You look like a flower, each and every way.
Beautiful afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Oh, this is the event we'll be building up to all afternoon, the 104th running of the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. 3-year-old fillies running 1 mile and an eighth. It is, of course, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Field stacks up like this. The glaring omission, the big scratch, Althoff is out, leaving us with a field of 5. So let's start with the favorite in Tonalist Shape, draws inside, and Andy is ready to start booking bets if you like her.
Well, I know I'm not going to be shocked if she wins this race, and we'll see if she's favored. She's obviously the most accomplished horse in the race, and she should be sitting a good trip, likely sitting second or third, just off of Bob Baffert's runner, Crystal Ball.
8 years since Irad Ortiz's first Grade 1 victory with Questing in this event. Number 2, Antoinette. A talented filly, Andy. Better on dirt, better on grass. It's hard to say.
You know, it is a quandary because she's run really her best races on the dirt, but she ran well enough in the Wonder again last time. But I think dirt's the right surface for her. And I don't want to say there's anyone in this race who doesn't have a chance. She's not the likeliest winner, but not impossible.
It would be a 5th CCA Oaks for Godolphin, international racing and breeding powerhouse. Scratch Althoff, number 4, Velvet Crush, Kentucky-based long shot, never been in a stakes race. It's a tough assignment.
Yeah, she is the longest shot on the board in this race, but you know what? Based on her last race, she's absolutely not impossible in here, and expect her to be very forward, likely behind Crystal Ball.
Jose Ortiz looking to take down back-to-back editions of the Coaching Club American Oaks. Number 5, Crystal Ball, California-based filly for 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert.
And with no opportunities for points for 3-year-olds towards Tucky Oaks, Bob Baffert comes here where he's always dangerous. She did win on a track last time at Santa Anita that was very favorable to speed. We'll see. She's a total unknown, but she figures to be in front.
Number 6 on the outside here, Paris Lights, second at 2, trained by Bill Mott. This will be her stakes debut.
Of course, Bill Mott's had some success in the big Grade 1s up in Saratoga, 3-year-old fillies, including Royal Delta. Paris Lights, I think she's the horse to beat in here. I won't be surprised when she's favored. Clearly, she's taking a step up in class, but she has fast numbers, and she figures to be no problem at the distance, and I think she's ultimately the one they have to beat.
23 years since Bill Mott won his first and only Coaching Club American Oaks. A Gina here in 1997. She would eventually win a Breeders' Cup distaff, Andy. They say that races become more jockey races when you have a smaller field, and now we have this compact field of 5. What are you looking for early on, right from the start of this 1 1/8 CCA Oaks?
One thing you know is that Bob Baffert doesn't have his horses rated, and he'll send horses that aren't speeds to the front, a horse like Arrogate and the Travers, so you know the Crystal Ball is going to go with Javier Castellano. Keep in mind, they hit the turn pretty quickly, so there is an advantage to the inside. So you're going to see Irad Ortiz used that to his advantage with tonalist shape and probably use her enough just to keep Crystal Ball honest, so she has to work to get the lead. She'll settle off her, and of course right inside of her is Velvet Crush, who also has some speed. So we'll see how quickly do they have to go on the front end, and Paris Lights will probably draft in behind those horses to get her position, as well as Antoinette.
That's the Coaching Club American Oaks around 6:15 Eastern, race number 10 here at Saratoga, right here on Saratoga Live. Race number 2 getting closer to post time. First of 5 grass races on the afternoon. Allowance, mile and a 16th on the Mellon Turf Course of Mr. Kringle. 4 to 5 morning line favorite. 3 to 5 odds on, drawn inside with Jose Lizcano in the saddle. We check in with Acacia for this Race 2 paddock report.
And Lafitte, I'm sure the fact of just who Mr. Kringle has been facing in his last few races coming out of Graded Stakes Company in the Pennine Ridge behind Decorated Invader in his last start. He's always been kind of a lean muscle type and a high energy type as well. And I'm seeing much of the same from him in here today. One of the benefits certainly about the Saratoga paddock is that it is so well spaced out. Horses can kind of stay by their tree where their number is, keep away from the rest of the field, and actually not having a crowd in here today, probably a benefit for a horse like Mr. Kringle, who can, again, expend quite a bit of energy before the race is even won. Physically, again, he looks much the same, super fit, great in his coat. This is, of course, a significant drop in class versus what he has been facing. But to be fair, he has only one race, and that was a restricted maiden special weight at Aqueduct back in November. So we'll see if he can break through in here. A couple that I'm a little bit intrigued by. The 4 Battalion, he finally was able to break through and get to the winner's circle last time out. He's a little bit more tactical than a horse like Mr. Kringle, who potentially can be a little bit more forwardly placed from the inside. We'll see. But Battalion, he has that look of a horse that can kind of get involved in the race a little bit more. Super fit. My notes from him down in Florida were always that I wanted to see him run long on the turf. So though he won at a mile, that is a 2-turn mile on the turf down at Gulfstream, I think a mile and a 16th actually even a bit better for him. He broke kind of with his head in the air last time, but he's acting really professional today for Belmont. It's a step up after that maiden claiming score last time, but he's a good-looking horse, so we'll see. But the one I'm very much intrigued by is the 5 Kilronan. He was off about 20 months, if not more, last time out. Huge layoff for him. Came back in July. If you're not familiar with trainer Archibald Kingsley, he is one that has a tremendous record as far as hurdles do go and horses running there. You will see him cross over sometime into thoroughbred flat racing here in the U.S. as well. But this guy actually was intrigued by him in the paddock, thought maybe he'd need a race, which is understandable off that layoff. He looks much more fit today. He's got great energy. He's really forward. He looks like he's got that intention of showing some speed, and just a big change from what I saw from him last time. Lafitte, very much more on the muscle today.
All right, Acacia, thanks so much. Kilronan, see if he can pull off the upset, trying to pull off the upset, 13-1, Andy. But there is Mr. Kringle. He served the pleasure of chasing the Hall of Fame Stakes favorite, Decorated Invader, in his last start. That was back in the Pennine Ridge. This is the Tampa Bay race, though, with Mr. Kringle.
Right, he had a very good trip in this race, but Table to Beat Some Oak is okay. Assiduously, who finished third, improved dramatically in a subsequent start at Belmont to finish third with the addition of blinkers for trainer Chad Brown. And I'm always looking to try to find alternatives to shorter priced horses. And I do think that the 3 winning factor is not impossible if you're looking for an alternative. But sometimes I just think you're supposed to not go too deep to try to beat favorites. And to me, Mr. Kringle, trainer John Terranova, is just better than these horses and very likely to win.
A trustworthy 3-5 favorite, perhaps. We'll see about Mr. Kringle. Live look there, winning factor, Andy. And can he win back-to-back races here after losing his first 13?
Well, first of all, the Connections made a very foolish decision to not run him on turf after he ran credibly as a 2-year-old up in Saratoga. He finally got the dirt, and he ran turf and ran some okay races, but since he's been taken back to New York and given to David Donk, he has really stepped his game up. That race 2 back, now he did have the benefit of a fast pace, but he had about as much trouble as a horse could get into in a race. His rider, Louis Cardenas, and you can watch the replay, this is not an exaggeration, he literally almost fell off the horse, cut past the 3/16 pole in the stretch. And a remarkable job by Louis just getting back on the horse. And I'm not kidding. And then he had more trouble after that, and he still would have won the race. It might have been one of the toughest losing trips I've ever seen. And then last time out, he really had no pace to run at all. And he was buried down on the inside. Nobody else made a run except for this horse with Jose Ortiz. So I've been impressed with the way he has run, and he's really stepped his game up for David Donk. But he needs to take another step forward to likely beat Mr. Kringle.
Needs a cleaner trip, some better racing luck. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Moments from the post parade, of course, you need to get involved with the past performances if you're going to play. And we have the free Equibase past performances available for all the races on our show today. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Post parade race number 2 of 11. Opening weekend here at Saratoga. So glad you could join us on this Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. And the Graded Stakes racing, don't forget, started early with the Grade 2 Hall of Fame 3-year-olds on grass. That's race number 3. All eyes on Decorated Invader. First things first, post parade. There's the heavy favorite here, Mr. Kringle. Again, the good news, does not have to deal with Decorated Invader on this afternoon.
Do they call him Santa around the barn?
One more time?
Do they call him Santa around the barn? He's just been running faster races against better company overall, and he's just very logical, heavy favorite.
Number 2 here, Quid, $40,000 maiden claiming winner last month at Belmont.
He cost me a fortune when he beat Summer Tune by a neck last time out with a perfect trip. He steps up.
Number 3, the aforementioned Winning Factor, another $40,000 maiden claiming winner last month, Belmont.
Always had some talent, but it's really come to the fore since switching to Dave Donk, and to me, he's the most likely upset possibility.
Skipping Battalion for now. There's Kilronan. No jumps to hurdle. Flat race today, 13-1 here for trainer Archibald Kingsley.
It's interesting. This horse was off for 20 months and now comes back in 13 days. Exits a very weak field. Not that he ran badly in the race.
Number 6, Catch That Party, currently 9-1 with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano aboard.
Stretch.
Whoa, acting up in the post parade.
You have to imagine, and Javier holding on to him but jumping off. Javier, who, by the way, gave a great ride yesterday to win our feature.
Indian
on
Pride.
Indian Pride. Just a sensational ride because he won the race by slowing down the first quarter. Excellent ride.
And for his trouble, gets dumped in the post parade here in race number 2.
Racing is tough on everyone.
It is a tough game. Zip along. Manny Franco looking to sweep the early double.
This horse was impressive, winning off the layoff for Michelle Evan last time, but also the going gets a little tougher today.
There's Battalion, the Hall of Fame tandem here. John Velasquez riding for Bill Mott, and he's lost his mind and clearly on the engine.
And John Velasquez
is
thinking, I'm calling my agent after this race and asking what I'm doing on this one. He's not, he's probably in the second or third tier, maybe the third to fourth likeliest winner.
Hopefully he settles down, Battalion. Saw the issues with Catch That Party as well. Polar Bear Pete, there he is, nice and settled. The Irad Ortiz riding does draw intrigue.
Yeah, he ran off in his turf debut with Dylan Davis riding him. You'll see, will Catch the Party be ahead of him? Can Irad rein in that speed? And if he does, can he be more effective? And Johnny's trying to rein in the speed of the number 4 Battalion.
How much is he going to have left in 5 minutes at post time is the question with Battalion. Meantime, you touched on Winning Factor, trained by David Donk. Donk standing by with Acacia.
He is, Lafitte. Thank you. And always a pleasure to get the chance to interview Dave Donk. And Dave, you had this horse now for a couple of starts, added the blinkers on. What was the thought process behind that? And what have you noticed from him since he joined your barn?
Listen, he's a pretty easy horse to be around. To be honest, when I first got him galloping, he wanted to drift pretty bad in the stretch. And I was a little concerned about it. What he do in the race? So I got a little aggressive. He's got an extension blinker on. I don't know if he really needs it because after I ran him, he hasn't done it. But like Jose said, he's run so well with it, we're not going to change.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right now, he had a terrible trouble trip 2 starts back, but got the win last time out. What have you seen from him since that last race?
Yeah, he's done well. Horrendous trip. Lucky Louis didn't get hurt that day. The first time I ran him, Jose wanted to ride him and, rode him back the other day. And listen, he was a pretty easy winner. So this is the next progression. I would expect that he would run really well. Obviously, he's got to beat the one horse.
He does have a strong closing kick. How do you expect the race to potentially play out for him?
I guess if you just said, is a 6 scratched or not?
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I know Acacia was saying 6 dumped this rider. Obviously, that was Okay, so he is a speed horse, but he was really kind last time. So, listen, I'm going to let Jose ride him how he wants to. He did respond really well. He said when he asked him, yes, so I think he does have a bit of a turn of foot.
All right, Dave, thanks so much. As always, looking forward to seeing Winning Factor coming up here, and we'll see if he can prove off that win last out. Liffy?
And for Jose Ortiz, his second of 11 rides this afternoon. He's a machine. Ortiz riding in every race this afternoon. He's a busy man, and you can be really busy on Sunday as well. You're going to want to get involved with this. This summer, Saratoga Naira Bets is hosting a live money handicapping contest each Sunday. Each contest will feature Saratoga Racing with a $250 buy-in, and this Sunday's contest has a $7,500 seeded prize pool. Registration closes today at 5 p.m. Eastern, so visit naira.com/challenge to register to play. You care if I repeat the conversation you just had with trainer Christophe Clement?
I'm fine.
Hey, Christophe, your 2-year-old looked really good. Congratulations. Thank you, Andy. Now, don't screw him up.
I was trying to help. I was trying to help. That's what I'm here for. I'm always willing to offer a little advice and help. And Christophe clearly needs some.
You should give him some advice of what he should tell Joel Rosario and how to ride Decorated Invader in the Hall of Fame.
I think it'll be similar instructions. Joel, don't screw him up.
Don't screw him up. Clement coming off the big Belmont meet. The barn is red hot right now. The win earlier with Momos will see Decorated Invader race 3, the graded 2 Hall of Fame right here on Saratoga Live as the warm-up continues for this second race. Good allowance turf event, first of 5 turf races on the afternoon.
Now, if Mr. Kringle is the current 3-5 favorite, were to lose this race after finishing third behind Decorated Invader last time, would that maybe lower your expectations for Decorated Invader?
But I'm kind of blind when it comes to Decorated Invader.
Yeah.
Big fan
I
from
think
his.
He's good. He is, and I'm not in any way knocking him. He may have his hands full with domestic spending down the inside. He's a very promising horse. We'll talk about that more.
With domestic spending's last win was so good, and comes in undefeated and on paper the major threat to Decorated Invader. That is next in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. That's on the grass. So is this race with Mr. Kringle, who is heavily favored at 3-5, marching towards the starting gate with Jose Lezcano in the saddle.
And even though if you look sort of the pace rates develop, he's, a horse is probably sitting third or fourth. I think you'll see Jose Lezcano be a bit aggressive with him from the rail to keep that position in there. Horses like the 6, Catch That Party, and Polar Bear Pete rate to be more forward than him. Maybe even the 5, Kill Ronan. But I think with that rail that Jose's going to look to get position with him because he's supposed to be better than these horses, and the last thing he wants to do is get in bad position. Also, with the inside, you don't want to get yourself locked in. So he tried to get himself a little bit off the fence, and he's supposed to win this race. Though I do think that Winning Factor has a chance to take a step forward and beat him.
Winning Factor at 5-1. There you're looking. Catch That Party. He's settled down now with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, that win aboard Indian Pride, and yesterday's co-feature, The Shine Again, as a handicapper. Some newer fans of the sport just learning the game. If you liked a horse going into the race, and you saw what you saw in the post parade with Catch That Party acting up, and John Velasquez, Battalion running off in the post parade, how much does that affect your opinion of that horse for that particular race?
I'm not a physical guy. I rely on Maggie and Keisha as well, talking about the horses and, what have they done in the past, something that Maggie's always done here in the New York Racing Association, or basically 10 years working here. So some horses just like that. I'll give people an example. Rachel Alexandra did the same thing that the 6, Catch That Party, did when she was running our Woodward. And some will recall Calvin Burrell jumped off and kind of grabbed a hold of her in the same way. So horses can do it, and they run their races.
One of my favorite calls of all time, Tom Durkin and that Woodward, raising the rafters at Saratoga.
My favorite part is when he says the fillies, and they turn from the fillies in front, but a dramatic stretch drive awaits.
Brilliant.
Tom, understood racing as well as any race caller ever has and ever will.
And one of his very best calls, and we have a brand new full-time track announcer here at Saratoga, his first full season at Saratoga, John Embrial, calling the action here opening weekend at the spa as they file into the gate. Great to have our viewers with us on FS1 opening weekend coverage continuing from Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. On this Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday, race 2 of 11, first grass race of the afternoon. Race number 2, we turn things over to John Embrial with a live call, race 2 from the spa.
They're all in line. And they're off. From the extreme outside, Polar Bear Pete from mid-pack. Kilronan now moves up. Kilronan and Polar Bear Pete, they are 1-2. And the favorite, Mr. Kringle, is down on the inside in third. Catch That Party is alongside in fourth as the field moves into the clubhouse turn. Polar Bear Pete from that outside post has cleared the field and has opened up a 4-length lead. Kilronan runs in second. Catch That Party, Mr. Kringle, they are heads apart, third and fourth. And then it's Quid down on the inside along with Zip Along. As the field reaches the backstretch, the quarter went in 24 seconds. And moving away from the field is Polar Bear Pete. He's opened up by 7 here. Kilronan is next in second. Catch That Party. Mr. Kringle down on the inside. And then it is Winning Factor who's racing in fifth, followed by Zip Along in sixth. Then Quid and Battalion is the trailer. Half mile, 49 seconds. Long shot, Polar Bear Pete with a 4-length lead. Now the field is getting closer. Kilronan is moving up. Kilronan is now just a length and a half over Polar Bear Pete. There goes Winning Factor now with his move on the outside as they go around the far turn. Polar Bear Pete joined by Kilronan, and on the outside, Winning Factor. Then it's 2.5 lengths to the odds-on choice, Mr. Kringle, who is fourth and asked for more now as they come for the top of the stretch. Then it is Zip Along and Battalion. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 2. The field is in the stretch. It's Winning Factor, and it's Mr. Kringle on the outside. Now they are 1-2. Winning Factor in front. Mr. Kringle in second. Then Kilronan, Battalion, and Zip Along on the outside. Winning Factor has the lead. Battalion moves to second. Winning Factor has won it. Battalion got second over the favorite, Mr. Kringle. Zip Along was fourth.
Winning Factor, after losing the first 13 races of his career, has now gone back-to-back. Jose Ortiz, the winning pilot.
That's the 5th win, I believe, at the meet for the leading
5th.
rider, Jose Ortiz, who had a tremendous Belmont as well, and he did everything right with this horse, as is David Donk. David Donk has really stepped this horse. Always had potential, but he has significantly improved in his barn.
So what's the difference? It took him 14 races to get his first career win. Now we see that.
Well, you know, some of it was running him on the wrong surface, but I really think it's Dave Donk. You have to give him, I mean, what else can you say? I mean, this is a horse that was okay, that has clearly stepped forward. As you say, he was okay for a long period of time. It's not like he was okay for 2 starts. And he's run better. And as far as Mr. Kringle, Jose Lezcano gave him a perfect ride, saved the ground. He angled out when he got clear in the backstretch.
No excuses.
We saw him struggling, and even John Imbrial pointed out in his call as well. He had an absolute perfect trip. He got up to Winning Factor with dead aim, and he just couldn't get by him. Winning Factor has really stepped forward for Dave Donk.
Dave Donk has him going well. The gray Winning Factor back-to-back wins now with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. No rest for the weary. He'll be right back in the Hall of Fame riding Get Smokin' at 10-1 on the morning line. Again, Ortiz riding every single race on this first Saturday of the meet at Saratoga. However, Ortiz going to have his hands full in that Hall of Fame with Get Smokin', because they all have to deal with this guy. There he is, decorated invader for the West Point Thoroughbreds. The heavy favorite for the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, first grass-graded stakes race of the Saratoga meet. That's next.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 in the books as it's Jose Ortiz back in the winner circle, this time with winning factor for Dave Donk. Jose, you rode this horse last time. Dave told me you wanted to ride him the time before. How have you seen him improve as he's really taken a step forward with Dave Donk?
Yeah, today he took a step forward for sure. I think today was a tougher field than last time. Last time he had a very good trip, dream trip in the inside. Today he didn't, and it was a little keen going to the first turn. The pace didn't develop like I thought it was, and then I had to take him outside and ride him. Honestly, it wasn't a good ride. It was a bad ride, but I'm glad I was sitting on the best horse.
Well, that takes some honesty as well, and we've seen you in the winner's circle quite a bit in just the 3 days of this meet. What's been your mindset? What's the key for all of the wins you've been having here?
I think it's a good job of my agent doing his work at home, and I'm trying to do as much as I can do here from the paddock. That's the only place we are allowed to go, and just, I like it here, and the horses are showing up in the right spots, and they're ready to go. All the credit to the horses and the trainer, they got him ready. I just ride him here for a minute, and they do all the hard work back there. So, I got a great group of trainers supporting me, and if they keep supporting me, I think I'm gonna keep winning.
You're not afraid to take the mount either. You are pretty much always, it seems, riding almost the whole card. Speaking of the whole card, a little bit later in Coaching Club American Oaks, you're riding Velvet Crush for Rodolphe Brisset. You rode this filly before, in fact, Brooker Maiden on her. What do you know about this filly coming into this race?
She's a nice filly. I always like her. Since the first time I rode her, she won. And then I keep following her, and I think she ran a very good race last time. And I think she fit on this group. I think if she moves a step forward, she can win this race.
I will be looking forward to seeing her later. Jose, thanks, and good luck with the rest of the card.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Lafitte, looking forward. Coaching Club American Oaks, a little bit of a long shot, but Jose Ortiz says she's moving forward. And as you guys mentioned, he's certainly not afraid to ride any opportunity that's given to him.
Works hard, and that's part of it. Look at him right there, just watching the replay of a race he just won on a ride that he said wasn't that good.
Well, I think the situation put him in a position where he would have preferred not to be. He knew that horse in front was likely to stop. He didn't want to get caught behind it, and he probably wanted to get ahead of the favorite in that situation. But, Jose's an interesting rider. First of all, he's a very thoughtful rider.
He's like a sponge, always eager to learn more.
He is, and he's one of the few riders that, coming up to me one day, I criticized a ride of his, and he came to me, and we were talking about it after the race, and I appreciate that. First of all, I'm far from always right, but also it's nice to talk about a rider and get his perspective. That's how you learn. A lot of what I've learned about trip handicapping is from Richard Migliori and talking with him about races throughout the year. But Jose doesn't ride for any one barn. It's not like, his brother rides a great deal for Chad Brown. Jose is available sort of everybody, and he and his agent, Jimmy Riccio, do a tremendous job together. And I think there's a real chance that he could win this riding title over his brother and some other great riders in the room as well. Even though Jose said the other day, if you went to Vegas right now and you could bet on a leading rider at Saratoga, he goes, bet my brother. Well, that would be a hedge for him. Exactly. If I get the right price, I'd be happy to bet on Jose. He's won 3 of the last 4 riding titles here at Saratoga, and maybe one day he winds up here at the National Museum of Racing of Hall of Fame, right across the street here from Saratoga. It's simply another aspect that makes Saratoga so special. And usually every August, a new class is inducted where the finest in thoroughbred racing, the best of the best, are honored and enshrined. Next year, both the 2020 class and 2021 class will be inducted together. And typically all part of the Hall of Fame weekend festivities, the Grade 2 National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes. That's next. 3-year-olds running 1 1/8 on the inner turf course. There's the field, 2 key scratches. Money Moves was main track only. Gaffoe for trainer Christophe Clement. He's out. Clement has a heavy favorite, Decorated Invader, 1-5 early on. And it felt with Gaffoe that he maybe entered in case something happened to Decorated Invader and he couldn't run because he just ran 2 weeks ago. It's Decorated Invader's race to lose. It's very obvious, but he has a rival in Domestic Spending, an up-and-comer for Chad Brown, who's had a lot of success in this race. Horses like Bricks and Mortar, Raging Bull won this race. All of them used the exact same race as a prep. There's been a 1-mile non-winners of 1 on the turf at Belmont Park on what's normally Belmont Stakes weekend. And as you know, 6-7, that was Belmont Stakes weekend. Well, Chad Brown won it with Bricks and Mortar. He won it with Raging Bull. And he won it with Valid Point last year. Went on to win the Grade 1 Secretariat. All of the horses that won that race went on to be Grade 1 winners. And 2 of the multiple Grade 1 winners. We'll see if Domestic Spending can be another one, but he's going to have his hands full with the favorite. Chad Brown with 5 wins in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, seeking a 6th with Domestic Spending. There is Chad Brown. It's day 3. He's already won 3 stakes races. The opening day, Peter Pan yesterday. Just another day at the office and a stakes sweep yesterday afternoon. Looking to do more damage in the first turf graded stakes race of the season. Chad Brown with Domestic Spending in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. They'll have to beat Decorated Invader 1-5.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestrate.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Coulter Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Live coverage continuing on this Saturday afternoon, Andy, and you thought you were a dedicated horse racing fan. You don't have that going on in your backyard.
This is great. This is so great. You know, I mean, it also shows how important places are to fans. You know, my friend John Angelos, who's associated with the Baltimore Orioles, he told me years ago, he was talking about Camden Yards, Wrigley Field, Fenway Park, but also Saratoga, and saying that, you know, the fans, they assume ownership. And, you know, it's a really good thing. And this is a case of somebody who, Saratoga is his racetrack, and he can't come, and he built it in his backyard. It's
awesome.
tremendous.
Mark Straffolino, he will be joining us later in the show with Greg and Tom. You'll hear from him, the inspiration. They're upset his friends and he couldn't come to the racetrack. So, yeah, they built the racetrack or the backyard anyhow in his backyard, which brings up the question, how are you spending your Saratoga at home? Viewing parties? Maybe you replicated, I don't know, like the Oklahoma training track, whatever. Let us know. Use your summer place hashtag. Maybe you'll see it on Saratoga Live. Can't wait to hear from that interview.
Yeah.
No, that's going to be great.
I love that, you know, and it's really great.
As you look at the heavy favorite, Decorated Invader, co-owned by the West Point Thoroughbreds, Acacia, earlier today with the CEO of West Point, Terry Finley.
Pleased to be joined by Terry Finley from West Point Thoroughbreds. They've Decorated Invader in today's Hall of Fame. Terry, this horse has been so impressive in his last couple of races. Outside post today, he's a kind of big-bodied horse. What kind of trip are you expecting from Decorated Invader today?
Well, I think we'll be fairly close to the pace. I think the biggest risk that we have is to have somebody get on the front end and to get settled and to go 48 and change and a 3/4 in 12 or 13 and change and for them to get to the top of the stretch and scoot away from us. But I think we'll be fine. It certainly looks on paper that we're the best horse, but the key is you got to do it on the race course.
Yeah, you certainly do, but he's been able to do it so impressively in his last couple. West Point Thoroughbreds, of course, a syndicate. What's this journey been like with this horse being really kind of dominant in his division for you and your partners?
Well, I thought about that. The key is the partners, right? It all starts with the horses and the partners that invest their hard-earned money. So the whole business, right, is driven on the people who bet and the people who own horses. All the rest of us are at that trough. So I give thanks and certainly very appreciative of the support that we have from our partners. And it's an exciting journey, really is. And there are a lot of horses that are called, but there are a few that are chosen, and I think and all the partners think that we have a special one here.
Finally, quickly, you're a Saratoga guy. How special is it to be able to come and watch today?
It's pretty cool. And the air smells better, and there's an excitement around here, although there's no fans or other owners, but the key is that they're on the racetrack, everybody's safe, and I think the future is bright for Saratoga and the industry as a whole. So everybody's very excited to move forward.
We're certainly glad to have you here today, and it's been special, guys, being able to see some smiling faces from the owners here on track this afternoon. Decorated Invader coming up, your favorite in today's Hall of Fame.
The star of this show, Decorated Invader, the Hall of Fame favorite there in the paddock. This colt is must-see TV. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live on Coaching Club American Oaks Day. The Hall of Fame coming up next. Stay tuned.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
they're into the stretch. It is Sombaye with the rail in the lead. Casa Creed runs after him. Award winner gives way between horses, and then comes Swamp Rat, Global Access on the outside, and English Bee closing through late toward the rail. Sombaye, Casa Creed. These two down to the line. Casa Creed.
Thrilling finish in last year's Hall of Fame. Casa Creed running down Sombaye in the shadow of the wire, owned by Lean Einseidler. He joined us from his quote-unquote Saratoga box opening day, the meet-long viewing party from Ciro's across the street, Andy. And Casa Creed, for his trainer, the Hall of Famer Bill Mott, that was his 7th win in the Hall of Fame overall.
And the first one, I say, was the best one, Paradise Creek.
He was awesome.
Remarkable racehorse. Stroll, of course, who raced for Claiborne Farm. Aftermarket, a nice horse. Courageous Cat, I believe, was second in the Breeders' Cup Mile, I want to say.
Got a big price.
Was a very big
Got
price,
a big
as a matter
price.
of fact, yep.
Paradise Creek, you know how long ago that was? Like 1992. That was the same year the New York Yankees drafted Derek Jeter out of high school. The first year Bill Mott won his first Hall of Fame. That's how long Mott has been doing it in this particular race.
I had
for the
hair
course
back.
of his
I
career.
actually had hair back then.
You did?
Yeah,
Did you have, like,
little bit.
Photo, proof?
Probably somewhere.
Anything
I could
somewhere?
find it. Watching
Somewhere.
Paradise
You were,
Creek.
I'm sure you were right here in the paddock before that Hall of Fame.
Oh, no question about it. In fact, one of my favorite wins in this was A in Sociology for the late, great P.G. Johnson riding the field that were strolling along for Shug.
P.G. Johnson pulled off one of the biggest upsets in Breeders' Cup Classic history with Falpone as you look at moves over Miami, who did provide the Hall of Famer Bill Mott with his 5,000th career victory. We check in with Acacia for this Hall of Fame paddock report. Acacia.
And it certainly is an exciting race coming up, and we'll start with your favorite towards the outside. We've had conversations about this throughout the show and leading up to it, but Decorated Invader's size is always a conversation starter. That's the reason that I like the outside post for him, as he is very big. For the first time, I've never seen it before, for the first time he did walk in with a training saddle on. Sometimes with horses it's either to keep them a little bit calmer. It's not something Christoph does a lot of. You will see some trainers like George Weaver doing that, just kind of keeping horses focused into it. And while Decorated Invader's not a super high energy or distracted type of horse, he's very big, he's very strong, he can be a little bit tricky to handle, but he's acted like a gentleman. He's had that energy kind of bubbling beneath the surface, which I do like. If I had to say, it looks like he's actually even filled out even a little bit more since his last race. He's very much an imposing figure, we'll put it that way, as they continue to circle him here in the paddock again, keeping his mind occupied. The one domestic spending, he's on the opposite end of spectrum as far as physicality does go. A leaner type, he's certainly a very classy looking horse as well, but he looks very, very fit. Certainly that last race, winning off the bench, obviously he's going to come in having some stronger muscle. No qualms with him as all. He's got a lot of leg to him as well. He's a good horse, so if he has his running shoes on today, he certainly could be a big player. I wanted to mention the 3 Get Smokin' because he, I think, holds one of the keys to the race as far as pace, as he's always this on his toes type. I was actually saw him coming in. He was a little bit quieter, but they put the tack on, and there he was, got a bit warmer, got on his toes again, tossing his head a bit. If you see him acting up on track, that's normal for him as well. Getting a little bit warm in here, but it is a very warm day. But he looks like he's going to go to the front once again, as does the 6 Ever Dangerous, who's very much on his toes as well. As they're heading out, post-parade coming up soon. Lafitte in the Hall of Fame.
Post-parade coming up, Acacia. That's right. Just enough time to remind you of this offer. Join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our programs while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Jose Ortiz pictured there. Just won the last race. Looking to go back-to-back on the grass here at Saratoga with Get Smokin'. Going to try and steal this thing. Get Smokin' very quick, the anticipated pace setter here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Jose's going to do. He's going to go to the front with him and hope the horse can do the rest. It's, you know, you heard Joel Rosario say it yesterday. At the end of the day, it's all about the horse.
And here's maybe the horse for this Hall of Fame. Domestic spending, Andy's top selection here. The acid test for this English gelding, world-class connections.
And the public obviously agrees he is the possible upsetter, the most likely upsetter. He's stepping up, though, here for sure.
5-2, strong second choice, number 2, Moon over Miami, well-bred colt. Looks like he's found a new home on grass.
And when he lost by 4+ lengths in finishing 8th to Decorated Invader at Gulfstream, he had a terrible trip that day. I'm not saying he's as good as the favorite, but he's closer than that finish suggests.
Get Smokin', defeated by Decorated Invader and Domestic Spending in his last 2 races.
Yeah, he's the speed, as you said. Now, his last race, very disappointing. He does have races at Florida that are good enough.
Ever Dangerous, co-owned by Randy Hill. Javier Castellano riding for George Weaver. That's Team Vekoma.
He was very disappointing in his last race after having a ridiculously wide trip 2 back, and he bounced back.
19-1 outsider, Decorated Invader, not 19-1. 2-5 favorite, loads of abilities, versatile, strictly the one to beat.
And while he won around 1 turn last time, he has shown proficiency at 2 turns as well. And as you say, he is very much the one to beat, really taking a step forward from his 2 to 3-year-old years.
That is the field for this 36th running of the Grade 2 National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes. Mile and an eighth, 3-year-olds on this inner turf course as you look at Ever Dangerous at 19-1. As we mentioned, co-owned by Randy Hill and Dean Reeves, standing by with Acacia.
Thanks, Lafitte. Always some of my favorite people to interview. They have Ever Dangerous coming up here. Randy, we'll start with you, as it's been a big year for you with Vekoma, a couple of Grade 1 wins as well. But here you are trying to get a turf stake. What have you guys been seeing from this horse leading up to the race?
Well, I have to tell you, this horse trains as good as George tells you, trains any horse he's ever trained. When he broke his maiden, you know, it was 14-1. George said he's training like a stakes horse, and then the next 2 races, I don't know. He's training like a good thing. But, of course, you're against the best turf horse in the country today.
We're going to see what Decorated Invader does do. And Dean, he's been on his toes. I know that's a typical for him as well. Have you seen him progress? And I know you guys, you like to be part of those big stakes and take a shot.
Well, we do. We always want to take a shot. And but he's come in here today really on his toes. And so I hope we get a big performance out of him.
We've been talking about it, getting a chance to see some owners on track here today for both of you. How meaningful is it? Because I know that you're both guys who love this game so much and put so much into it.
Well, it's certainly great to be back at the track. As I said to you earlier, it took me 20 years to get a Grade 1 that gets back-to-back, and I couldn't see him and I watch it on television. But if I have to be someplace, it's here. If they're going to let me watch it somewhere, it's here.
Dean and Randy, thank you so much. Glad to have you here at Saratoga.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ever Dangerous coming up in the Hall of Fame. We saw them team up for a win last year in the Jim Dandy with Tax. We'll see if this duo can pull an upset again, Lafitte.
Something tells me Randy Hill will get a chance to see Vekoma win another big race in person before long.
I agree. I've known Randy a long, long time. He used to be a regular. We used to do the DRF handicapping seminars at Ciro's over 20 years ago, and I met Randy there back then, and he's had some success. You know, Christina's Outlaw, it's a good horse. Him, Mabry's Boy, a good horse. So he's I mean, Vekoma's his best, but he's had some very good horses over the years.
And we'll see here about Ever Dangerous, but Domestic Spending, Andy's top selection for this Hall of Fame. He's conceding a lot in experience to Decorated Invader, just 2 starts. Andy, like how much potential and upside are we talking about here coming off that terrific allowance win at Belmont last month?
Well, obviously I'm hoping he has some because he's going to have upside to beat Decorated Invader. I do think that he has a chance to be that kind of horse. We've seen Chad Brown very successful in this race with horses moving forward. And, you know, you making speed figures for, this is Decorated Invader. This is not Domestic Spending. We'll take a look. I'd like to see his race next. You know, Decorated Invader showed he could sort of come through a tight spot inside, but this was overall obviously a very good trip, but just a horse who was significantly better than his competition. There's really not a lot to say. He took a step forward here, and both of his races as a 3-year-old, after he had a sort of disastrous trip in the Breeders' Cup, as a 2-year-old, they've both been very good. He's moving forward and a win today, and he's very likely to be the favorite in our Saratoga Derby in about a month.
Showing some agility, showing some versatility. He was a deep 1-run closer as a 2-year-old. Now, as a 3-year-old, a little bit more professional, some tactical speed, and that eliminates some of the traffic issues closers will encounter. Here's Domestic Spending in that big allowance win at Belmont Park.
I know the final time and a final time figure is not going to be particularly high for him, but he came his last corner in about 22 seconds flat. And he did it, and you see him right now. He's a bit green. Irad is trying to wheel him out to make that clean run. Domestic says, I don't know, and he ducks in. And a remarkable job by Irad correcting him with the left hand, but also never losing momentum when he drifted in. And I mean, you talk about a horse that's just determined. I mean, to come and catch the horse who was in front was really remarkable. And there was a lot of distance between the first, second, and then the third horse. Now, obviously, he wasn't facing the likes of Decorated Invader. He's a young horse that has some things to learn, but he's shown some promise, and in this barn, I am not going to be surprised if he upsets the favorite. Won't be easy, though.
Chad Brown, who describes him as a quirky horse, but very talented, domestic spending, strong, second choice, 5-2. But there is a Decorated Invader here. Joe Rosario aboard, 2 for 2 aboard Decorated Invader, 2 wins yesterday. As for Decorated Invader, a resume in progress, Andy. He's already a Grade 1 winner, and in my humble opinion, should be a Breeders' Cup winner. Bad luck in last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
I agree. He was very unlucky in that race. There's no question about it. And Christophe is still looking for his first Breeders' Cup win, and he's had some bad luck in that race, particularly.
Sure.
With Gio Ponte
second
well, also even as a 2-year-old,
in the
he should have won that day.
That was the first Juvenile Turf
at Monmouth in a bog, and he was buried in traffic.
Yep.
And you're right. I mean, second to Zenyatta, second to Goldakova, I want to say. So he had the misfortune of running in some of the better horses to have ever run in these Breeders' Cup races. But Christophe's obviously a trainer who you feel like he's got a Breeders' Cup win in front of him at some point, but it's not easy. It shows how hard it is.
Clement looking for a first Hall of Fame victory here with Decorated Invader. We check in with Acacia.
I just wanted to circle back as far as warm-ups do go quickly. I had mentioned Decorated Invader coming in with that training saddle on in the paddock, but acting well still, and about him being a tricky horse on track, and he's kind of shown that as well, almost being a little bit playful with the pony. He's kind of kept it lower, though. I did see him get a little bit more keyed up down in Florida when he ran in the Cutler Bay a couple races back. But as far as the warm-up, and maybe you're getting to see him be a little bit warm. I mentioned it's very hot. As Andy knows, too, or something Richie Migliore always says, you want to see horses get a little bit warm, have their natural cooling system, get rolling. Seeing that from Decorated Invader, too, it seems like all systems go as far as him. And Moon Over Miami, he's getting a little bit worked up, but he also looks super, super fit with those well-covered blinkers. We'll see if he can step forward, Lafitte, after that win last time out.
Moon Over Miami, trying to provide the Hall of Famer Bill Mott with an 8th win in the Hall of Fame as domestic spending steps forward.
I am playing the triple, 1-7 with 1-7 with 2. That's my play.
Domestic spending.
But I'm going to use the 2, Moon Over Miami for
with
third.
Moon Over Miami.
And
Gotcha.
hope to upset, hope the 1-7, the 1-7 run 1-2 with the favorite losing, but I'll have it either way. But Moon Over Miami keyed for third. It's my play.
Moon Over Miami for Bill Mott again. All that success in this Hall of Fame. As they file into the gate, Decorated Invader, the favorite. It is post time for the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. John Ambrial standing by with the call.
And they're off in the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame Stakes. And Get Smokin' is out for the early lead. Get Smokin' racing in the middle of the course here as they come by the stands. And Get Smokin' has opened up 3 lengths on the big favorite, Decorated Invader, who's running in second. And then it's Moon Over Miami next in third, followed by Ever Dangerous in fourth. And the early trailer will be Domestic Spending. Get Smokin' opens up on the field here, in front by 7 as they go into that clubhouse turn. It is Get Smokin', ran the opening quarter mile in 23 4/5 seconds. Decorated Invader sitting in second. It's 2.5 lengths back to Moon Over Miami, then Ever Dangerous and Domestic Spending. They're on the backstretch now with Get Smokin', the leader here by more than a half dozen lengths. Decorated Invader remains in second. Now it's 4 lengths back to Moon Over Miami, then Ever Dangerous and Domestic Spending remains at the back. Half mile, 48 4/5 seconds. Get Smokin' holding on to the lead here, and the lead is 8 lengths as they approach the far turn. Decorated Invader has been second the entire way. They're going around the far turn. It's Get Smokin' in front. The lead is down to 4 lengths. Decorated Invader getting closer in second. Get Smokin'. The lead is now 2.5 lengths with Decorated Invader in second. Then Ever Dangerous, Moon Over Miami, and Domestic Spending. And the field is in the stretch. It is Get Smokin' on the inside and Decorated Invader on the outside. From the back of the pack, it's Domestic Spending who is putting in a late run here. It's Get Smokin', Decorated Invader, and then Domestic Spending. Decorated Invader has taken the lead in deep stretch, and he's 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old. Decorated Invader the winner. It was close for second between the pace setter Get Smokin' and Domestic Spending.
Third graded stakes victory for Decorated Invader. Good as advertised in the Hall of Fame. A first Hall of Fame for trainer Christophe Clement. Joel Rosario, strong handling late.
Yeah, I would say this was a more professional victory than maybe his last one, which seemed almost brilliant. But you think about it, this course has some give in it. It's not a firm course, and I believe it's still listed as good, and it should be. They came home in what, 29, 43, 72, 11 and 3/5. So they were running at the end. The three never gave up in here, and Jose Ortiz gave him his best chance to win, and he held off Domestic Spending for second. But you know what? Decorated Invader did what he had to do to set him up for a potential big race in the Saratoga Derby.
Get Smokin' in front with Jose Ortiz, doing everything he can and try to repel the charge from Decorated Invader. Joel Rosario, again, one of the strongest finishers in the game, goes to work, imploring him for more. He gives him just that much more. Look at Rosario looking behind. He's waiting for Domestic Spending. Domestic Spending, Andy, he unleashed a rally and looked like he was going to make a race of it, and at some point just lost his punch a little late.
I would say a slightly disappointing effort by him, but I mean, let's also look at the times, right? 48. They came home in 35 and 3/5 in this race, so it's not like the speed collapsed. And even though the three Get Smokin' seemed to be sort of running off, he really wasn't. Jose was controlling him up front. He was just that much faster, and it's not like he ran badly coming home his last 3/8 and 34 and small change. Just not quite good enough and not as experienced. And this is a very good horse in Decorated Invader.
And one of, if not the top male turf 3-year-old in North America. Decorated Invader for the West Point Thoroughbreds. Trainer Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario over Get Smokin' and Domestic Spending. 7-3, 1-2. The favorite delivers Decorated Invader in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Reaction when we come back.
No Parole out for the lead from the inside post. It's No Parole getting away now. No Parole's in front by 4. Then Shoplifted, Mischievous Alex, Echo Town, and Meru. It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The head-on there of the finish in this Hall of Fame. Joel Rosario, thumbs up. Back-to-back days with stakes wins. First 2 grass stakes races of the meet. Won the Delarose yesterday afternoon for Chad Brown with Via Dara for Juddmonte, and that winning ride for the West Point Thoroughbreds for trainer Christophe Clement, Rosario, and Decorated Invader 2-5 when it was all said and done.
Yeah, and Joel did what he had to do. He got position with him, and I think that's one of the things of his maturity with this horse is he's gotten more tactical. He doesn't need to make that huge run from the back, and just when you're riding the best horse, you get that good position. It makes it easy, and Decorated Invader is a very good horse, and you have to think he's likely to be the certain favorite for the
Saratoga Derby. Yeah, sure. This will be the second year of the Saratoga Derby. It's the biggest 3-year-old race here on the grass at Saratoga. And Decorated Invader, while, as you mentioned, maybe not as brilliant, maybe a little bit more workmanlike, but figuring out another way to win.
Yeah, I mean, good horses get it done. And I don't mean this in any way as a knock on him. He ran very well. It wasn't maybe as brilliant as his win last time, which was very fast. And sometimes with good horses, you expect these incredible performances from them, and you see them win sort of in a workmanlike fashion. You say, oh, it's a little disappointing. I'm not disappointed. He's a very good horse, and Christophe's got a good barn, and he's got 2 winners in the first 3 races
And the
today.
evolution of his game. And we see this in baseball, basketball, football, as athletes get more experienced and older, they develop. They add to their game. Last year, Decorated Invader was taken as far back as you could, 1 run, stone closer. And that probably cost him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. All that traffic, when you're having to weave your way in between horses, you're going to get stopped, you're going to encounter traffic. You see a different version of Decorated Invader now where he can be closer to the pace, and that versatility goes a long way in terms of future success for this incredibly talented 3-year-old.
And maybe a question of Joel Rosario being more confident on him, Christophe as well, and sort of adapting and realizing he doesn't need to make that big run. He can put himself more in the game. And as you say, it lessens the chance of him getting in trouble and being victim of pace.
Decorated Invader. Overall, as for domestic spending, a lot was being asked. Graded stakes debut, taking on the likes of Decorated Invader. What do you think of him moving forward?
He's run 3 times, and I think he's run better with each successive start. Is it a disappointing effort today? I don't know. I picked him on top, so obviously I hoped he would win the race, but I didn't have any illusions that he was supposed to win the race, so I don't think he could be that disappointed, and it's hopefully onwards and upwards. The question with him is, will he get better with more distance, or is the Son of Kingman, is he a horse that will want maybe less distance as time goes on, as the next race, 1 mile and 3/16?
And we'll be checking in, and we'll hear from Joel Rosario when they finish their conversation. Terry Finley. Is that Richard Migliori's son, Joseph, there on the left? Bloodstock agent there. You saw West Point Thoroughbreds, Terry Finley, Joel Rosario, off to a blazing start this meet. A victory here in the Hall of Fame, and we're all set. Acacia standing by with the winning pilot.
I am Lafitte. Thanks, Joel Rosario, having a deep talk with the team there. And Joel, tell me about your trip this afternoon. You had to change his running style a little bit with that lone pace setter.
Yes, it looked like I was gonna just be following the one who's in the lead a little closer, but he decided he want to go in his own and kind of go wide in the first swing, and I just trying to follow for a little bit, and I got to the inside in the first swing, and then just he looked really happy in there. I just let it do his thing, and he's just a nice horse, so he just do his job.
Tell me about the stretch too. As you had domestic spending closing, you still had Get Smokin' setting the pace there. Tell me what you were feeling in the stretch. Did you feel like you had a lot left?
Actually, he it took a little bit of time to get to the horse in the lead. He looked like he kept running a little bit there, but I could see him. He was, enjoy what he was doing. He was going for it, and I was never worried what the horse will come from behind, because I know I have more left in there. So he just do it easy.
He certainly did, Joel. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And he's gotten to know this horse pretty well. Joel Rosario back in the winner's circle again for another stake, this time with Decorated Invader in the Hall of Fame.
He's been perfect on him. Absolutely. 3 for 3 with Decorated Invader. Joel Rosario, sound like a broken record, but yes, one of the strongest finishers as a rider in the game, a big money rider, and another flawless ride there, and another graded stakes win here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I think Joel is as good a rider as there is in the game, and he rides fabulously. It's particularly on the turf, but just all around a great rider, and it shows how strong the colony is that he's not the leading rider here. He's virtually never the leading rider in New York with the Ortiz brothers as well, and so many other top riders. So it's not easy, but Joel is a terrific, terrific rider who consistently delivers.
Pretty good start to the day for Christophe Clement, winning 2 of the first 3. Momos, the debuting 2-year-old in race number 1, and now his first Hall of Fame victory there. Decorated Invader in race number 3. We move ahead Just a meat and potatoes $32,000 maiden claiming event here. Race number 4. There's the field, 7 of them, with the current favorite at wow, geez. Look at this. Is this race really that tough, Andy?
It is. It is a very, very complicated. You never see a board like this, right? From 4 to 1 to 6 to 1.
4 to 1 favorites in the Derby with 20 horses.
And nobody higher than 6 to 1 here. And a question is Baby Boss, who I have to imagine by post time will be a favorite near as she drops down for Jeremiah Englehart, who won with a drop down yesterday.
That's coming up next. This $32,000 claimer, race 4 at Saratoga, as our coverage continues on opening day, opening weekend here from the Spa Coaching Club American Oaks. Later, and you may have heard, main track at Saratoga has received a makeover, improvements made, safety always a top priority. Details when we come back.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the Meyer, Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old.
Here's the champ, Classic Empire! Classic Empire!
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
I was born inside this delta.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20 to 1.
Let your light shine through. Gotta get in there to win it. All the world's been waiting on you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at NairaBets.com. And today you can earn a $25 bonus by betting 2 premier summer tracks. Today on the Naira Bets app, bet at least $100 on Saratoga and at least $100 at Monmouth on their Haskell Day card, their premier race of the meet. And you can earn a $25 bonus to your Naira Bets account. This 100 promotion is available today as well as tomorrow, Sunday. Visit NairaBets.com for details. So again, the efforts that continue at Saratoga to provide the safest racing environment for both horse and jockey. The main track has been made over, addressing drainage, and a safety rail was installed. Maggie Wolfendale with Glenn Kozak, the Senior Vice President of Operations, with details.
The changes to Saratoga this year, well, they may not be that conspicuous, but some major changes to the racetrack, the drainage and the new rail. Talk a little bit about the process.
So we started last fall when we knew the capital and project got approved from the NYRA board. We removed the old existing aluminum RY rail to install the safety rail, which has been a program NYRA has had in place starting with the Belmont training track, then the Aqueduct main track, and now up here at Saratoga for this surface. While doing the safety rail, we also did new drainage. It has a life expectancy, and we were certainly at that point. So while the rail was being redone, we improved the drainage on the track, changed some of the elevation so that way with these freak storms that we get up here at Saratoga, that the course is able to handle that type of significant rainfall and still be a safe and consistent surface. On some of the big rain events, we would have to wait and actually hold the jockeys up just to allow the track to drain evenly. Now with this new elevation that's established in the safety rail, the drainage has been much improved.
We're over here at the rail now, and Glenn, first of all, talk about just how this rail is made and what makes it that much safer.
Again, the way it's designed with this aluminum shield that's on it, if a jock were to be able to be bumped by another horse and fall off a horse, now there's an area for the jockey to slide on rather than just hitting a post. So there is a cantilevered post, so there's 18 inches that's covered to be able to have the jockey go to the inside part of the racetrack. There's sod that's around the entire racetrack, so rather than hitting a post, now we've tried to establish something not only helps the drainage on the track, but is also better for the jockeys.
All right, thanks to Glenn Kozak taking time with Maggie, explaining the changes made, the upgrades, and something for the handicappers, of course, to keep an eye on as the meet continues. That safety rail being key, the emphasis on safety for both horse and jockey. And Andy, it absolutely poured here a couple of nights ago, and the track was perfect for training the following morning.
Track was fast, and I think there's so many things you could say about the track and Glenn. I mean, first of all, I think the biggest thing you can say about the track is that nobody's talking about it. It's a brand new surface, and nobody's talking. That means nobody's complaining, because that's what we do at the racetrack. Trainers, horse players, we all complain. Nobody's talking because it's played so fairly. It's just remarkable for this track to have been in 2 days through the meet, now 2 days and a few races, and it's just been great. The track's been fair. The inside has been good, but it's not a huge advantage. It's played fairly for everybody. As you say, it dried out remarkably well after a lot of rain all throughout the evening, not just one little rainstorm, but throughout the night. In fact, just incredible. And I don't think enough can be said about the job that Glenn Kozak does here at the New York Racing Association and his importance to the New York Racing Association Lafitte as well.
Yeah, off camera, Andy described him as the most valuable person in thoroughbred racing.
I think he is. I really do. I don't think that there's anybody that does more and does it better than Glenn Kozak does. I mean, I think there's three Glens. I really do, because he could be at Aqueduct one day, at Belmont the next, at Saratoga. He's got projects at all times. Putting in that track over the winter while running things at Belmont Park while we're dealing with the pandemic. Glenn is absolutely amazing. He's also a tremendous guy. Everybody gets along with Glenn. He's an easygoing guy and a fun guy to be around. And he's an invaluable part of New York Racing Association and racing in general, and keeping things safe and keeping things going along. I don't think you could hire 5 guys if Glenn left that together could do the job that he does.
Invaluable. And again, our thanks to him for taking the time with Maggie and explaining all the changes and upgrades and safety measures here at Saratoga, the brand new safety rail, and of course the makeover to the main track. When we return, horses are in the paddock for the 4th race. So much great racing still ahead. Opening weekend, Saratoga on this Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestrace.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If your run happy colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 run happy bonus. Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And there goes Tiz the Law now to take over. It's Tiz the Law in front in the stretch, and there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. Dr. Post moves up on the outside into second, but it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown.
Tiz the Law, the New York bred indeed in the Belmont Stakes. This was a performance, Andy, that you know that the New York racing fans would have loved to have seen this, embracing him as one of their own. You think back to Funny Side when he was going back for the Triple Crown, 100,000 people there in an absolute downpour. And this New York bred coming through in New York's marquee event, the Belmont Stakes.
And finished the Triple Crown off for Barclay Tagg and the Saratoga stable as well. The one race that Funny Side did not get done. He's a tremendous horse, and looking forward to seeing him in the Run Happy Travers here in a few weeks as he heads towards the Derby. And if he can win the Run Happy Travers, he has a chance to win all 4 of the big races. And this year, I think you could arguably say, is sort of the quadruple crown.
With the Run Happy Travers before the Kentucky Derby, just the one blemish at Churchill Downs in the slop when he was caught inside in the Kentucky Jockey Club. Aside from that, unblemished and sensational. Tiz the Law, Manny Franco, a Belmont Stakes victory, and you'll be seeing how he worked this morning as he continues to progress towards that Run Happy Travers. Tiz the Law, sensational this season, top-ranked 3-year-old in North America. Do you feel like he scares him off for the Run Happy Travers, or do you think he'll be facing a fuller field?
Well, I think some things depend. Racing resuming in California, obviously we hope it does, but if not, would people kind of move here? I mean, I don't see why you're supposed to be avoiding him. He didn't run such fast speed figures. That these are big races and big purses, big races. You got to be in them to win them, and I think they should be looking to take him on. Not that I think he's going to lose.
More on Tiz the Law in the moment. Post-parade for the 4th race. There's Baby Boss and Tiz the Law's jockey, Manny Franco.
A big drop down. First time actually in a claiming race. Actually won a maiden claimer, I should say. But a lot of speed. He's going to come winging from the start.
Lady by choice, 9-time winner, popular at the claim box.
Yeah, I don't like her last race, and she claimed off Tom Amos by Mike Maker. It was much better on turf than dirt with his claims.
Number 3, Queen Cahan here, and first race after the claim for trainer Chad Summers.
Don't get the money as she's the 3rd choice in the doubles. I don't want this one off the claim.
Rosario looking for back-to-back wins after the Hall of Fame victory. Number 4, a no-deal. Idle since February. 1st or 2nd in 12 of 24 lifetime.
My tepid choice really improved when claimed by Chris Englehart. Was against the track in his last start, but was with the track when she won 2 back.
Getting 7-1 here, Andy, in your top selection. A scratch.
They must know.
What's that?
They must know.
They must know. They must know. Archie, my baby, picture with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, she won you can't beat her in a fight. I mean, she has a remarkable record with 13 wins and 40 starts, but this is a tougher spot.
Jump for Joy defeated a nose by Archie, my baby, last month at Belmont.
Look, Davitt won, but Archie, my baby, she wins photos.
Currently 5-1. Number 7, let me take this call here. Jockey Dylan Davis with 2 winning rides yesterday afternoon.
He ran okay last time, engaged in a wicked pace duel, and she's going to be the one to put pressure on Baby Boss, and I think she's a player as well. I used 1-4-7 in the multis.
Some old pros here, Andy, in this $32,000 claimer combined in that field of 7, 51 combined victories.
Yeah, I mean, this is not one of those races where you're, an hours of 2 lifetime where you're filled with 1 for 17 types. This is a crew that knows how to get the job done, and I agree. This is a really, really tough field of old pros. It's kind of the bread and butter of racing.
And for Chris Engelhart, in this particular situation, there are the stats here with no deal going in, currently 6-1, 7-1, your top selection.
Yeah, Chris Engelhart, I put the stat up just to show that, coming off these 3 to 6 months layoffs, he has good success. He has more of them were out of town at Finger Lakes and such, but he's had success, the positive ROI at Naira as well, that move. And she's just a horse that always had some talent, but she's really improved since Chris claimed her back at the end of 2019. And she was with the track as an inside speed on January 30th when she won, but last time she chased outside against an inside speed when the track was playing very favorably to inside speed, and she has the speed to put herself in position so she can make her own trip. I think she's a big-time player in here, and right now the longest shot on the board.
Engelhart had her going well, then the 4.5-month layoff, racing shut down during the pandemic in New York. Shortly thereafter, how do you think she'll respond? How much of a concern is the layoff here for No Deal?
Well, as I show the stat, the trainer does get them ready, so I'm optimistic that Chris will have her ready. He's won off these kind of layoffs before, and I don't think he's a barn that came to Belmont and his horses all needed to start. There were some that did, and it's been tough for everybody, but I'm hopeful. This is a tricky race. I'm happy to land on the longest shot in the board, frankly, because I think it's that kind of tough race.
Post time 5 minutes. Acacia Courtney standing by. Acacia, we were just looking back at some of the highlights of Tiz the Law. The Belmont Stakes winner continues to rev up for the Run Happy Travers. He worked this morning. How'd he go?
Well, he was worked under Heather Smullen, the niece of Robin Smullen, who does, of course, work for Barclay Tag. And usually we'll see Robin aboard as well. But Heather, well accomplished. She was a former assistant trainer to Ralph Nix when Caledonia Road won the Breeders' Cup. And also currently works for Juan Alvarado in the Arundel Farm down in Florida as well. Now, you see her here doing what we saw Manny Franco do before the Belmont Stakes, and almost kind of a half halt, using her left hand to kind of knock Tiz the Law off balance a little bit before she put her hands down, and she never really let him go. You see she has a very tight hold on him still. He's such a strong horse, and having a strong rider who knows him and is able to kind of keep that speed wrangled, I think is really key too. Heather's been on some top horses for Barclay and other trainers as well. And seeing here when he comes around the turn, this is where he really picks things up, and he just does everything so easily to go under a minute in what was pretty much a maintenance work. Barclay Tag just saying the time was good, everything was good. He does it really easily, and that's consistently what we've been seeing from Tiz the Law. It doesn't look like he's overexerting himself, putting any extra effort into it. Here, Heather's going to let him have a little bit more of his head, pulling down, and on the gallop out, he just keeps going. And that's the thing with Tiz the Law that we saw with Manny Franco working him before the Belmont Stakes as well. Even on the gallop out, by the time you pull him up, as Heather having a little bit of a tricky time getting him to pull up and stop a little bit there. He's so strong. By the time he does end up stopping his gallop out, Lafitte, he's gone a little bit further than the time actually suggests, but great to have him here in Saratoga, training with All Systems Go.
And Acacia, that's why we were so excited earlier today. The first 2-year-old maiden special weight race of the meet. It's such a big part of Saratoga, the unveiling of potential future stars. This is where we were first introduced to Tiz the Law last summer here at Saratoga. It was one of those performances you say, yeah, him, he's really good. It's a little bit like if you're a college football fan and you're watching a guy on Saturday, somebody that just jumps off the screen and you say, yeah, he's going to play on Sundays eventually. That's what it felt like here at Saratoga when Tiz the Law broke his maiden last summer.
No, I couldn't agree more. I remember as we left the meet saying that the most impressive 2-year-old that we saw, despite the fact he only ran that one maiden race, a New York bred race, was Tiz the Law, and he easily beat a highly touted first-time star from Mike Rapoli Rodriguez, who's gone on to win New York bred stakes, a very good horse, and dream bigger. And Tiz the Law disposed of him like he was nothing. He's just always been good. The one thing I'll say about Tiz the Law, and I don't mean this as a criticism, he hasn't improved as much as some horses will improve.
Let's talk about that in a moment. 'Tis the Law, and don't look now, but that Run Happy Travers 3 weeks from today. As for in this moment, you can get involved with this here this summer at Saratoga. Naira Bets is hosting a live money handicapping contest each Sunday. Each contest will feature Saratoga Racing with a $250 buy-in. This Sunday's contest has a $7,500 seeded prize pool. Registration closes today at 5 p.m. Eastern, so visit naira.com/challenge to register to play. We have a moment here. Everybody knows who you like. You like the 4-horse at 6-1 here, no deal. The conversation about 'Tis the Law, as I mentioned opening day when we broached this, is that you're a bit of you're a speed figure hawk. And as good as he's been, I was wondering how you felt about the speed figures. It's somebody who looks at 'Tis the Law on paper and says, for all his accomplishments, for the grade ones and the big victories, he still hasn't run that fast.
No, and he hasn't taken a giant step forward. And speed figures are far from the be-all and end-all. There's many things that go into it, but they are the measure of how quick they are. And if you look at him, he ran the same 100 Beyer speed figure in winning the Belmont Stakes that he did in winning earlier races. He didn't take that big step forward. He didn't run the 106 figure, a 108 figure, and very often, because the Belmont, in a lot of ways, was this year's Kentucky Derby when you consider what was run, that's when horses have historically taken that step forward.
So do you think he has that improvement in him, or is this the best of 'Tis the Law that we've already seen?
I don't know. I don't have that answer. I'm sure he'll have some improvement in him, and Barclay Tagg is one of the great trainers in the game. We'll get him going there. But right now, his speed figure, his Beyer figure wasn't as fast as Honor AP's figure was, and he was very impressive in the Santa Anita Derby. And there are other horses moving forward. I like 'Tis the Law, and I root for him. I'm always happy to see Barclay Tagg and Manny Franco do well, and he is the horse to beat in the Travers. But I think if you're looking for a chink in his armor, it's not clear that he's progressing, and others will. It's just natural.
Something tells me if you had this speed figure conversation with trainer Barclay Tagg, you'd get a big eye roll. Barclay Tagg, trainer at 'Tis the Law.
Really don't think he's a big speed figure guy,
I think that he
trainers like speed figures when their horses run big figures, and they think they're meaningless when they run low figures.
Couldn't have looked any better in the Belmont Stakes. Look forward to seeing the New York bred 'Tis the Law and the Run Happy Travers right here at Saratoga 3 weeks from today. We have reached post time for race number 4. These $32,000 claimers. Sprinting 6 furlongs, accomplished field, 51 combined wins. John Embrial standing by with the call.
And they're off. Aren't You My Baby is going out for the lead. Down on the inside, Baby Boss moves up, and now Baby Boss takes over. Jump for Joy, Let Me Take This Call, heads apart second and third. And Aren't You My Baby is now back running in fourth. Lady by Choice is in fifth. Queen Cahen is sixth, and No Deal trails the field in seventh. It is Baby Boss in between horses. Jump for Joy, Let Me Take This Call on the outside. So the three of them are across the track for the lead through a quarter that went in 22 1/5 seconds. And the front three have opened up 3 on Lady by Choice, Queen Cahen, and Aren't You My Baby. And farther back is No Deal, who trails the field in 7th. And now they're at the quarter pole. Baby Boss, Jump for Joy. Down towards the rail is Lady by Choice, who's coming on. Let Me Take This Call on the outside. Aren't You My Baby looking for a way through. Then Queen Cahen and No Deal. It's wide open inside the 8th pole. Lady by Choice at the rail. Jump for Joy is there. On the outside, Let Me Take This Call. Jump for Joy in front and clear now. Jump for Joy takes it here by a length. Let Me Take This Call was second, close for third, late closing Aren't You My Baby and Lady by Choice.
The 7-year-old mare, the Pennsylvania bred, Jump for Joy, 8 lifetime win, second on the afternoon for leading rider Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, terrific ride. Really got her in the game. You would not have expected her to see her this much forward, but she was. And tough sometimes to be dueling between horses. Baby Boss, who set the pace, she just didn't run her race. And I thought the 7 on the outside ran well. Let Me Take This Call as the pace basically held together. And even though the field sort of came together in the stretch, the horses that were 2-3 and right on top of the pace ended up, I believe, running 1-2 in this race. But Jose got her in the game, and he's just making all the right moves. And trainer Merton Cantermasi continuously does a very good job, in this case, for owner Robert Amendola, whose Cedar Valley stable was a big factor in New York going back 30 or more years ago, away from the game for a while, but he's come back, and he and Merton Cantermasi have done a great job together.
This a they knew situation?
No,
10-1 morning line, 9-2 post time.
No,
knew?
I wouldn't want to make the morning line any day. I think that this was just a very tricky morning line to make, and as you saw, the field was very bunched on the board. And look at this: 9-2, 9-2, 5-1, 9-2. How often do you see something like that?
Baby Boss, the favorite, a non-factor. Any excuses there? The horse you like, no deal, left at the start, chances eliminated right from the start?
Well, she did. I mean, I don't know if she had trouble or she just broke kind of slow. She just didn't run. She was bad.
Yep.
I mean, she just took herself out of the race, and clearly she just didn't run a step in here.
Jose Ortiz, 6th win in the first 3 days at Saratoga. The 3-time and defending champion jockey here at the Spa, off to a terrific start. Again, riding in all 11 races this afternoon. Jose Ortiz here, the second on the Saturday program. Jump for Joy, 6-7-5-2, race number 4 at Saratoga. So those were just $32,000 claimers. The main event this evening, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And it's one of the first of 2 major Grade 1 events at Saratoga for 3-year-old fillies, the Alabama later on in the meet. As for the Coaching Club American Oaks, though, like so many other Grade 1 events here at Saratoga, the bigger story, or big reason for the prestige, is the history.
Introduced in 1917, the Coaching Club American Oaks has grown into one of the most important races for 3-year-old fillies. Many on the honors list have gone on to achieve champion or even Hall of Fame status. In 1975, the Immortal Ruffian equaled the stakes record for 1.5 miles in her CCA Oaks victory.
As they come to the final 16th, it's Ruffian in front by 2. Equal change is second. It's Ruffian in front.
4 years later, Hall of Famer Devona Dale finished off her historic year, completing the New York Triple Tiara with her CCA Oaks win. More recently, dual champion filly Songbird made her Saratoga debut a memorable one, dominating the 2016 renewal. Mike Smith made it back-to-back wins when crossing the wire first with the mighty Abel Tasman. And in 2018, Monomoy Girl took home the CCA Oaks en route to her Breeders' Cup Distaff Triumph to seal divisional honors. Are we set to unearth another champion? The odds seem likely.
Coaching Club American Oaks, for many of those major performances by these 3-year-old fillies. You were there for many of them. A race with so much tradition, history, and actually considered a classic at one point, Andy.
Yeah, it's one of, I think, 5 races that are classics, 3 of them being the Triple Crown races, the Coach Club American Oaks, and I believe the Kentucky Oaks as well. But the Coach Club American Oaks, as you heard Greg say, has been around for over 100 years, much longer than the Kentucky Oaks, and an incredible roster of winners going back. I mean, the first time I saw the race, not live, but on television, was when the Great Ruffian beat Equal Change that day. I was there when Devona Dale won. I think she won by about 18-plus lengths. And some amazing horses. Chris Everett won this race en route to her win. It was the final leg of the Triple Tiara for the fillies. And it wasn't 1.5 miles for many, many years. Open-minded, the New Jersey bred for Wayne Lucas. Mom's Command did it. It's just been it's a roster, like so many of the races in New York. If you look through the stakes history in a lot of these races in New York, especially the fillies, the Mother Goose as well, it's really a who's who of great horses in history.
You mentioned Ruffian, and for newer followers of the sport, you say Ruffian. That's like the Michael Jordan of 3-year-old fillies. Do you have a favorite all time? Coaching Club American Oaks?
Well, Ruffian was my favorite horse. She's the horse that really helped me fall in love with racing. And obviously, as a numbers guy, as a kid, I was fascinated by handicapping. But the first summer that my family was in Saratoga when we were racing, and I started going to the track, was the end of 1974. And the one horse I had read about was Ruffian. So when she was running in the spinaway, I specifically wanted to make sure I saw her. So I put myself down by the finish line to watch her go across the wire, and she won by, I want to say, about 13 or 14 lengths, and 108 and change, and beat Laughing Bridge. And seeing Ruffian, she's the first horse I really fell in love with, so much so that when the eventual Kentucky Derby winner Foolish Pleasure won the Hopeful the next day, I was there for that. But he didn't really capture my attention at all. It wasn't until later that I realized that he had won at Saratoga, and I had been there. But I followed Ruffian. She got injured after that and missed the Frizette. .NET, which was supposed to be her next big race. But I remember waiting for her to come back. She ran in races. She ran the Cumley. Then she won the Acorn, the Mother Goose, and the Coaching Club American Oaks. But Ruffian she was my first love in racing. She was the first horse that I fell in love with.
And part of what's different this year, often you'll see Kentucky Oaks winners here at Saratoga for the Coaching Club American Oaks. The Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks have been postponed. You could theoretically see fillies who run well in the Coaching Club American Oaks eventually in a Kentucky Oaks as you look at some of the notable winners over the years. There's just not enough room on the screen for all of them.
Right. I mean, Shoe V, so many. We don't even have Dark Barrage and Chris Everett in there, but Shoe V and Devonadale Mom's Command, a really glorious, a Shadow as well, Songbird and Monomoy Girl. I mean, it's a who's who of some of the greatest fillies to ever race.
And very spoiled in recent years. A Shadow, who was a fan favorite, as you mentioned, in New York, and the terrific West Coast-based filly for trainer Jerry Hollendorfer, Songbird, Monomoy Girl, champion filly, victress of the Coaching Club American Oaks. So later this evening, the 104th running mile and an eighth Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks right here on Saratoga Live. We'll be pausing shortly as we'll be joined by our Fox family of networks as our coverage continues here opening weekend from Saratoga. Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous afternoon in Saratoga Springs, New York. Welcome everyone to live coverage of opening weekend, first Saturday of the 2020 meet, 152nd season at Saratoga. And later today, the first of 16 Grade 1 events to take place at Saratoga. Hello, everyone. Alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. That's the big story later this evening. 3-year-old fillies taking center stage in the 104th running of the prestigious Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, no, it's always great to have these big races. And I think one of the nice things about the big race, at least for me, and, you know, people, and you've been around the game for your entire life, is it brings back memories of the great horses that we've seen run in the past. And it's also one of the great things about being in Saratoga, all the memories you have. And for me, I have memories going back over 40 years.
Get a chance to make some more memories later this evening with the Coaching Club American Oaks. You see the remainder of today's schedule. Races 5 through 11. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. And still plenty of time to go ahead and take advantage of this Naira Bets sign up, the $200 deposit. With Naira Bets, all you have to do is use the promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. For those of you just joining us, this just took place moments ago, and we watched race number 4, this $32,000 claimer, Andy, and Jump for Joy, the 7-year-old mare bred in Pennsylvania, racking up her 8th lifetime win, 2nd for leading jockey Jose Ortiz.
8th win for Jump for Joy and 6th win at the meet for Jose Ortiz, who's firing on all cylinders right now. And, you know, his aggressive ride really made a difference there. He didn't allow the speeds to get away. And I don't think any of us predicted he'd be dueling between horses. And the pace was hot. And she ran very well over Let's Me Take This Call. So congratulations to Connections. Jose really starting off the meet.
She's going well. Defeated a nose in her last race in that clear-cut victory. Jump for Joy. We check in with Acacia Courtney in the winner's circle shortly after this victory.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Mertgen Cantor-Masi with Jump for Joy, who was in between horses, setting the pace, and then managed to pull away to win the race. What were your thoughts on that performance today?
She likes to go. She likes to go. In 6 furlongs, she's like really good in that kind of field. And she had the one speed horse in front of her. I was worried a little bit she's going to get bothered by the outside horse, but she fought really good today. She loves Saratoga. She won last time. We bring her in August 2019, and she did it again. We are very happy.
Yeah, you mentioned that you think this is your 5th win here in Saratoga. We've seen you doing so well in New York with a lot of horses for owner Robert Amendola. How meaningful is it to you to win here at the Spa?
I'm very happy because I won my first race ever with Archie My Baby. She finished 3rd today in 2018. So I'm very happy. It's lucky, I think, for me right now. Spa.
The wins keep coming, Merkin. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Luffy, Archie My Baby, who he beat today, was his first winner in Saratoga a couple of years ago. What comes around goes around for sure, but one thing we know, Merkin Cantormasi doing a great job with the horses in his barn.
And the excitement, even in just a $32,000 claiming event, a win at Saratoga, it's always that much more special. Andy, we turn the page. Race number 5, maiden special weight conditions here. 3-year-olds and older. Scratch numbers 1, 2, and 11. 1 mile on grass, that firm turf course. And Conglomerate, the early 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, now Conglomerate was part of an entry in a maiden 75,000 claimer in New York was scratched, and the other half of the entry actually won the race. I think that's one of the reasons that David Aragona was saying to me why he didn't make the horse maybe the favorite or close to favorite in here because been entered. But the horse is taking money right now for Chad Brown. The 6 Oak Hill stretching out is obviously very dangerous for Al Stall. I think Al's first starter, of course, he trains Tom Stay Todd, who could well be the favorite in our Whitney. The number 9 trying the turf for the first time, the Angry Man. And I'm going to try a long shot near the 5 Maddie's Marauder. I think can improve off of turf debut on a turf course that had a lot of give in the ground. There's a lot going on in this race, and it's sort of got all of those factors that make Saratoga great with horses coming from out of town as well.
This one's tough. This one is tough. Race number 5, it's the 3rd grass race of the afternoon of 5. We already saw a graded stakes event on the turf earlier, Decorated Invader. In the Hall of Fame, that was the first graded stakes race. Later, Grade 1, Coaching Club American Oaks. There's the favorite, Tonalist Shape, 9-5 on the morning line, 6-7 lifetime today, her Saratoga debut.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy. The stallion occupying legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Run Happy, and one of the best sprinters in recent memory. He was a champion at the age of 3. He won the Breeders' Cup Sprint in 2015 at Keeneland. He always raced medication-free, rock star on the racetrack. Andy now is a stallion. He's already sired his first winner, Liberty Run. And on Sunday, we're going to see a run-happy filly, first-time starter right here at Saratoga, Peachy Queen.
First opportunity here in Saratoga to see a run happy, have a chance to get that $100,000 bonus and see if that one's a runner for trainer Danny Gargan. Should be an interesting race, and I imagine we'll see, we'll really start seeing the better run happies, the better two-year-olds in general, not just run happy as well. But, Saratoga and obviously hoping Del Mar gets themselves going again. That's when you start to really see the top two-year-olds, West Coast, East Coast as well.
Yeah, much like Tis the Law debuting here last summer as a two-year-old, now a Belmont winner and the early anticipated favorite for the Run Happy Travers. As for today's main event, the America's Best Racing Race of the Week, Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, the 104th running, one of the most prestigious races for three-year-old fillies in North America, Andy. But news this morning of a big scratch and defection. Altoff, number 3 for trainer Chad Brown, will not run. Altoff is out, leaving us with a field of 5 in tonalist shape. 9-5, the morning line favorite drawn inside.
Yeah, Chad Brown felt that Altoff just wasn't right this morning, and you err on the side of caution with all of your horses, and Chad Brown certainly does that and didn't want to take any chances. Tonalist shape, we'll see. Will she be the favorite? Will Paris Lights be the favorite? She's obviously been very good and very consistent in her races, at least as far as winning. The figures aren't consistent, and a couple of them are fast enough, and a bunch of them aren't. She'll vie for favorites with Paris Lights.
And her trainer, Safi Joseph, coming in, trying to win this Grade 1 event, the Coaching Club American Oaks with tonalist shape. Safi Joseph talking about his chances going in, trying to take down this prestigious Grade 1 event.
I mean, pedigree-wise, it says she's supposed to handle the distance. I mean, she won last time going a mile and 16th. This time's a mile and a half, so it's a little extra 16th further, but she seems like the horse that should be able to handle it. And it is something different, so it's always in the back of your mind, but we feel that very comfortable that she will handle the distance. In a perfect world, we'd like to maybe have one or two going at it up front, and we could get into the clearance and sit in third. And I think if we could get that kind of scenario, then if she's good enough, she'll do the job. With Irad, you don't have to tell him much. He's ridden her twice, and that's what makes him the rider he is that he knows how to adapt to every scenario. So basically, it's up to him.
Barbados native Safi Joseph with the favorite tonalist shape. And then Crystal Ball Andy for two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, a wire-to-wire winner on the West Coast last month at Santa Anita.
And you know what the instructions are going to be. Go. And we'll see if she's good enough to do it. The track was very kind to speed, to say the least, this day on the dirt course at Santa Anita, and I think that may have helped her performance. But listen, she ran a speed figure that was fast enough to be competitive here. She goes out for a very dangerous trainer in Bob Baffert, whose success all over the country is well known, but he's had a lot of success shipping in New York as well, in particular, as a matter of fact. So I think she's somewhat dangerous, but I'm a little skeptical of her overall, but you have to respect Bob Baffert.
Race number 10, Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, post time around 6:15 Eastern, right here on FS1. Meantime, the undercard continues, and we look ahead to race number 5. Updated odds there. This maiden special weight event, 1 mile on a firm inner turf course, 5-2 currently on Conglomerate. Acacia Courtney standing by in the paddock with this paddock report. Acacia, we need some assistance. These maidens on grass. Somebody, graduation day, one of these are going to take down a first career victory. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Yeah, they certainly are, and I like one quite a bit in here, but we'll start with that first-time starter for Chad Brown and Conglomerate. A big horse for sure. Definitely looks like going a distance will be a benefit for him, and being on the turf as well, going this mile on debut. He is a very solid type. I almost kind of wonder if he's one that will improve after having had a race. Now, they saddled him outside of the saddling stalls, not by the trees, but just kind of keeping him out of an enclosed space. He was kicking a little bit, but I think more than anything, it was just because he's got a few flies. But he just seems like a little bit of a distracted type. So he is one I wanted to kind of take the wait and see with, certainly with the connections. And on his pedigree, he can win on debut. But I was intrigued by a couple others, namely the 6 Oak Hill. Trainer Alstall Jr. here at Saratoga today, and I was talking with him about this horse, and he said they kept him away by the tree to saddle here in the paddock because he was quite studdish in his debut, which they didn't realize until they brought him over. But clearly that's something that they've worked on, because I have not seen that at all from him. Al also said that given the pedigree on the bottom side, he's out of an El Prado mare, and he has have to a couple of horses that were graded stakes place. He thought that having more ground in the way that he ran in his debut, he should appreciate the stretch out today. I like him too. He's my pick. I actually love what I see from him physically here in the paddock, and I think he could eventually go even a bit longer. The 9, the Angry Man, trying the turf for the first time, is by Summerfront, out of a mare who won a couple of times on the grass. And while he's got some good size to him, I can see why they've been sprinting him on the dirt. He's pretty well rounded behind. He's got quite a bit of leg as well. Actually looks like maybe 7 furlongs a mile on the main. Maybe his best spot. I can understand with the pedigree trying the turf. He doesn't necessarily strike me as a turf horse. He's got kind of smaller feet, not that flat kind of pancake type of foot that we usually like to see with turf horses. He's a little bit more tucked up, very athletic. Kind of looks like maybe the dirt might be his game, but he does look very forward today. He's on his toes, and he could be forwardly placed like he has been, or he was last time, having to be wide as well. If he can channel that, break sharply for his turf debut, we'll see how that pans out. Lafitte?
Keisha, thanks so much. The Angry Man, get another look at him in the post parade. Meantime, you still have time to join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after. And join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match.
Horse is not named for me, I swear.
I was going to go right on by it, Andy. You had nothing to do with the influence.
Actually, a friend of mine may be naming a horse after me. Annoying Man.
Annoying. Number 3, Summer Tune, post parade. There he is, Jose Lezcano at 6-1.
Speaking of annoying, he actually has run reasonably well in his races, but this may be a little bit tough for him, but he's okay.
Number 4, Conglomerate. First-time starter here by Lemon Drop Kid for Chad Brown.
The Dam was a multiple winner on the turf. She's thrown 2 foals that did not win on the turf, but these are very dangerous connections, as people know.
And your top selection, Maddie's Marauder, currently 10-1. David Donk seeking a second win this afternoon.
Obviously not the likeliest winner by far here, but I like this horse's debut on a turf course that was closer to yielding than firm, broke a bit slow at a wide trip, and kept on running. I think this horse is okay.
Number 6, 9-5 favorite Oak Hill, second in his debut on grass at Churchill Downs last month.
And has a big pedigree and lost to a heavy favorite that day, but stretching out is a bit of a concern from 5.5 furlongs to the 2-turn mile.
Hall of Famer Javier Castellano aboard. Number 7, Patriot Game, Stuart Janney, Phipps Stable Homebred.
Half to a Kentucky Derby winner in Orb. You almost wonder if running this horse exclusively on turf is not a good sign. Did 0 running at 50-1 in his
Orb,
debut.
the 2013 Derby winner. He began his career here at Saratoga. Did the Derby winner. Joycey has Pizzazz is out. The Angry Man, there he is, 4-1.
This horse has plenty of turf pedigree. A half to 2 solid turf winners. So even though he's run well on the dirt, more pedigree for turf. Last race was good.
Joel Rosario, having won the Hall of Fame earlier with Decorated Invader. Number 10, Red Flag Alert. Manny Franco looking for a second win this afternoon.
George Weaver looking for his first win at Saratoga at a terrific Belmont. This one chased the pace and tired on a yielding turf in his debut.
That's the field for race number 5 of this first Saturday of the Saratoga meet. These are maidens. They've never won. They're running 1 mile on the inner turf course listed as firm. The purse, $72,000. Andy, there's Oak Hill at 8-5 for trainer Al Stahl.
Yeah, and we talked about that. And Al Stahl's a terrific trainer. Obviously trained the Great Blame for Claiborne Farm. And this horse ran well his debut, but I looked his stat up with Al. Maiden stretching out in the turf, not particularly good stats. And overall his stretch out stats in the turf aren't that good. And it's not a knocking out. It's a very hard thing to do. Turf racing is specific. Now, a lot of times they'll start their careers in sprint and move on, but not as much with older horses. It's not a 2-year-old where there weren't as many options for route races.
What'd you make of his debut? Yeah.
I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I thought he ran fine. The winner was a heavy favorite coming from California, and he was second best here. He made his move and kept on running, but whether or not that transfers to going the mile is really the big question for him, and at a short price, I'm willing to gamble that it doesn't.
Are you surprised that the price is as short as it is on Oak Hill, 8-5?
I assumed he'd be favored over the number 4 horse Conglomerate for Chad Brown, with the number 9 as the other horse in here, trying to turf the first time the Angry Man. No, and don't forget, he's the only one of the horses that look fast that have turf experience.
8-5, Oak Hill. Javier Castellano won a stakes race yesterday here at Saratoga, the 4-time Eclipse Award winner. Andy's top selection there, Maddie's Marauder and Eric Cancel.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my top selections are horses that I think are interesting at prices. It's not that I'm going to tell you I think he's the most likely winner of the race, but I think the number 5, Maddie's Marauder, if you watch his first race, he broke a half slow, he dropped off, and then he ran himself right into the race, and even though that course was listed as firm, it was not. And you can see from the fractions in the final time of 124, a firm course at that time, they had a run of 121 and change. It had rained before it, and I think, I'm not saying that hurt him, maybe it helped him, who knows, but he ran well enough that day that with routine improvement, a wide trip in there, why can't this horse move forward? And he's a price. It's not as though looking at the race, I feel like there's any killer on paper in here.
10-1 in Andy's top selection, Maddie's Marauder, as the horses warm up. Acacia's made her way from the paddock. Front side, Acacia, what are you noticing in the warm-up here?
Well, we have a really strong warm-up from the Chad Brown firster. He broke off right from the pony, but wanted to talk about one towards the outside in the number 10 for George Weaver in Red Flag Alert. This one is not very big, but he moves nicely, and he really kind of touted himself once he got on track. He kind of bowed his neck there, you see, and just kind of keeping well collected and responding nicely to Manny Franco in that solo warm-up as well. Second time starting, caught by Go Sapper, and it is curious because he looks like the type who actually should have been able to get over the yielding turf course just fine, and as Manny asking him for a little bit more now, but a lighter frame, he looks pretty quick as well. So I am curious because normally we do see George Weaver ready to roll first time out, so I am curious as to if he's going to take a step forward in his debut. Again, he does look quick on track. The 7 Patriot game, as you guys were mentioning, the half to Orb, he puts blinkers on today, and it's a very full cup. There's a little bit of a hole on the side, a little bit of light to show, and these blinkers are to limit a horse's peripheral vision. Sometimes if you want them to show a little bit more speed or to have a little bit more follow through in the stretch, and this guy just kind of looks like he doesn't really quite know what's going on. So maybe the addition of those blinkers are for focus, as he's kind of just been scanning, looking around, looking at everything, reacting to everything around him. He's a very big, solid horse. I can understand actually them running him on the turf. And while Orb was a very good dirt horse, he's actually in general seemed to me to be a bit more of a sire of turf horses. So I still am leaning towards others in here versus Patriot game, but certainly interesting with those blinkers on, maybe to add a little bit more focus, Lafitte.
Orb's half-brother, a big Patriot game, still figuring it out. Joel Rosario, who rode Orb, was in those silks for Stuart Janney, winning that Kentucky Derby in the mud at Churchill Downs in 2013. Patriot game at 12-1. Speaking of Joel, there he is in the Angry Man.
Yeah, and the Angry Man, I mean, I'm not sure why, after he runs a big race off the layoff and gets a 79 buyer figure, why they're in such a hurry to go to the turf with him. He does have turf pedigree. Maybe it's where they wanted to go with him all along, but he ran well enough last time that I'm not sure they want to exhaust all his dirt possibilities. Having said that, he's got pedigree, and he ran fast last time. So if the turf is the right surface for him, then he could be very tough in this field. If he improves off his last figure on the grass, he's going to be a handful.
He's number 9, Andy. He'll break from post position number 7 with the 2 scratches. That helps.
6.
Number 6, post position, the Angry Man. For Rosario, what kind of trip does he try and work out so as not to lose precious real estate going into the first turn?
Isn't he supposed to be forward? You'd think that Oak Hill stretching out will be forward, and you would think that Angry Man would be forward. So I expect these two to be the first 2 horses early, you would think. I mean, I don't know what Conglomerate's going to do, but most of Chad Brown's firsters aren't speed as turf horses, but we have seen some of them have speed, obviously.
And Acacia was just referencing the aggressive warm-up from Jose Ortiz, pictured there with Conglomerate. Maybe he will show that speed and be a little bit quicker leaving the gate going into the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, Chad Brown won with a car of his first time starter back at Belmont that wired the field. Obviously, Newspaper Record has a lot of speed. So it's not, I think as you adapt in the game, I think Chad is looking maybe to be more aggressive in these races because sometimes you see these slow paces and they get in trouble. I don't know. I have no idea if this horse will be forward or not, but I wouldn't be shocking.
Trainer Chad Brown, already 3 stakes wins in the brand new meet, the Peter Pan opening day, a stakes sweep yesterday, and disappointed. I was looking forward to seeing Althoff in this Coaching Club American Oaks a scratch this morning.
As was Chad. I mean, he was very disappointed. He really, he won last year's Alabama. He won last year's Coach of American Oaks with
for the
Verona,
first time.
And he won the Alabama with the Dunbar Road. And he said to me, I really thought, not just today, but he thought she could be my Alabama filly as well. And he was very disappointed. But like any trainer, the horses come first. And it's not that there's anything wrong with her, but he just didn't think she was right. And he said to me, he said, I thought to myself, what would Bobby Frankel do? And he said he really took the time to take a step back and said, what would Bobby do? And he said, Bobby wouldn't have run her? He said, I'm not going to run her.
Patience. Patience. Yeah. Chad Brown, 100 Grade 1 victories with Guarana, who won that aforementioned Coaching Club American Oaks last summer. Big year with the 3-year-old fillies. We won't have a chance to see Althoff today. We look forward to seeing her before long, later this evening, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks 104th running. First things first, this 5th race. They're on the grass, 1 mile, maiden special weight conditions. Andy going with Maddie's Marauder, 11-1 at post time. There goes the favorite, Oak Hill. We're all set. John Embrial standing by with the call. This is the 5th live from Saratoga.
Waiting for the Angry Man and red flag alert. There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 3, Summer Tune, and he's at the back of the pack. Oak Hill out well and out for the lead. Maddie's Marauder came away racing in second. The Angry Man is next in third. Conglomerate is down on the inside in fourth, and Red Flag Alert in fifth. At the back are Patriot Game and slow starting Summer Tune as they race around that clubhouse turn. Oak Hill, the favorite, leads here by a little more than a length, with Maddie's Marauder giving chase in second, and the quarter was run in 25 seconds over this firm turf. Oak Hill in front here by a head. Maddie's Marauder right there on the outside in second. And then it's almost 2 lengths to first-time starter Conglomerate in third. The Angry Man's on the outside in fourth. Another 2.5 lengths to Red Flag Alert. And then it's Patriot Game and Summer Tune. They approach the far turn. The half was running 49-3, and Oak Hill is the one to catch. It's Oak Hill in front by a length. Maddie's Marauder continues to give chase in second. Conglomerate is down on the inside in third, just 2.5 lengths from the lead. And the Angry Man on the outside in fourth. Red Flag Alert, Patriot Game, and Summer Tune as they move for the top of the stretch. It is Oak Hill with the lead. Cuts the corner in front by 2. Conglomerate looking to come on through. On the outside is the Angry Man. It is Oak Hill trying to hold off the Angry Man and Conglomerate, and Oak Hill has something left here in the stretch. Now in front by 2.5 lengths, and it will be a front-running maiden victory for Oak Hill. The Angry Man was second, Conglomerate finished third, and Summer Tune came on for fourth.
Just too much Oak Hill with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, Acacia Courtney. Her selection in this race, Oak Hill, race 5 at Saratoga, graduates. First career win and his second career start.
Yeah, was able to set, obviously, a very, very tepid pace and a good job by Javier Castellano, much like the stake yesterday, controlling the front end. I know we've listed the course as firm. It's obviously not. It's obviously good at the very best in here because the times are slow and those fractions. But he was able to control in the front end, and congratulations to Al Stahl. Always like to see Al do well because this horse had no trouble stretching out with the aid of the slow pace, but still, he got it done. I don't think Conglomerate was particularly comfortable trying to get out and get between horses, but he wasn't beating Oak Hill today, that's for sure.
Oak Hill, and you can see Javier Castellano going to work. The Angry Man, Joel Rosario, trying to reel him in, but Oak Hill had another gear. Winds up winning comfortably in a 6-9-4-3 unofficial order of finish. Javier Castellano teaming up here with Al Stahl. Stahl, who trains one of, if not the best older horses in the country in Tom's d'Etat. Real good 7-year-old. Oak Hill breaks through. This 3-year-old in his second career start for the Dixiana Farms LLC. Oak Hill 6'9", 4'3".
Nice to see Al Stahl get a win. He's a terrific trainer. He really is a guy who just consistently wins. He comes up here every summer, and he always seems to have some very live horses. And he's done such a fabulous job with the 7-year-old Tom's D'Etat.
The patience he's had to show there.
Yeah, I mean, a win in the Whitney, and I think he becomes the top horse in the country at that point.
Tom's D'Etat. This one just getting better with age. And for Oak Hill, just getting started. The 3-year-old breaks through, takes down this 5th race at Saratoga, where, well, for everyone, these are challenging times. And during this pandemic, though, racing does continue here at Saratoga without fans. But Saratoga Tough has always responded in the face of adversity.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Opening weekend coverage continuing on FS1. Our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Fastest 3-year-old on this afternoon. First career win, that is Oak Hill. 4 trainer Al Stahl. Javier Castellano, the 4-time Eclipse Award winning jockey, in the saddle, posing for pictures. There's Al Stahl on the left.
Yeah, and Al's such a familiar face here, and I was glad to hear that he was able to come here from Kentucky for the meet. And just one of these consistent, reliable trainers. In this case, he was able to get this horse to stretch out and get the job done with the help from a very good ride by Javier Castellano.
And the Angry Man, a good late run, but not enough. Oak Hill holds on the win. Trainer Al Stahl with Acacia Courtney in the winner's circle. Acacia.
He is the feat. Thank you, Oak Hill, an impressive wire-to-wire winner. And Al, you were telling me before the race that in his debut he had been a little bit hard to handle, a little bit skittish. He was very professional today.
Yeah, no, he was a different horse today. He was kind of nickering just a little bit. He wasn't acting too bad, but he just was watching things and not really focused on what he was doing. And, you know, the way he ran 5.5 and closed like he did, it was kind of a no-brainer just to stretch him out to a mile with his pedigree. And we felt very good about him in this spot.
He was pretty impressive the way he kind of found another gear in the stretch, too. What were your takeaways today?
Right, well, excellent job on the front end, slowing down, and he just was kind of pricking his ears and waiting. And every time they came to him, I'm assuming he let out a little notch, and then he set him down a little bit, and he drew away. And he's kind of a nice horse. He's always given us a good feel. We've had him since he was a baby, and we've slowed down on him a time or two, but he's always given us a really good feel to be a nice horse.
Okay, well, that's an exciting 3-year-old you have. Let's talk about a 7-year-old in your barn, Tom's D'Etat, who we're all very big fans of. Can we get an update on him? And do you think we might see him in Saratoga for the Whitney this summer?
Yes, he's here. We flew him out of Louisville. We worked him last weekend at Louisville. We flew him out on Monday. perfect timing, got him out of the severe heat and got him to a place where he really, really likes. And he couldn't have trained any better this morning. So he's still drinking from the fountain of youth. So if we can get him to keep doing that till November, we'll be very happy. But he's here, and he's in very good form.
Well, Al, thanks so much. We're looking forward to seeing Tom, and congratulations on a nice win with Oak Hill.
Thank you.
And Lafitte, that fountain of youth, it certainly does hold true for Tom Staton. How lucky are we as fans to get a chance to see him still on the racetrack as a 7-year-old?
That's the story, Acacia. We marvel at athletes that excel at advanced ages. You know, Tom Brady, Drew Brees in their 40s, right? In horse racing, it's the same. He is a 7-year-old, Tom Staton, in a time and space when many of our stars, they retire because of their value in the breeding shed. You don't see them at 5, 6, 7 years old. Tom Staton has remained in training, improved, and again at 7, considered perhaps the best older horse in the country.
I marvel when I can get out of bed without falling down, actually, at my advanced age. And Al Stahl's done a remarkable job. This was a horse that 3 years ago at Saratoga won an allowance race with a very, very strong speed figure, and Al Stahl was going to take on Gunrunner with him in the Woodward. He suffered a real injury after that race and was laid up, I believe, for over a year. And Al Stahl was able to nurse him back to health and get him back to be even better than he ever was. You don't see a lot of horses that peak as a 7-year-old, especially dirt runners, but it appears that Tom Staton is doing just that with an incredible performance in the Stephen Foster. And he's going to be the one to beat in the Whitney, but he's going to have some serious rivals, including Code of Honor at the very least.
The most prestigious race for older horses at Saratoga, the Whitney, here at the Spa, as the coverage continues on the undercard of the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks Race 6, Andy. Maiden special weight conditions here, horses that have never run, 2-year-olds. Our second 2-year-old maiden special weight event of the meet.
And the first one on the grass. I'm excited. I like the 5 Catman going out for Mike Maker, a Kitten's Joy from a dam that's produced 2 nice turf runners, and none of them had as good a turf sire as the mighty Kitten's Joy.
Catman, Andy's top selection, 6-1. Nautilus, the favorite at 5-2. There are some racetracks around the country we grow accustomed to seeing operate without a lot of fans in attendance. Saratoga is not among them. The fans are a big part of what makes Saratoga Saratoga. We've always known that, but now, unfortunately, we're experiencing just how much firsthand. And this isn't the first time Saratoga has faced adversity.
In 1896, there was no racing at all in Saratoga. That followed several years of controversial ownership by a man named Gottfried Waldbaum, who was the principal owner of the track, and he didn't have a very good reputation. The citizens were very fed up with it, the racing community was very fed up with it, and even though the Jockey Club offered dates to Saratoga in 1896, it turned out that they decided not to race. The ban on gambling for 1911 and 1912, that had been building for a number of years. It was a turn-of-the-century progressive movement at that time, and it was viewed as a vice, as an evil, and a lot of tracks were shut down because of it. I mean, the movement against gambling was serious. And then the third period of no racing here is in World War II, when travel restrictions caused our dates to be transferred to Belmont Park in 1943, 1944, and 1945. We're in tough waters here. You know, racing has suffered from the pandemic. There's no question about it. And here's Saratoga still standing in a very difficult year, but there's going to be racing here.
Andy, this is how many seasons approximately for you at Saratoga?
Oh, 74, so 47.
And you've been here for most of those opening days. What was it like for you walking into Saratoga opening day, where we normally have 30, 35,000 people here, and no fans to experience day one from Saratoga?
It was shocking. It really was. I mean, obviously, there's so many things that make Saratoga special, and one of them is that it's a sort of a place that time is forgotten. It just doesn't really change in so many positive ways. But it's the fans, and everybody comes to Saratoga. The racetracks around the country are not that busy. People play from home the majority of the time. But Saratoga is the one place that they come, and to not have the fans here it's more than disappointing. It makes it a very different experience, but we're in a time of different experiences, and we're all trying to do the best we can. And at this point, safety is the most important factor.
And this will pass, and we absolutely miss the fans, but thankful to have you with us for our coverage here on opening weekend from Saratoga. And the card continues with the Coaching Club American Oaks this evening. Earlier today, How good was Decorated Invader? Another graded stakes victory, taking down the Grade 2 Hall of Fame under strong handling from Joel Rosario. The Hall of Fame recap when we return. Decorated Invader winning the Hall of Fame.
War of Will, Raging Bull at the line. War of Will, maybe. That's a photo for the win.
But it's a classy filly indeed here. Dunbar Road wins gear down the Delaware Handicap by 3.5.
As they come down for the finish. Monomoy Girl wins the rough.
You're watching Saratoga Live coverage on opening weekend from Saratoga Race Course, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. In case you're just joining us, here's some of what you missed. First maiden special weight 2-year-old race of the season. How good was Momo's here, Andy, running away and hiding for trainer Christophe Clement?
It was a lot better than the worst it ran against. I'll tell you that. Christophe Clement has a live runner for the Run Happy hopeful on closing day at the meet. This was quite a way to begin our 2-year-old dirt maiden races this year with at least visually on track, and you want to see how the figures come up. Maybe as good a dirt runners we've seen so far from the 2-year-olds.
That was impressive with Belmont Stakes winning jockey Manny Franco in the saddle. Momo's here responding. A sire, Distorted Humor, who had sired a Derby winner in Funny Side, New York bred back in 2003. Just the start of what will be a big afternoon for that trainer to the left, trainer Christophe Clement. Maybe it's the pink pants working for him. Race number 2. How about winning Factor here after losing his first 13 races? 13 races, he's now gone back-to-back.
And Jose Ortiz is leading rider right now, and I think he's got 6 wins now at the meet. He was very, very impressive in getting it done here. And David Donk has done a fabulous job winning Factor, who took a while to get his act together in the turf, but once switched to David Donk's barn, he's actually been best all 3 times he's run for David. Very unlucky to lose his first start. Of course, that was the only time in the 3 races I bet him. I'm not bitter, though. I'm dealing with it.
Not at all. Not at all. Donk has him going well, winning Factor Jose Ortiz in race number 2. About a half an hour later, the first of 2 graded stakes races on the program. It was the Grade 2 Hall of Fame, mile and an eighth, featuring 3-year-olds and perhaps the best 3-year-old turf male in the country. Decorated Invader delivering as an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, Joel Rosario is working quite hard on him. A stubborn horse up front with Jose Ortiz. Domestic Spending made a run, couldn't get to him, and Decorated Invader was just simply best on this day. No great surprise, and he's going to head to our Saratoga Derby in about a month's time as the heavy favorite. He's been terrific for Christophe.
And I think Domestic Spending moves forward off this race. He put in a big run and then just lost his punch late.
I agree. He lost to a more experienced and very talented horse. I think the question with Domestic Spending is whether or not he gets better with more distance. As a son of Kingman, you wonder if he's a horse that a mile 16th might be his best distance, but time will tell.
Here's what we've seen thus far. And for Christophe Clement, taking down 2 of the first 3 races with Decorated Invader. That was the first Hall of Fame for Christophe Clement. And just moments ago, trainer Al Stahl, Javier Castellano teaming up with Oak Hill in race number 5. 5 races down, 7 to go on the first Saturday of the Saratoga meet. We check in with Greg Wolf. He's trackside with a look ahead to the second half of the program and, of course, that Grade 1 prestigious Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, thank you, Lafitte. We were looking forward to it. One of the elite prizes in this sport, and it has been for over a century for 3-year-old fillies. Coaching Club American Oaks, and major question marks for the morning line favorite in this race. Tonalist Shape. She started out on a tear for her trainer, Safi Joseph. Won her first 5 starts, and then she just completely disappointed as the favorite, the Gulfstream Park Oaks, when no one had really heard of Swiss Skydiver. That was her coming out party. Tonalist Shape, she's rebounded since that time. She'll make an equipment change, though, off a win. We will talk about that and a lot more in this intriguing race. Of course, she has got to deal with a couple of Hall of Fame trainers in this group. Bob Baffert with Crystal Ball and Bill Mott with a couple in the race. He'll send out Antoinette and talented Paris Lights, who has put together back-to-back wins. She'll be in Stakes Company for the first time. That will be the anchor leg of a cross-country Pick 5 this afternoon. It involves 3 racetracks, Monmouth, Woodbine, and Saratoga, all graded stakes. It begins with the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, includes the United Nations, the Royal North at Woodbine, the Haskell, of course. Bob Baffert, an authentic lineup for 3-year-olds in that prestigious race, and of course the Coaching Club American Oaks will close it out. It begins at 4:40 Eastern time, that cross-country Pick 5. Meanwhile, back here at Saratoga, part of the late Pick 5 sequence, set piece, he was sensational in his States debut for Brad Cox. He broke slow out of the gate, and he just inhaled this field on the turf at Churchill Downs. He's got to deal with digital age for Chad Brown, but he looks very impressive. He can back up what he did in that debut. He is going to be tough to handle in today's ninth. Well, if you can't come to Saratoga, and that's the case right now, we know for so many fans that love coming here each and every summer, you bring Saratoga to you, and that is what Mark Struffolino has done in his backyard. Has some friends there, helped him construct what looks like the picnic area at Saratoga. We're going to get a chance to talk to him in a little bit and see how it all came together for him. Lafitte, if you're up for it, I think we should get the whole crew together, make a little road trip about 40 minutes south down to Rotterdam and take a look at that backyard.
We're missing the party. We are absolutely missing the party. And it just goes to show how passionate the racing fans here are at Saratoga, not being able to attend, so you go ahead and you recreate the backyard picnic area at your own house. It's an incredible story. Looking forward to that interview a little bit later on. And also, you want to get involved on Twitter. And what is your favorite Saratoga race? Run Happy Travers, all right, you know that's going to get a lot of run, but some big races there. The Whitney, Diana, Spinaway, all marquee Grade 1 races.
For me, it's not even close. It's the Whitney. And I love some.
More so than the Run Happy Travers. Why?
Because it's been historically one of the most important races in the year in racing. And, before the Breeders' Cup came along, these races were around for a long, long time. And if you look back on history in the Whitney, some of the best races of the year have been the Whitneys over the years.
You want to get involved and go ahead and submit your selection, your favorite Saratoga race. Go ahead and tweet us here on Saratoga Live as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale. She's in the paddock for this paddock report for this upcoming 6th race, 2-year-old maidens. Hello, Maggie.
Hey, Lafitte, a lot going on here in this 2-year-old maiden race. We're going the mile and a 16th on the turf course. And I'll just talk about the outside ones that were intriguing to me, as the inside ones are already kind of making their way down Champions Way. And begin with number 8, Breakthrough. He's had 2 starts already, one of which on the turf. But this is the first time he's going long. And this horse is just screaming out, "I want more ground, please," as he is really big. I mean, he's very sizable for a young 2-year-old, but he's also very laid back. I mean, considering this is his first time at Saratoga, his 3rd racetrack in his young career, he's just taking it all in, hasn't turned a hair, and I like that for my horses trying a new distance for the first time. He was wired last time at Churchill by county final, and I just think this guy is in the right spot, super fit here for Wesley Ward. Moving on to number 9, Girl Dad, a second-time starter. He gave the impression of the way he ran in that 5-furlong sprint at Belmont that he'd probably want more ground. I liked him in that debut, but just thought that he could benefit from a start just to get a little bit more tucked up, a little bit more defined. I love this horse's walk. He has this real fluidity with his stride and his walk, and a nice overreach as well. So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt for that first effort and think that he will appreciate getting more ground based upon the way that he ran and the fact that he's more fit in his second start. Then there's number 10, Pivotal Mission, a son of Noble Mission. Though he doesn't strike well with his first-time starters, other than Code of Honor, who actually won on the dirt. But he is kind of proficient on either surface. This guy's definitely a turf horse as well, though. The Dam was 1 for 4 in a European form in France. He looks all turf. He's incredibly fit, and Grand Motion is so dangerous, I think, with his 2-year-olds. I like this horse. He's been very professional here, Lafitte. I think he could make some noise at first asking.
Maggie's observations in the paddock with the 2-year-olds invaluable, and now you have that information. Maybe you want to turn it around and play this 6th race at Saratoga, but you need the past performances. We have free Equibase past performances available for all the races on our show today. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Post parade. Let's start with Rip It. First-time starter Christophe Clement seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon.
Comes from a dam trained by Bill Mott that was a very good turf runner in turf route. She's bred to run all day.
Number 2, The Right Stuff. For trainer Wesley Ward, first-time starter by See the Stars.
Wesley Ward with 2-year-old first-time starters in turf routes. 0 for 19 over 5 years with only 1.
So he's due.
He's due to what?
8-1, The Right Stuff. Not illicit. 5-2, acting up in the post parade here, going the wrong direction, Jim Marshall.
Have to imagine he'll be forwardly placed. It's really much more of a dirt pedigree, half to Baracho. We'll see if he improves in the turf. I'm skeptical.
He needs to get his act together here. And he has experience. It's not as if he's a first-time starter. He's done this twice before. Rock Sugar, debuting colt for the Hall of Famer, Bill Mott.
I wonder if this horse has shown much to Bill Mott, because the Dam herself is a very good dirt router.
5-1 currently. Make that 18-1 big price. This one, Catman, is 5-1. Andy Serling's top selection.
I agree. There's half the 2 very nice turf winners, and their sires are not necessarily as strong a turf influence. A very good sire, Kitten's Joy. So I like this one.
Catman and Irad Ortiz, number 6. Zippy Baby, 2nd in his first 2 races.
Yeah, I mean, would have to improve a bit. Did run okay on the turf, and those Cairo Princes like the turf.
Number 7, Ocala Dream, long shot for Tom Morley. Ricardo Santana rides.
I'll try the turf after not running well in the dirt, and a half to 1 horse did not run well in the grass.
Aggressive warm-up here from jockey Ricardo Santana. Number 8 is Breakthrough, 2nd at 2, trained by Wesley Ward.
I have to imagine there'll be speed from this horse after the debut, and Maggie had good things to say, even though there isn't a ton of turf pedigree.
Dylan Davis, a couple of wins yesterday afternoon. How about Girl Dad at 7-1 with Manny Franco?
We'll see if this one improves after the first race. Didn't really do much running in a fast-paced race that fell apart, but could improve for George Weaver.
Manny Franco, Belmont Stakes winning jockey aboard. And to the outside, Maggie had some positive things to say about this colt. Pivotal Mission for Grand Motion.
5 and 10 are my main 2 in this race, Lafitte, and my biggest box.
That's the field. Race 6, Saratoga. Maidens on the grass. The first maiden 2-year-old grass event of the meet. And you know they're watching at Mark Struffolino's house. The viewing party where they brought Saratoga, the backyard, into their backyard. Enjoying the coverage, and good luck whoever they're wagering on in this upcoming 6th race at Saratoga. Post time in 5 minutes.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing it now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
By betting 2 premier summer tracks today on Naira Bet's app. Bet at least $100 in Saratoga and at least $100 at Monmouth Haskell Day on their biggest day of the season, and earn a $25 bonus to your Naira Bet's account. The 100-100 promotion available today as well as tomorrow. Visit NairaBets.com for details. 2 minutes to post this 6th race. 2 minutes to post brought to you by 2 Minutes to Post. Handicap your favorite racetracks with the 2 Minutes to Post past performances, product suite, and go pro with the powerful Racetrack Pro software. Use a discount code FOX for 20% off, available at 2 Minutes to Post. With 2 Minutes to Post, we check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And want to take a look at the horse that you're checking out right there. That's number 1, Rip It, a son of Tap It. The dam, as you heard Andy say in the post parade, multiple graded stakes winner, including the New York and the Sheep's Head Bay. Though the full brother, after several tries, is still a maiden. This guy, very much the Tap It. But although he's not gray, he looks like a Tappet and he acts like one. And that, well, they're a little bit on the high-strung side. He came in, he was very studdish. He's still a bit playful out on the racetrack. He's a beautiful horse. I mean, he's incredibly well-balanced, very much of that elegant frame, and he's well-suited given the conditions. I just don't know if his mind's really in the game. But hey, Christophe Clement, obviously, with the first race on display, he can get one ready to fire first time out. Number 2, The Right Stuff. They paid $645,000, the equivalent to U.S. dollars, at the Tats October yearling sale. He sold in book 1. Obviously, by See the Stars, that's a nice pedigree to say the least. There's a lot of substance to this horse, but with that being said, he just looks like a bit of a stuffier one, and that maybe a start will be needed, typically wearing those Wesley Ward blinkers. Number 3, as your current favorite, I don't get at all. There's not much pedigree. He doesn't look like a turf horse. As you guys saw, he was acting up when he came on the racetrack. Since then, he moved forward for Javier Castellano, but it could mean absolutely nothing, but sometimes you don't like to see that with horses who have experience. And then number 5, Catman. Andy's selection, big, good-looking son of Kitten's Joy, has been professional, maybe a start needed for fitness. You know, Mike Maker, sometimes his horses, they just need to develop a little bit, and he looks like one that will run all day long, Lafitte.
Andy hoping he develops like right now. Catman, top selection as you look at number 1, Rip It, drawn inside.
I think some people may look and say, why is Juddmonte Farm, did they not keep this horse, given the pedigree and race in the dam? And I may be wrong about this, but Gainesway Stable, who owns Lawrence Gainesway Farm, they stand Tap It. And I wonder if this is a one of those stallion share agreements where they breed Tap It, who stands for $200,000 to the dam, and they keep one foal, and then Juddmonte gets the next one. So I think if people are wondering that, that's the likeliest reason. I don't know that for a fact, but I would guess it.
And we are delighted to welcome Hillendale Farm as a key sponsor to this year's Saratoga meet. After nearly 20 years at its current location outside of Lexington, Hillendale's entire operation will be moving to the majestic and magical 1,400-acre Yelapa Farm in Paris, Kentucky next month.
And I believe, speaking of Juddmonte, they stand the at Kilmore Hillendale, the fabulous Juddmonte runner
Flintshire,
whose two-year-olds have just started the racetrack.
Two-time sword dancer winner here, Saratoga, Flintshire, maybe?
I think that sounds right. Yeah, I think that sounds right.
He was good. He was really good. Good thing for Google. We'll check it during this race as they are at the gate. And here's where you pay a little bit more attention to the load. Because of the inexperience for several of these two-year-olds, like teenagers going out there in terms of athletes. And then for many of them, the first-time starters, they have never done this before. Yes, they've been trained to do so in the morning. But as Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens has explained, as champion jockey Richard Migliori has explained, it's a different in the afternoon. There's other horses present. The adrenaline, and sometimes that's going to set a horse off a little bit, expend some energy, and they'll start to act up. You hope to see, what you want to see is a nice, calm, and composed, which everybody for the most part seems to be doing here, Andy.
Yeah, I agree. There don't seem to be any issues, and I think a lot of it goes along with why experience can matter so much with a two-year-old, especially, or any first-time starter, but particularly the two-year-olds. Having that experience, going to the gate, having experience of a race, it can be a big advantage, and that's why you'll often see in two-year-old race we talk about the ones with experience can have an advantage.
It was Nautilus, the favorite, who was acting up in the post-parade. Last we saw, he had settled down as they begin to load, wide open. Final thoughts, Andy? You have Catman here, number 5 at 5-1 as we look at Ocala Dream step forward.
Catman and Pivotal Mission for me, and I always love these races. You can learn a lot from these races. They're fun to watch. You can see some future stars. We saw a newspaper of Record Breaker maiden first out in this race.
Look, a horse could win here. Maybe with anticipation, maybe a Pilgrim in the fall, maybe a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. You never know. There's Rock Sugar.
Well, Structor did it last year.
That's right. Eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner for trainer Chad Brown. Part of why we love Saratoga, the two-year-old races, and that's what we were talking about. Rock Sugar, first-time starter, really acting up. As soon as it was time to step forward into the gate, they will try again. Rock Sugar for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott to the outside. Girl Dad at 10-1. Belmont Stakes winning jockey Manny Franco aboard, a win today, 2 wins yesterday afternoon. Girl Dad has done this before, Belmont Park, 6th in her debut. And there, Andy's top selection, Catman, and star jockey Irad Ortiz. Some late money now. Rip It here has just emerged as the favorite. Andy, Rip It at 3-1, number 1.
Yeah, and there hasn't been a lot of movement on the board, and I don't know. I have no idea. The money in these races, it doesn't mean as much as it does. Who knows? It's big pedigree on Rip It, and Christoph is certainly as very capable as anybody and better than most with first-time stars in turf races.
Girl Dad hesitates. The load with the two-year-olds. First two-year-old maiden special weight grass race of the meet, and second overall as a Pivotal Mission moves forward to the outside. John Embrial with the call. It is post-time race 6 live from Saratoga.
And they're off. Hesitant start for number 1, Rip It. It was a good beginning for the Right Stuff and Nautilus. Breakthroughs on the outside, next in 3rd. And then comes Zippy Baby, who's running in 4th. Girl Dad on the outside is next in 5th. Rock Sugar down at the rail and in 6th. And it's Catman in 7th. Zip It is 8th at this point. Pivotal Missions on the outside in 9th. And Ocala Dream trails the field in 10th. As they head for the backstretch, it is the Right Stuff on top here after 1/4 and 24 and 2/5 seconds. The Right Stuff leads the field here. The Right Stuff in front by 3/4 of a length with Nautilus in 2nd and Breakthroughs on the outside in 3rd. And then it's Zippy Baby who's running in 4th, followed by Girl Dad in 5th. Rock Sugar is in 6th. It's 2.5 lengths to Pivotal Mission, followed by Catman, and at the back are Rip It and Ocala Dream. 1/2 mile in 50 seconds. The Right Stuff leads Nautilus. The Right Stuff in front, 1/2 length. Nautilus inching closer now on the outside in second. It's 2 lengths to Breakthrough in third. Then Zippy Baby, who's down at the rail and running in fourth. Another 2 lengths to Girl Dad, along with Rock Sugar, Pivotal Mission on the outside. Ocala Dream has advanced up into eighth. Then Catman and Rip It, and the field is at the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:14.1. The Right Stuff is still there. The Right Stuff trying to hold off a Nautilus. Zippy Baby is down at the rail. Then Rock Sugar and Pivotal Mission as they come for the 16th pole. Here is Nautilus. On the inside, it's Zippy Baby, and on the outside, it's Rock Sugar. They come for the finish. Zippy Baby wins it over Nautilus, Rock Sugar, and Ocala Dream.
Driving finish between two of the very best in the business. Hall of Famers locking up here. John Velasquez, Zippy Baby. Javier Castellano, Nautilus in the 6th at Saratoga. Zippy Baby emerging victorious.
Yeah, and a terrific ride by John Velasquez. Sitting in the pocket, the number 2 drifting off the fence. And Johnny looked to go outside, wanted to try to split horses, did it there. Kind of a little bit hesitant to go through, as so many horses are, but eventually just sort of got there. It felt like Nautilus was going to get it done. It looked for a second like the 4 Rock Sugar, actually, for Bill Mott, was going to upset this field at 23-1, but it was Zippy Baby coming through on the inside and getting it done. And by the way, the final time is not correct. You may find this hard to believe, Lafitte, but I will tell you, that one isn't correct either. They didn't go 2:30. They went somewhere between 3 seconds to the last 16th of a mile and approximately, and it keeps growing, approximately a minute.
Okay.
I'm going to guess it's around 2:46 on a turf course that I would label as good, not firm.
Some rain a couple of days back. Go back to the start here. 6-3-4-7 unofficially.
Not a good break for the number 1, Rip
Rip
It.
It.
I don't know if he did any running thereafter. My 5-horse Catman just seemed to have no ability whatsoever. Didn't motivate at all. I thought that Pivotal Mission tried to make a move and they got spun out onto the dirt course heading for home. I don't know if that one can run, but certainly didn't get the best of trips. And most of the running was done inside here.
The Right Stuff, the expensive colt to see the stars. Colt, every chance there for trainer Wesley Ward, Tyler Gaffleone. Eventually, there goes Nautilus to the outside of him, and one of the very best who's ever done it. John Velasquez, all-time money earner here at Saratoga, a 5-time Saratoga champion jockey. John Velasquez teaming up there with Dermot Magner. The victory, Zippy Baby, a gelding, 2-year-old gelding with a future. Nice performance.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes going forward as we wait for that final time. It's 2:38 and climbing.
We'll have the right time for you.
We'll get it eventually. We
Eventually.
promise. Maybe not us, because we're leaving.
6-3-4-7. Andy Serling and I stepping aside. Greg Wolf coming up next with Tom Amos, Gary Stevens, Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin, the entire cast. And, oh, yeah, the Hall of Famer, Bill Mott, with 2 fillies in the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, Antoinette, and Paris Lights, looking for his first CCA Oaks win since 1997.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
No Parole out for the lead from the inside post. It's No Parole getting away now. No Parole's in front by 4. Then Shoplifted, Mischievous Alex, Echo Town, and Beirut. It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Welcome to Saratoga Live for the opening Saturday of the premier meet in the country. Our coverage on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Today, our feature race. It has been one of the elite races in the country for 3-year-old fillies for over a century. And today, the morning line favorite, some question marks in this race for trainer Safi Joseph with Tonalist Shape. As I bring in my partner, one of the top trainers in the country here, Tom Amos, you had some question marks, some setbacks going into last year's Kentucky Oaks with Serengeti Empress. Wound up scoring a huge upset at 13-1 that afternoon. Safi Joseph didn't pass that first two-turn test with Tonalist Shape. She rebounded, she's won, but she has to win today to prove she's still elite in this division.
Yeah, well, one thing she knows how to do is win. She's 6 or 7 lifetime. There is an equipment change today. We're going blinkers on. That's pretty unusual to win a race and then ask for an equipment change. A lot of jurisdictions won't let you do it, but you have to get special permission. They're letting him do it. I'm sure there's a reason behind this blinkers on move. We'll learn more about that a little later in the show.
Yeah, plenty more to come on that in just a little bit, but it should be a good one. Compact field, but competitive in the Coaching Club American Oaks Grade 1. Still to come, the Empire 6. It is underway, and it was Zippy Baby kicking it off for Dermot Magner and Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons, the son of Cairo Prince, winning on the stretch out.
Yeah, and if you look at the horse in yellow, it's on the lead right now with the blinkers on. That's the right stuff. He's been making the lead and going to the front. He's getting tired. What happens when horses get tired late in a race? They usually drift out, and that is what Johnny Velasquez was counting on to slip through on the rail. He does it on Zippy Baby. It is the right move.
6-3-4 finish, so an 8-1 beginning in the Empire 6 here on this Saturday afternoon. Zippy Baby, owned by Glendale Russo. As mentioned, 2-year-old by Cairo Prince, Dermot Magner, John Velasquez, your winning connection. 7th race, kicks off the late pick 5. Entry-level allowance, 3/4 of a mile. And Yaupon, that debut, showed a lot of fight at Churchill Downs for trainer Steve Asmussen.
It did indeed. He's on the rail here. Yaupon is the #1 horse in this race. 1-for-1 lifetime and looking to go 2-for-2 against a much more experienced group. You're going to bet against whether or not you want the experience of the other horses versus the raw talent of our one horse, Yaupon.
Yeah, 1 start, 1 win. Obviously, he's very talented, but he is giving up, as you mentioned, a lot of experience in tackling older horses in just the 2nd start of his career. Our ABR race of the week, it is a good one. 3-year-old fillies, Coaching Club American Oaks, and a make-or-break race, really, for Tonalist Shape for trainer Safi Joseph. She is the 9-5 morning line favorite. She reeled off victories in each of the first 5 starts of her career, including back-to-back graded stakes. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. You mentioned the equipment change. She will break from the inside today.
And you're looking right there at Tonalist Shape, who breaks from the rail today. 6 for 7 lifetime. A lot has been talked about what she does in her races. Has she really distinguished herself from the rest of the field? She's a workman-like filly that when she gets to the lead, kind of gets a little bit lazy when she thinks the competition's over, so it hasn't looked that impressive. But hey, 6 for 7.
Hall of Famer Bill Monthew will send out a couple of fillies in this group, including Antoinette, who we last saw on the turf.
Well, this is the other veteran of the group. Veteran meaning they've run a lot. Her and Tonalist Shape, the one horse. Antoinette was on the grass last time. An unusual move, in my opinion. She's run well in the dirt. He moved her to the grass. It's almost like he's searching for something there with her.
Big scratch in the race we'll talk more about with Althoff coming out for Chad Brown. So next we go to Velvet Crush, Rudolph Brissett, who was just a winner at Churchill Downs. This will be the first try in Stakes Company.
Yeah, now we're getting to the second half of the field, and we're looking at the up-and-comers, horses that have won allowance races and are stepping into Stakes Company for the first time. Velvet Crush certainly fits the bill. Did win going 2 turns at Churchill Downs.
One of the greatest trainers in the history of this sport. When he ships to New York, he usually does so with strong intention here. Crystal Ball coming off impressive maiden win. It was just the 2nd start of her career. Now she gets graded Stakes Company.
Yeah, she won clear her first try at 2 turns. It was a 4-horse field. No one changed places in that race. It's a bit of a head scratcher as to how difficult that race actually was.
And the other Bill Mott filly in here, Paris Lights, daughter of Curlin. She has won back-to-back starts impressively.
Yes, she's only had 3 starts. Another one that's kind of being an up-and-comer in this kind of race. Won the last 2, both going 2 turns. Mott has a way of having these horses continually improve from race to race to race. I think she's a player here.
Well, let's bring in our resident Hall of Famer. That, of course, is jockey Gary Stevens back on the West Coast. We miss you out here, Gary, but great that we have you on the show. Let's talk a little bit about this Bob Baffert filly. She, too, is lightly raced here in this spot. Second start of her career. She looked very impressive, and we know she cost a lot of money.
Yeah, the light bulb really switched on in that second race. And like Tom said, we don't know what the competition was behind her, but she did it the right way. She was hustled pretty hard away from the gate to get her mind on running from Abel Castellano. And, man, she got into a rhythm on a loose line. And when she turned into the stretch, she just destroyed the field. He gave her a couple of taps, reminders, and went on about her business. And the further she went, the more her stride lengthened. I mean, it lengthened noticeably. And the thing that was interesting to me that caught my eye is Bob, usually if they have a tough race, he's liable to give them 10, 12 days off. He didn't. He had his mind on something, and it was coming to Saratoga for today's race because he fired back in 8 days worth of work. She has worked consistently since then, fired off a big shot 2 weeks ago with the 59 and change, blew out for today's race last Monday, and here she is. So, you know, this is Bob's specialty. He's taken down a lot of good horses here, but she is still a one winner, facing a Grade 1 winner today.
Yeah, she'll be giving up some experience, no doubt, but she's coming from this barn, which is a good place to be. Bob Baffert at Saratoga, last 5 years on the dirt, 14 horses he has sent here, 9 victories, 54% win percentage, pretty incredible.
Who am I to question why he's taking a maiden and running it at a Grade 1? Remarkable.
Well, one of those victories came with this remarkable filly, Abel Tasman, in this race.
Abel Tasman and Elate come past the 16th pole. Abel Tasman, Elate giving her a run for her money as they hit the wire. Abel Tasman has won it.
That was back in the 2017 Coaching Club American Oaks, and Mike Smith, he made an early, bold move on the backstretch, going to the front, and then he gave Jose Ortiz a little lesson in intimidation riding down the stretch.
He did. There was a lot of talk about it after the race. Hey, was it legal? Was it not legal? Look, that is a legal riding tactic to crowd another horse against the rail. That's what you should do in a race of this caliber. You're trying to win. If you can do it and it's legal to do it, intimidate the other horse by keeping that room tight, I give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, you got to feel for Elate because Abel Tasman did it to her again the next year in the personal ensign right here at Saratoga.
That's exactly right.
Good showdown between those two. We'll see if Bob Baffert's crystal ball can take that big step up from a maiden score in a graded stakes company. We welcome in now Jonathan Kinchin to give us a little betting expertise here. Talk to us about your best bet of the day, JK.
Well, my best bet is I'm not going to yell at Tom. I can promise you that. I love Tom. Why would I yell at him? I like Antoinette. And look, this is not so much that I love Antoinette. It's more that I dislike everyone else. Toneless Shape, I don't necessarily trust. I don't think that Velvet Crush is good enough in this spot. Crystal Ball, and also Paris Lights. I think the graphics, we got mixed up there. It is Antoinette in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But look, I just think that she's got an opportunity at a big price to run well in here. She's going to be ignored on the board, and I just don't trust the other ones. If you're playing today, that's great, but I also wanted to let you guys know about a contest that they're going to be having on Naira Bets tomorrow. It's so much fun to play in these. This is where I got my start playing in these contests. It's a $250 entry. 125 of that will go to the prize pool. 125 of it will be your live bankroll. You can bet win, place, show, exactas, tries, and doubles. It's a ton of fun. There's nothing like hitting a bet, but there's nothing like hitting a bet and then seeing your name on a leaderboard.
Just one day this meet, just once, can we see JK and Tom Amos switch outfits? I want to see you, Tom, in a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, so look, the next Jimmy Buffett concert I go to, I'll put on a Hawaiian shirt. How's that sound?
What do you think, JK?
Absolutely, I'm in. I got no problem with that. Tom's usually pretty fresh with his suits, so if I'm going to make that switch over, it's going to have to be in out of Tom's closet.
Well, I've seen JK's wardrobe on Twitter because he just came back from the cleaners. He must have about 15 of those shirts compared to my 0.
He's got one for every day of the meet.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That is the heavy favorite. Light on experience, but showed a ton of talent in that debut. Yaupon for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, a son of Uncle Mo. He's got to deal with the rail and tackling winners and older horses for the first time in his career. That's next.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
I'm okay with the 4. I think Kosciuszko is going to be naughty.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Linda Rice, there she is. What an incredible start she has had to the Saratoga meeting. She has won with 4 of her first 6 starters. It doesn't hurt sometimes to be a little bit lucky as well, because 2 of those wins have come with horses who are main track only runners on races that were taken off the turf, but nevertheless, a tremendous start.
Yeah, take it while you can get it. I mean, luck is something that evens out over time. Right now, luck's going good. Roll with it. And by the way, racing is one of those sports, when things are going well, stay with that trend. Linda Rice is on a good trend. We're looking at Blind Willie McTell going back to the Mike Lee. This is back from May of 2019. So the thing that's interesting about Blind Willie McTell back then was he uses his speed out of the gate to win races. But after this race, they stretched him out to 2 turns. They took that speed away from him, and he hasn't gotten that speed back. I look for them to warm up hard here with the 3-horse Blind Willie McTell and try to use their speed out of the gate in a race where really the only other speed horse in the race is your favorite, the 1-horse Yapin.
Yeah, it was strange. They actually stretched him out, and he still didn't show speed, but bullet drill coming in. Maybe that'll wake him up a little bit. 11 minutes to post here in the 7th. We check in for a Panic Report with Maggie Wolfendale.
Hey, Greg, and we'll check in with the horse you were just discussing, and I think Tom is absolutely on to something in regards to Blind Willie McTell, number 3 in here, in that they need to refine his speed. He was a dangerous horse when he possessed that. Now, what I can say for him going from 3 to 4 now is he has grown out, and I love to see that with my horses. He's just really kind of blossomed. He's burgeoned into that big, bulging, muscle, robust type of animal. Now, he used to get a little bit more hyped up, if you will, prior to his races when he was showing that speed. And now he's pretty quiet in here. So I think it's up to Jose to really get his blood going and get him a little bit more on the bit. I like what I'm seeing, though, from him physically, in that he's moved forward, he looks fit, he looks strong, because he's really going to have his running shoes on, I think, to take down the favorite in number 1, Yapin, for trainer Steve Asmussen. I mean, this horse just is beautiful. I mean, he's not so beautifully put together. He's well balanced. You know, everything is where it should be. He's a bigger horse, but yet he still is a bit more built downhill, indicative of a sprinting type. So when I first looked at him, I said, why aren't we trying longer with him? And then I really looked at him and I said, okay, I get it. And I get where he has that speed. And he's very, very well mannered here, as Steve's horses tend to be. As you do see the horse identifiers, they're looking at him right now. They have a notebook in which they have all the pictures of the horses, whether it's as them as a young horse or they go out in the mornings with horses that aren't running on this NYRA circuit and they take pictures from front angles, side angles, hind angles, and that's how they identify our horses here in New York. So they're just making sure all the whorls, the hairs where it should be, that identify a horse, because this guy doesn't have any white markings, so they really have to look closely at those whorls in his coat. But no complaints whatsoever for your current favorite, Yalpin, Greg.
Well, if you're a Blues fan, Blind Willie McTell, he's your hunch play. Played fingerstyle guitar blues back in the day. Named after that sensational guitarist. 5-2 on the board. We're 8 minutes away from a start of a late pick 5 coming up. And Jonathan Kinchin, his late pick 5 play. He's got a single Yalpan in this race, 6-5 favorite on the board. Jonathan, we know he showed a lot of fight in that race, and the horse who was third behind the top 2 finishers came back to win at Keeneland in his next start.
Yeah, Wolfie, I love singling on the first leg of pick 5s because you got the pick 4 coming back if you miss. But also, I really do like this horse. I think he's the most likely winner. I just didn't really see anyone else in here that's going to challenge. I'm going to spread in the second leg 1, 2, 3, 6, and 9. I like the 9 the most in there. Hammering Ammer to the outside for 10-strike racing. It's a nice little rider change to Javier Castellano. Outside draw there. All I need in the third leg is the 6 and the 7, Set Piece and Digital Age. I think both of them have a great opportunity to jump up here and make some noise and possibly make some noise in their next start, which would likely be a stakes race. I'm going to use the 1, 2, and 6 in the coaching club. I'm going to use Toneless Shape, Antoinette, and Paris Lights. I like Antoinette the most, but I'm going to use those other 2 just in case. And then I thought all you needed in the last was the 2, 4, and 7, American Piper, Midnight Whiskey, and Papa Luke. American Piper, very interesting. They got Irad Ortiz to ride this horse.
Well, it seems like the betting public, Tom, agrees with Jonathan right now with Yalpan. You say this a lot on our show. A lot of times, the most improvement you're going to see with a horse is that first to that second start. You're going to need to see it because Yalpan, he's going to have to get better to beat this group if some of these other horses run their best race.
He is, but his replay is impressive. I mean, he doesn't really break all that sharp, and they decide to use horse early in the race to get good position. That takes something out of a horse, particularly a first-time starter. Still had the energy to fight off a good closing horse in Mountain Air who came back and ran very well. To me, Yalpin is legit in this spot.
Well, you saw that sign-up code. It is SPA. Use it when you get signed up and started with NYRA Bets and earn up to a $200 deposit match at sign-up. Go to NYRABets.com or download that NYRA Bets app to get involved. Even money. Here he is, the 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, he's a good-looking horse in the paddock. I was looking at him. Undefeated in his only start. I look for him to improve from that first or second start and send right out of the gate.
Ray Handel, he won at a huge price yesterday with a first-time starter, and he has had Binkster in sharp form, especially last summer.
You're right, Wolfie. You did win yesterday at a big price, and Dylan was his rider then, too. Outside of Yalpin, I think is an advantage for Binkster.
Blind Willie McTell, no one has started hotter at this meet from a trainer standpoint than Linda Rice, and this horse was very precocious early on.
Precocious, used his speed. Look for him to get back to that form today and be at first wave, if not on the lead out of the gate.
17-1 on Kazkai Yusko and Eric Cancel rides.
This horse got caught in a pretty heavy rainstorm last time. I'm going to draw a line through that. The race prior is good enough.
Meanwhile, Cucina for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. This horse has not been on the dirt since the Grade 3 Sanford here at Saratoga back in his 2-year-old campaign.
Yeah, and all 3 of his starts this year have been on the grass. This could be a positive move going back to the dirt.
The Sakari, he has some races that are good enough to win against this field, and he's 2 for 4 at Saratoga.
Yeah, this horse has won at 17-1 the last time he won, 24-1 on the board now.
And Peruvian Boy to the outside, 23-1. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard.
Yeah, he's been freshened since early April. He's going to need one of his best performances to be competitive here. It's in there. I've seen it in his past performances, but he's got to get back to that.
Over $700,000 in this late pick 5 pool. And Jonathan, and it looks like from the board anyway, many singled to the one. Tom, you are as well.
Yeah, look, Jonathan's ticket and my ticket are a lot alike. I am single to Yalpin here. I'm looking for that improvement from first to second start. In the second leg, I think this is a pretty weak $25,000 claim race. I think you need to spread out here. I went with Hoffenheim as my top pick, the one horse, but I also used Musical Heart. And then on the outside, Hammer and Ammer ran a different style race last time. He used speed. He doesn't usually do that. It was a winning combination for him. That's a good sign. Look, in this turf race coming up next, I really like a couple of horses here. Obviously, the top two choices, Digital Age and Set Piece. Set Piece was very impressive at Churchill Downs, but I'm going to spread it out a little bit more and use the 2 and the 9. And then in our big stake race, I like experience. So Tonalist Shape and Antoinette, who have the most experience in this race, the 1 and 2, I'm going to use them. And Crystal Ball, it's Bob Baffert. How can you not use him in one of these big races? He's so good when it comes to the big moment. Finally, in the last, I'm going to go with the 4 Midnight Whiskey, who's showing speed, and I think we'll do it again, as well as the one that's my top choice, Top of the Mint.
All right, that's how Tom's going to tackle this late pick 5. Not on Tom or JK's ticket, though. The 4-year-old from one of the hottest barns on the grounds, maybe the hottest. That is Linda Rice, who's standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I can feel the heat coming off of her, Greg. Is pleased to be joined by trainer Linda Rice, 4 for 6 over the first 3 days here at Saratoga. And Linda sending out Blind Willie McTell off of the break. Now, Tom Amos was discussing that this horse was very dangerous early on in his career because he possessed speed. And then as he stretched out, it seemed to, wane a bit. Will he be forwardly placed here today, coming back off the bench, going the 6?
Yeah, I discussed that with Jose in the paddock, and in his first race off the layoff, he was a little flat, and as you said, he was running, we stretched him out last year, and he lost a little bit of his early foot, but I think today he'll be much more forwardly placed. I'd like to be in a stalking position, either second or third. The 1 and the 2 both have some speed.
Linda, as I said, getting off to a flying start here at Saratoga 2009, you were the meet's leading trainer, and looking at Belmont, it was a little bit slower. We were coming back off of the pandemic break. Was it something you had in mind to be kind of gearing your horses up for this meet?
Well, it took us, we got off to a slow start there, and we were having a lot of seconds and thirds and getting close and just weren't getting the ribbon, So I assumed that it would probably improve when we got up here. But I've got a lot of horses that are coming into the meet in good shape, so I'm excited about the meet coming.
Well, wishing you continued success and best of luck here with Blind Willie McTell.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, we'll see if she can rein in another win here. Blind Willie McTell facing a formidable foe, though, Greg, in Yalpin.
Yeah, Maggie, thanks. No question. Been extremely formidable to this point. If Linda Rice were to win this race, she'd start this meet off winning it better than 70% through the first few days. That's pretty incredible. Let's bring in Gary Stevens. And Gary, Joel Rosario, he'll be aboard Yalpan here. 4-5 favorite. Was close to some pretty hot fractions in that debut, and it looks like he could be the speed in this race. How do you tackle this race if you're Rosario from that inside post with this second-time starter?
You just hang on. I mean, I loved his first race, and I loved the way that Santana rode him. He didn't really hustle him away from the starting gate. He just let him break, and he got into a stride immediately. And he had a favorable post position that day. He was drawn towards the outside, and he locked in going into the turn. When I say locked in, he got in his stride and, again, wasn't hustled. And now he goes to the inside. So you say, is that going to be a big factor with him? Going to the inside from towards the outside and not a lot of traffic? Well, I don't think it's going to be, for the fact that he does have that speed and he wasn't pushed. And now he's had the chance to have one race experience. I know he's facing older here with a lot of experience, but he got into a bumping match through the stretch, and he was actually inside the last 16th of a mile. He looked like he was doomed, that he was going to get beat. He got bumped and he fought back and showed a lot of tenacity and was actually drawing away. The margin wasn't a long ways, but the way he did it, and I expect him, as all Asmussen horses do, their second time out, they really improved. So I'm looking for even more improvement today, and he's going to have to improve, I think, to beat these horses, but I think it's in him.
So, Gary, you think just break as sharp as you can, and if the lead comes, go ahead and take it and play the cards as they fall?
Yeah, I mean, Joel's not a Rusham type of horse, nor is Ricardo Santana, who rode him in his maiden breaker. So I don't expect him to this horse is just fast. He's going to put him where he needs to be anyway, and there's not a lot of speed outside of him. So I think he's going to be where he needs to be. He went the first quarter in 21-2 the other day. There's not that kind of speed in here. That track at Churchill was very fast that day, but he made it look even faster than it was. The final time, 109 and change, which is huge for a first-time starter. I don't care where it's at or what the track condition was. So look for Joel to just let him float away from there, and he's going to put him where he needs to be. I would not rush him. If you push the button too early, you're going to go too fast too early. It's all about finishing, even in these sprint races.
Now 4-5 right now. We're up and over $1 million in this late pick 5. And Tom, how do you look at that with a young horse? First time, you're all the way drawn outside.
Right.
And you can be comfortable and get into position wherever you want. And now you got everyone outside of you, and you're down on the fence.
Well, he's an educated horse now. He was in a dogfight in that first race. All that stuff was new to him, being in the gate with that many horses. I think he's going to be pretty sharp from the gate, even from the one hole. Look, Gary is the professional and the Hall of Famer, but if I was the trainer talking to the rider, I'd be saying, hey, I think we got to get some position out of the gate of some kind. But Rosario, look, he's the master as well, so I'm not going to dispute whatever he does in this horse, but I think he's going to be pretty sharp from the gate. I think he's going to try and incend immediately, just based on the field setup. I don't see a lot of other speed in here. If there's anything that can challenge him early, it's that horse going to the gate right there, Blind Willie McTell. But other than those two horses, I don't see a lot of early speed. On paper, if that's the way the resumes read, you want to take advantage of it.
Well, with the exception of the long shot Peruvian Boy, the 7-horse to the outside, everyone else but Yalpan, the 1, who's our heavy favorite, is at least a multiple winner, if not several. And Binkster, 5 wins next door. Blind Willie McTell, 3-time winner, a stakes winner for Linda Rice. We'll see if Yalpan can live up to the billing here. Odds-on favorite from that inside post for start number 2 as we kick off the late pick 5 of the first Saturday of the Saratoga meet. John Imbrial with the call.
The line, and they are off. And out for the lead is Yopon from the rail. Yopon in front. Binkster's running in second. Blind Willie McTell is next in third. A gap of 3. Back to Cucina, who's racing in fourth. On the outside is Peruvian Boy next in fifth. Kosciuszko is in sixth, and it's 5 lengths to the Sakari, who trails the field in sixth. Yopon, the odds-on favorite, ran the opening quarter in 22-1. He's challenged here by Binkster, so it's Yopon and Binkster, and they are heads apart for the lead. And the front 2 have 5 lengths on Blind Willie McTell in third, and Cucina's on the outside in fourth. Farther back, Peruvian Boy, Kosciuszko, and the Sakari. They are at the top of the stretch. Yopon on the inside and Binkster on the outside. The half, 44 3/5 seconds as they move down for the furlong marker. Yopon and Binkster still going at it. And then it's Cucina and Blind Willie McTell down at the rail. Yopon is prevailing now and gets away. Yopon drawing away in the stretch to win here by over 4 lengths at the end. And it's a photo for second between Binkster and Blind Willie McTell, and the time was 1 minute 9 1/5 seconds.
That was impressive from Yalpan, and No Parole might have a little competition coming up.
Easy does it. He needs to run a 2 other than next time. But
of course,
talking about No Parole.
Tom Amos is Grade 1 Woody Stevens winner.
Yeah, but let's get back to what was really a really good race by Yalpan, the 1 horse. Look, this horse has been dogged in his first 2 starts. He's handled it well. Binkster showed speed right outside him, laid on top of him. When they turned for home here, it was hard to say who was going to have more horse to the finish here. Big effort from the 2-horse Binkster. This half-mile time was really, really swift. You can look at the rest of the field. These 2 ran the field off their feet. Yalpan, a determined winner here.
And Gary, let's bring in Gary Stevens again. Binkster, that is an experienced horse who 9 times in 20 starts of his career has been first or second. Battled with that horse, and he simply put him away.
Yeah, that's what Tom and I were both talking about. The dogfight that he got in his maiden breaker. You know, it looked like he had everything his own way in his first start, but he really didn't. He gained so much experience from it. But Joel Rosario, he basically just shook the reins at the head of the stretch. He was riding with a lot of confidence. That half mile was lightning fast. he was pulling away from some experienced horses. And I was thinking, you know, going around the turn, I'm like, man, they're flying. He's got an older horse lapped on him. Let's see what he's made of. Well, he's made of a lot of sticks and stones, this boy right here. He's got a heck of a future ahead of him. Love that race.
That was incredibly impressive, and to see him draw away like that as well as he took heat throughout most of this race from Bingster, Tom.
I think the most impressive thing about this race, obviously winning in a fight against an older horse, but when you look at the rest of the field in his wake behind Bingster, the 2-horse, like you mentioned before the race, these horses are experienced, they've won, they're veterans, they know what to do. They had no answer for that opening half mile going that quick. They were like uncle immediately. That's the sign of a good horse.
This was not a horse that was one of those heavy favorites that everybody knew about the debut for Steve Asmussen. He went off 4.5 to 1 in that debut. He's got a talented son of Uncle Mo in his barn. Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario. Heilig Brote Racing Stables team up for the win. 4-5 favorite, kicks off the late pick 5. Coming up next, well, if you can't come to Saratoga, what do? Mark Struffolino, he brought Saratoga to him and his backyard with his friends. We'll hear all about it when we come back on Saratoga Live. Stay tuned.
Gormley with a 2.5 length lead. Gormley wins the front runner. Gormley takes the lead, and Gormley wins the Santa Anita Derby.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juvenile sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching live coverage from the premier meet in the country at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or go to NairaBets.com to get involved. Yao Pan, a very talented 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo. He's now 2 for 2 for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen.
He is indeed, and this is a good-looking son of Uncle Mo. Look, I think Rosario picked up where Lannery left off, who ran him in his debut start, and Yao Pan gained a lot of knowledge in that race. He broke sharper today than he did in his first start. Didn't have to be used as much to get to the lead as, maybe you would have thought. And that half-mile time was impressive. So was the field he left in his wake for a 3-year-old to do that.
Well, if I had a talented 3-year-old sprinter or even 2 of them in my barn, I'd be scared right now.
So what's the date of today? The 18th.
So, yeah, you're going to be running next, what, Alan Jerkins?
Yeah, that's the first.
So that would be a little too quick of a turnaround for Yaupon.
Let's hope.
Late pick 5 follow along. It begins with the odds-on favorite. Nice call. Tom and Jonathan both singled this horse to kick off their tickets. So most still alive, but we got a long way to go and a lot of madness that could still happen along the way in this sequence. Look at that pool. Almost 1.1 million total. Next leg, we're going to stretch out to 1 1/8. It's a $25,000 claiming race, and this is a bit of a surprise here. Flowers for Lisa opens as the favorite here. She was 12. Was 12-1 in the morning line, but a horse who's certainly proven at Saratoga at this distance.
No, indeed, and a horse that has speed in a race that, you know, we're looking at. There's a lot of hosh-posh in this race. Horses coming from different places, horses that are in and out, run a good race. Sometimes they don't. So a lot of inconsistency in a number of these horses. That's what you get when you see a difference between an allowance race like we just watched with Yaupon, and now we're running for a $25,000 claim. Claim means for sale. So any horse in this race, if you're a licensed owner here in New York, you can buy him out of the race for $25,000.
Well, as we told you going to break, we miss everybody. The part that makes Saratoga is having that roar of the crowd, the atmosphere. It's electric here each and every summer. So we want to hear from you about how you are spending your summer. What is your summer place to watch all the action at Saratoga? But for one fan, about 40-minute drive south of Saratoga in Rotterdam, New York, well, he created his own little slice of Saratoga heaven right in his backyard in Rotterdam, New York. What a job. A 14-foot tall Saratoga umbrella complete with a mounted flat screen TV, red and white awning in his own backyard. It weighs, I was told, Mark, as you join us now, between 300 and 400 pounds. How did this entire project and this idea come together?
Hey, Greg and Tom, this has been fantastic. I mean, it basically just came, it was an idea of mine, and all of a sudden it came to fruition when I had a builder of mine help me, Hillcrest Home Improvements. I mean, we had no idea this could ever be done. And I know that Saratoga has their awnings. Everything is built in steel, so we tried to build this thing in wood, and it was incredible. I was just trying to get my guys to be, you know, I'm just trying to authenticate everything. I was trying to get everything authentic as far as the track goes, because we all know the pandemic is here, and we just can't enjoy ourselves at the track.
Well, as you first told your friends about this project, what was their immediate reaction? Did they not want to be friends anymore? Or are they gung-ho, let's do this?
They absolutely thought I was crazy. I mean, they thought I was crazy. It can't be done. We can't prop up, you know, 300 or 400 pounds of wood. But we actually went at it. You know, I had to get a building permit from the town. And I mean, it was a project for probably the past 2 months.
Well, we know you're here at opening day every year. You're usually at the picnic tables each and every weekend. Now you have the picnic table set up in your backyard. This has sort of gone viral on social media. Has word gotten out? Are you getting lines outside your house now?
It's been absolutely incredible. We've had interviews with all the local news, and I mean, Thoroughbred Daily News came by, and it's been incredible. I would never imagine that it would turn into this.
Well, you recreated it to perfection, it looks like. And I know the man sitting next to me helped you out with a pretty good score.
Yeah, Mark, tell me about that.
Mr.
I don't know.
I actually keyed your horse, Serengeti Empress, in that pick 4, that late pick 4 that day, and she ran her eyeballs out, and I was looking at the TV and just going crazy.
That makes 2 of us. So if you invite me over to your place, if you invite me over to your place to share a beer, I will tell you about another guy that bet on Serengeti Empress by the name of Jeff Bezos of Amazon fame, and I'll share that story with you.
Oh, that's fantastic. You guys are more than welcome to come over anytime. I'd love to have you guys here. That would make our meet.
We're talking about it. We want to get a crew to come down there. It'd be fun. So we'll try and crash it at some point, maybe on one of the off days. Let me ask you this question, though. So Saratoga wraps up. You're able to come here next year. We hope even sooner than that. But what are you going to do with this eventually when you can come back to Saratoga?
Well, my wife already has claim to this. She's a big Yankee fan. She wants to paint this blue and white and put a New York Yankees emblem on it. I mean, so she already has claim to this, so I have no choice in the matter.
I guess Micropoli's not invited.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Although I do like Micropoli. I do.
Good guy. For those who don't know, he's been leading owner here on several occasions. Of course, right now, one of the top bids to buy the New York Mets. Mark, enjoy the meet as much as you can there in your backyard. That's sensational what you've created back there, and we hope to get you back out on site as soon as possible.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Tom. I appreciate all the publicity we've gotten, and you guys are fantastic. We watch every day.
Take care, Mark.
Now, we appreciate it. Again, we want to hear from
Thank you,
everybody
guys.
out there, too. Take care, Mark. Your summer place. So hashtag your summer place. Show us, tell us where you're spending your summer watching the racing from Saratoga. And do you think anyone can top that?
No, as a matter
tough.
look, the Smithsonian puts a lot of things in the Smithsonian that historically have significance. Why isn't that place going to be right across the street at the Hall of Fame Museum here we have at Saratoga? It very much should be.
And yeah, I'm told his group of friends, pretty good group of friends to have. They were contractors, electricians, painters. I need friends like that.
Yeah, looks like they enjoy a cold one too. My kind of people.
We're going to definitely have to make the trip to Rotterdam in the weeks to come. Enjoy, everybody out there. Good luck this afternoon. We have the best still to come, including a look at a horse alive for the Triple Crown or the Quadruple Crown. Up next for Tis the Law, the Belmont Stakes winner of the Run Happy Travers. He was working early this morning on the main track here at Saratoga. We'll show it to you next.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Terrific top lines, very good walks.
First of all, their minds were fantastic.
Very impressed with the foal. Really think he's got a big shot to make it.
He was just a real man of a horse, you know. Big, proud horse and powerful walker. They looked like they'd be fast and early as well, you know.
He's really passing along a lot of athleticism, and I love the way they move.
Physically, they're beautiful, big walkers. There wasn't much not to like.
775, all done. 775,000 and like 750,000. Thank you. Upstairs.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Coulter Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Make this Trapper Stakes Day epic. Sign up for a chance to win a cool $1,000. The best part, it's free. Sign up at americasbestracing.net today. It's America's Best Racing's Trapper Stakes Sweepstakes, presented by Naira Bets.
Great to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Broke track records right here at Saratoga and the King's Bishop, and of course at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup Sprint as well. Now stands at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Every 2-year-old race this summer at Saratoga that has a Run Happy in it just became a lot more interesting with a $100,000 bonus on the line. We're going to see our first Run Happy in a 2-year-old race at Saratoga. Coming up tomorrow, Peachy Queen for Danny Gargan, Run Happy filly. We'll break from post number 6 with Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, a field of all first-time starters, as I recall, looking at tomorrow's card. And, you know, you put your ear to the ground when you're on the backside when it comes to these young horses, listening for what might be said by a trainer. And I'm hearing some good things about this filly.
And this is the reason why it's even more exciting, these 2-year-old races, when you have a Run Happy in these 2-year-old maiden special weights. Win with a run happy at Saratoga all summer long in a maiden special. There's a $100,000 bonus on the line. Did that tempt you to take an extra hard look at these run happies?
Well, yeah, of course it did. And we have a run happy. Chris Ewing owns a run happy filly named Happy Go Bucky, named after his youngest daughter. And the good news is, if the $100,000 bonus is hit tomorrow, it still stays alive for as many run happies that win at this meet. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Could get pretty costly for Mattress Mac.
My kind of guy.
Of course, he had the first run happy winner. That was Liberty Run, who was ultra impressive first time out. Well, our Belmont Stakes winner hit the racetrack earlier this morning, and it seems like it continues to be all systems go for Tiz the Law, as his next target is the run happy Travers on August the 8th.
Yeah, this was a work that is very similar to his other works before the Belmont Stakes. You know, where you're watching there, ears forward, kind of waiting for a command. Now, this is a different exercise rider on him than the works that I watched before the Belmont. So there'll give you a couple of different things that occurred during this work. I'm going to point them out to you. But first of all, as we go around the turn here, she is carrying a whip, a stick, in her back pocket. I don't know why she decides to pull it out here because, look, Tiz the Law knows what that stick means. If she wants more, she's not going to need it. There she goes. Just pulled it out. She's going to put it in her right hand. Maybe it was just slipping out of her back pocket. I don't know. But down the lane, Tiz the Law is going to glance over at us a little bit. He's not going to keep his head perfectly straight. But the difference is they typically work this horse. There it is right there. You can see him kind of looking at us more than keeping that level, straight look. Not unusual for him to do that. Typically, he works a couple of paths off the rail. He is directly on the rail in this work, and that's different than the works I've seen. I'm not going to criticize that, although I'm sure there'll be some talk back about him doing that. Really good-looking stride. He's a good racehorse.
Well, Gary Stevens, he's the king of the division, no question right now. What stood out to you seeing this work?
Well, to me, I sort of saw that through the stretch, but what I saw is poetry in motion on this gallop out. I mean, did not look like a 59-3 work. 59-3, that's an exceptionally good work anywhere. Anything below a minute going 5/8, especially the way that he did it. He was completely relaxed. You're gonna look at that. That's how sweet that is. When the rider reaches up and gives him a little pat between the ears, and his ears are still fluttering right now. He galloped out the 6 furlongs, 3/4 of a mile, in 1:12.3. And he continued on. I mean, that was a strong workout, but an easy workout for him. I think we have not seen the best of Tiz the Law yet, and to me, that's a scary thing. And Barkley Tagg, he's handled these type of horses before. He doesn't say a whole lot about him, but this horse makes him smile, and it's kind of hard to get a smile out of Barkley Tagg. But when I watched this work this morning, it put a smile on my face. I loved what I saw.
He has been sensational every step of his career. 3 weeks away from seeing him back in action in the Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, his Belmont Stakes, when you watch a horse break from the gate and they never look like anything other than the winner of the race, no matter where they're placed in the race, that's an impressive victory.
Taking a look at the odds for the 8th here at Saratoga. $25,000 claiming race, 1 1/8. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Boy, I can't wait to see Tiz the Law, the New York bred, here at Saratoga, the place in which he broke his maiden August 8th, 2019. Do it all over again. The same date here in 2020 in the Grade 1 Travers. As we'll take a look at some of the horses here in the field for race number 8. Hoffenheim, second off of a layoff, gets apprentice rider Louis Cardenas up in the irons for Jeremiah Engelhardt as he drops down to the 25 level. Now, it's been a while, and he's actually never run around 2 turns for Jeremiah. And if you look back, granted, it was 2 years ago. It was not in New York, but his 2-turn races were actually his better races. And he is a big horse. So sometimes these bigger horses, they need that kind of longer run to unravel that stride a bit. And he is one that carries his weight well. So while I thought he looked pretty fit for him coming back off the bench on June 19th, he's probably that much more tucked up and fit. And I think he's interesting getting out to the 2-turn 9 furlongs. Moving on to number 6, Musical Heart, who will take the jump back to the main track, catching up with his trainer Dave Donk, who already has a win on today's card. He said, you know, he wanted to try the turf, just because it's a more forgiving surface. But he just noted that he doesn't really have that turn of foot that you need to have in turf racing. He's just more of a grinding type. So he really thinks that the 2-turn mile and an eighth here will suit him. And I have to say that looking at him physically, I would totally agree. And two, he's just a really kind of relaxed character. He's just hanging out. And that's the kind of horse you want for this type of configuration. And he's big, he's rangy. He looks fantastic as well here for Dave, whose horses do tend to look as so. But I think he's very interesting. As number 9 is Hammer and Armor for Brittany Russell as he ships up here from the Mid-Atlantic. Now, the argument could be made that Hammer and Armor is best when he can secure the early lead like he did last time. I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, he's drawn way on the outside. He has Flowers for Lisa towards his inside as well. But he can be competitive even if he doesn't get it. He looks sensational here, and the argument could be made that he is heading into this race in the right kind of way. So we'll see. Brittany, she's done excellent work out in Maryland. With the horses that she shipped up here to New York, she hasn't quite seen that same level of success. Hopefully she can break through here with Hammer and Armor. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Late pick 4 begins here. We want to remind our viewers watching in Dubai, thank you for being with us. We need to say goodbye to you at the top of the hour. If you would like to keep watching the rest of our program, you can head to the YouTube page at New York Racing Association to catch all the rest of the action on the Saturday afternoon, including the Coaching Club American Oaks. Jonathan Kinchin, we're taking a look here at Creative Style. That race last time out, that was a huge effort. Of course, that was a 1-turn mile and a 16th at Belmont.
Yeah, and the horse got a nice setup that day. It's a little bit tricky. I don't know what to make of this horse. I feel like you have to use him, but got a nice setup. Sat right off the pace and produced that run and just kept running down the middle of the track. And if you look at his last 2 wins, they've come where he's been in this wide kind of stalking, sweeping position. And I worry that this inside draw might keep this horse down inside. And if you look at some of the past races, he doesn't necessarily run that well from the inside.
And I believe...
Sounds like we
have a late scratch.
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't matter if he likes the inside or outside.
I'll wait to confirm this, but I believe Creative Style is going to be coming out of the race. Let's wait to confirm. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, just as they were about to get the rider up here on Creative Style, he went up, and honestly, my back was turned, but I heard him hit the ground. So you must err on the side of caution. And when he got up, he just kind of stood there for a second. So the vet ran over here, and he's going to be a late scratch here. So his Creative Style will not participate. So, guys, you will have a big gap between the 2 and the 4 as far as his post-parade is concerned, as they are attacking him now. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you for that. Great to see that the horse appears to be okay. And just err on the side of caution here, absolutely.
Yeah, and look, that's an automatic rule. I mean, he looks fine. I was looking at him when I heard he was scratched. He's moving just fine, but it's automatic. If you fall, you're out.
Well, that takes out one of the main contenders in this race. But, Jonathan, as this board reflects, this is one of the most wide-open races we have on this card today.
Absolutely. There was, I think, the 3rd race earlier today. It felt kind of similar to this, where I just had no clue. I'm not typically one that hits the all button, but I can make a case for almost every horse in here. So if you like one at a price, these are the types of races that you can definitely reach in and have some confidence looking for something with some higher odds.
All right, our post-parade coming up. And when we get to it, we're going to see Hoffenheim first. And there is Hoffenheim, 7-year-old son of Midnight Loot. He's yet to try a mile and an eighth in his career.
Yeah, so in a wide-open race, Jonathan, this is my top pick. I watched his last replay. He was erratic down the lane. I think we get a really good rider change and the weight off. We have an apprentice rider on Hoffenheim, the 1. That means he doesn't have to carry as much weight on his back. 7 pounds less than the rest of the field.
He's drawn inside. Interesting, too, because the best race of his career, he was on the lead. Kumar, Rudy Rodriguez, and Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, this horse I feel like has had an excuse in all of his last 3 races. On the turf the last 2, and then kind of had a weird trip in the race back at Aqueduct. Could run better today.
Again, late scratch of the 3, and that was a big one. Creative Style. Singapore Trader, we'll see in a moment. There's Musical Heart. Wow, 5-2 is favored right now. We'll see the rest of these here in a moment as they make their way down Champions Way onto the racetrack here in a moment. But David Donk, Jose Ortiz, of course, they teamed up for a win earlier on the card on the turf. Here's Singapore Trader, Horacio De Paz, and Ricardo Santana Jr.
I know Wolfie likes this one. This was a half to one of his favorite horses, Voodoo Song. The only problem is they're running on the dirt today.
Oh, I love my Voodoo, one of my all-time favorites. Here's Holiday Bonus, David Canizzo and Joel Rosario aboard.
Yeah, this one's a real contradiction. Hadn't been close in 4 starts this year, but gets one of the top riders in the country.
Musical Heart, 5-2 favorite right now. Your meet's leading rider. What a hot start for Jose Ortiz.
It's a little too short of a price for me. This horse's last 2 wins or good performances have come on tracks with some moisture in them. There's no moisture in this track.
Shalaco, double-digit odds, 11-1 with Tiz the Law's rider, Manny Franco.
Yeah, 3rd at this level in his last start, which was back in March. Had a little freshening, coming back now.
Well, we know Flowers for Lisa loves the mile and an eighth and loves it here at Saratoga. Has won here at Saratoga at that distance in the past.
Yeah, Flowers for Lisa is interesting. Off of Jorge Navarro, Dominic Scatino couldn't win. Diodoro has great numbers off the claim, but this is a heavy lift.
And here's Hammer and Amr to the outside. Got to go pretty slow up front last start, went gate to wire for a win at Laurel.
Yeah, pretty interesting horse because that's not his style to go to the front like that. And it paid off handsomely in his last start. So let's see what they do from that outside post. I think they'll try to show a little speed.
You can earn a $25 bonus today betting 2 premier summer tracks. Today on the Naira Bets app, bet at least $100 on Saratoga and at least $100 at Monmouth on their Haskell Day card. And earn a $25 bonus to your Naira Bets account. The 100-100 promotion. It's available today as well as Sunday. Go to NairaBets.com for details. So, Jonathan, again, we're looking here at Hammer and Amr. What do you make of that last start? Just a function of taking advantage of a slow pace and no one else wanting to go to the front that day?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's definitely speed is your weapon. And the guy sitting next to you, Tom Amos, knows that very well with one of the best fillies that he has in his barn in Serengeti Empress. He knows that that's her best way of going is towards the front end. And it seems like they might have figured that out about Hammer and Amr. So, and if you look back 2 races back at Laurel, this horse kind of missed the break a little bit and came running, closing into a slow pace, going the mile and an eighth. So that makes me feel comfortable that distance shouldn't be an issue. And if they can use the same tactics from that outside draw and put him into the race, he makes a lot more sense to me than the 6 at 9-2.
And Tom, what about next door? I mean, you have Flowers for Lisa, who's a multiple winner at this distance, and obviously you look at the last couple of starts, has not been anywhere near his best or even really competitive in those groups, but he has to go to the front, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, I think the 8 is going to show speed in here. Flowers for Lisa, as you say, Greg. Hammer and Amr, I think, has to try to show speed because that's his best weapon, as Jonathan said. Hey, maybe even Musical Heart, the 6, is one that's going to show some speed in this race. You go 2 back for him in a race that came off the grass. He went to the front and won very, very easily that day.
Well, let's bring in Gary Stevens. And Gary, I don't know if you can remember all the way back because you've won so many races since that time, but your first big win at a major meet, the young man on Hoffenheim, Luis Cardenas, he actually, for one race, was the leading rider here at Saratoga after the opener of the meet.
Yeah, and look, I went ahead and played me a late pick 4 here just because I have so much time on my hands and it's a great card today. But this kid, Luis Cardenas, he showed me, I've been watching him, keeping my eye on him. For a 7-pound apprentice, I put this horse in. He's actually my first pick, my top pick, Hoffenheim. He's got some back class to him. He drew the inside, and he's getting a huge weight break here. Gets in with 116 pounds. For the people that don't know, there's a 10-pound apprentice. They win so many races, then they go to a 7-pound apprentice, meaning they get 7 pounds off of what the horses would normally carry. Then they go to 5 pounds. Well, this kid is still a 7-pound apprentice. So his horse is getting in, Hoffenheim, at 116 pounds, flyweight. And I'm not a big weight guy until you start going a mile and an eighth, and especially at Saratoga. It's a 2-turn race. He's drawn down inside. And if you've got an apprentice that's getting a weight break that can really ride, we've seen it years and years past, the kids that have won Eclipse Awards and have talent, and to go on and become who they've been, i.e. the Ortiz brothers, so on and so forth. It's a huge advantage when you're getting that weight break. So he's going to be my pick in here, guys.
Well, that obviously was, Gary, a huge moment for him when he won the first race of this meet. If you can remember back, what was the biggest thing that you felt you needed to learn when you were starting out as a rider to really get to that next level?
I think just more or less patience. And he said something really interesting in his interview after that first race on opening day, that he had butterflies. And when he came out of the gate, the butterflies went away. That is the best thing. I love that. I mean, I'm great friends. Everybody knows about the friendship I have with Mike Smith. We talk about these things. People say, do you get nervous? And so on and so forth. But I mean, we wouldn't be a human being if we didn't get some kind of nerves or whatever. And when you climb on that horse's back, it becomes very quiet, very surreal, and very relaxed. And, you know, pretty much like he was saying when the gate opened, all those nerves went away, and you're able to think and slow things down. And for a kid that, you know, has just rode for a couple months here now, and, you know, he's getting more and more mounts. He's getting a great opportunity up in Saratoga. But when he can slow everything down, start breathing, and very much like any athlete, but especially a racehorse, does the same thing, it makes you that much better. When the mind is working, you're operating at full capacity.
Well, meanwhile, taking a look at the 4, and that is one of the bright young stars for any rider in the country. Ricardo Santana Jr., Maggie Wolfendale, he's still looking for his first winner of this meet. We know there's many to come from him.
Yeah, that's hard to believe. Ricardo's so talented, and I was really impressed with Luis Cardenas in the interview. He came across so well. It was so good to see him get that win here. But I'm going to talk about, well, the horse that David Cohen is riding. That's number 8, Flowers for Lisa. I'm wondering now as a 7-year-old if this guy's just lost a step. I respect Robertino Diodoro so much, and he is dropping in class precipitously here. We'll see if he can secure that early lead. There are some other lead types. But what I've noticed in the warm-ups is while he's still moving beautifully, he has to be encouraged now. David actually had to give him a kick on the side and just kind of shake the reins at him, whereas before he would be in the bridle and marching down the racetrack. I just wonder if he really wants to do it anymore, but we'll find out as this is a much easier spot than what he's been in before, Greg.
Tom, there's nothing to wake up your form like tackling easier company. We've seen him run some bad ones as well in the past, drop down and run big efforts again, and he's taking a big drop here, as Maggie said.
Yeah, but there's a lot in this field that are doing the same thing. They're very inconsistent sorts. I'm very curious to see what the 9 does from the outside post with the 8.
John Imbrial, here's the start of the late pick 4 from Saratoga.
And they're off. Hoffenheim from the inside. Kumar is right there. In between horses is Singapore Trader now moving up. And from the outside, it's Flowers for Lisa as they race into the clubhouse turn. Kumar and Flowers for Lisa. Flowers for Lisa goes on with it. Kumar is racing in second, then the gray Singapore Trader next in third. Hammer and Ammer is on the outside, and Hoffenheim is down at the rail. Then it's a break of almost 3 lengths to Holiday Bonus, followed on the outside by Musical Heart. And at the back of the pack is Shalako. The quarter went in 23 and 3. Flowers for Lisa leads here, length and a half. Kumar runs in second, and Singapore Trader is next in third. Hoffenheim is down at the rail. Hammer and Ammer on the outside. And now making some ground at the rail is Holiday Bonus. Farther back, it's Musical Heart. And Shalako continues to trail. The half was run in 47 and 3/5 seconds. It is Flowers for Lisa who has built a 3-length lead. Kumar is dropping back. Singapore Trader has moved into second. Hammer and Ammer is now up into third. And now Musical Heart has gained ground and is up to fourth and just 3 lengths from the lead. Flowers for Lisa still there. Here's Singapore Trader now right alongside. Singapore Trader, Flowers for Lisa just behind. It's Hammer and Ammer. On the outside, it's Musical Heart. And then Shalako. 3/4 went in 12 and 1. The field is in the stretch. And it is Singapore Trader who has come away with the lead. Hammer and Ammer is there. On the outside is a Musical Heart and Shalako as they come down for the 16th pole. Singapore Trader in between horses, Musical Heart. On the outside, Shalako. The 3 of them race to the finish, and it's a photo finish between Shalako and Musical Heart. Singapore Trader was right there. 3 of them on the line after a mile and a furlong.
Photo finish to kick off the late pick 4. Shalako under Manny Franco, or Musical Heart. If it's Musical Heart, that's a double for David Donk and Jose Ortiz today.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the outside has the advantage here. That is very tight, but boy, it sure looks like the 7 to me. And if you want to get an idea about pace, Look how dirty the top two finishes are, how much dirt they've taken in the race on that horse's blinkers. You can't even recognize the silks barely, and that's telling you that pace was very, very quick, and it was for Flowers for Lisa, but it backed up, and these two horses finished very, very strongly towards the wire. Good race by the 4-horse, in my opinion, Singapore Trader, who fought on gamely in third.
And Gary, it does look like Shalako, this 7-year-old, was just relentless down the stretch. All right, we'll try and get to Gary in just a moment. It is a photo finish, but it does look like the 7-year-old son of Malibu Moon got the best of it right at the wire at 12-1.
Yeah, watch the horse second from the outside of the break. Now on the rail, the 8-horse in the bright pink. They've done a lot to try to make the lead with Flowers for Lisa, and there was just no resistance down the stretch. As you can see her start to fade out of your picture there with the pink blinkers on. And then the race belongs to the closers here, our 6 and 7 horse. And again, it sure looked to me like Shalako was our winner.
Looks like 7-6-4. Camera's showing Shalako. They're usually right. And if they are, it's Rudy Rodriguez, and there's Rudy. And Manny Franco team up, and there it is unofficially posted, 12-1 upset here with Shalako. Let's go back to the start.
Yeah, let's look at what Flowers for Lisa had to do to make the lead in this spot. She's second. He's second from the outside with the blinkers here, and you're going to see David Cohen do a lot of riding here. When they come away from us there, you'll see him actually hit him with the stick on the shoulder. I want you to clear. He's demanding that from his horse. I think it was a good point that Maggie brought up about the horse's behavior before the race, because he does indeed make the lead. He makes it fairly easily, and oftentimes that makes a horse's heart big, and it has in the past with a horse like Flowers for Lisa, but he showed no resistance when they turned for home.
Well, and Junior Alvarado and Kumar made sure that he did not get away, put a little heat on him in the end. Those two wilted. Jonathan, Shalako, widest of all here, just up for the win. That's 2 today for Manny Franco.
Absolutely, yeah. When Rudy gets them running, man, they show up. And I wasn't crazy about this horse, but, man, he came running down the middle of the track. And that's what's interesting about Saratoga, these 1 and 1/8 races. You're getting these horses doing things for the first time. I also think it's important to note, if you did have the 3 creative style in your pick 5, when that happens, a late scratch like that, you get the post-time favorite. So in that race, you were actually rooting for Hoffenheim, but it doesn't matter now that Shalako won.
Yeah, Hoffenheim, the 1 actually went off as your favorite, but it is Shalako at 12-1. He's been equally adept on turf and dirt in his career. He gets the win here on the main track for $25,000 claiming. Still to come, our main event, the Coaching Club American Oaks. Multiple graded stakes winner, Tonal Shape. It is a make-or-break race for her to stay in the picture in the 3-year-old filly division. Going to tackle a Bob Baffert shipper heading east in Crystal Ball. That's still to come.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscon. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
No Parole out for the lead from the inside post. It's No Parole getting away now. No Parole's in front by 4. Then Shoplifted, Mischievous Alex, Echo Town, and Meru. It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Coaching Club American Oaks Day as race number 8 in the books as it went to Chalaco. Rudy Rodriguez and Manny Franco teaming up with this one off the bench at 12-1, and please be joined by winning trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy, I must say, the one somewhat nice thing about not a lot of people being here is we get to hear all the connections rooting for their horses. And I have to say, I think you won the Root Fest as you were rooting Chalaco home pretty hard.
In the April, I thought we got a chance. And I think I said yes. So, but yes, you know, I like to root for my horses and I get very excited. So this is what we live for.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about. I mean, I'm here rooting for my husband's horses, screaming at the top of my lungs like a silly person. But Rudy, Chalaco coming off the bench, was it a good thing for him to kind of get that freshening? He was a horse that had been running hard throughout 2019.
I only put him in the farm for a couple months, but, you know, he's been running he's a very, very solid horse. And, you know, all the credit, give it to my brother because he's the one who's galloping the horse all the time. So, but it's a difficult horse to train, but you know, we tried to enter him in the grass in Belmont for 25, and the race never went. We almost thinking to send him to Mammon, and this race come up, so, you know, he's got to thank God that everything went right.
Right, exactly. And to come off a layoff at 1 1/8 is not an easy thing to do. But I want to ask you about tomorrow. You have a 2-year-old. They're the future in the New York bred race on the turf. Eagle Orb. Can you give us any kind of tidbits with Irad Ortiz aboard?
You know, look like he's ready, but we got some issue with the paper, so I don't know if we're going to be able to run him.
Oh, no.
So.
Oh, Rudy, I'm sorry. Okay.
You know, nobody's working in the office and this and that, so I don't know. It's what it is.
Hey, at least you got a winner today, so congratulations with Chalaco.
Maybe next time we'll be able to run that horse.
Let's hope so. I'm going to look for him, Rudy. It's always fun to catch up with Rudy Rodriguez, a guy who obviously loves his horses and works super hard, and it shows in how hard he rooted Chalaco home, Greg.
Yeah, lost his voice there. Tom, are you a screamer, Tom, when your horses are running?
I used to be so animated that people would stand back and watch me and then make fun of me after a race. So now I try to fold my hands and I try to go to a place that's kind of my quiet spot.
That's
and I try
why
to
you
show
go to
as little emotion as possible. Doesn't always work. You know, look, when Serengeti Empress won the Kentucky Oaks, well, that was one of my more animated moments for sure.
But you were credited with a tackle of your wife.
That I was indeed. Yeah. With an assist
Solo tackle.
With an assist from the guy behind me, my wife and daughter.
That was a great moment. It must be hard not to get. I mean, you're so involved. These are like your kids. You're with them every single day, and it's got to be hard not to root them home. Chalaco, $27.80 for the win. So we talk about it all the time in this late pick 5. All it takes is one price for it to come back a sensational return. We have that price if you happen to still be alive, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, and look, with $1 million, almost $1.1 million in the pool, that's pretty tasty.
It's going to be good. We'll see what happens next 3 legs. Up next on the inner turf, it's 1 1/16, an allowance optional claiming race, and set piece was sensational in his States debut. We're going to show you that performance at Churchill back on June the 12th, but no surprise here. It's digital age. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Irad Ortiz Jr. opens up as the favorite. When we come back, 2 Hall of Famers, 2 of the greatest fillies to ever compete. We'll tell you what the Great Ruffian and Devona Dale have in common when we come back here on Saratoga Live.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Coulter filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can.
Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Introduced in 1917, the coaching club American Oaks has grown into one of the most important races for 3-year-old fillies. Many on the honors list have gone on to achieve champion or even Hall of Fame status. In 1975, the Immortal Ruffian equaled the stakes record for a 1.5 miles in her CCA Oaks victory.
As they come to the final 16th, it's Ruffian in front by 2. Equal change is second, it's Ruffian in front.
4 years later, Hall of Famer Devona Dale finished off her historic year, completing the New York Triple Tiara with her CCA Oaks win. More recently, dual champion filly Songbird made her Saratoga debut a memorable one, dominating the 2016 renewal. Mike Smith made it back-to-back wins when crossing the wire first with the mighty Abel Tasman. And in 2018, Monomoy Girl took home the CCA Oaks en route to her Breeders' Cup Distaff triumph to seal divisional honors. Are we set to unearth another champion? The odds seem likely. Now, the list of winners of this coaching club American Oaks, it's like a who's who of the greatest fillies and mares of all time. In addition to Ruffian Devona Dale, you have the likes of Shuvie, Chris Effort, Sky Beauty, Ashado, the Hall of Famer, Princess of Silmar, more recently, of course, Songbird, champion Monomoy Girl back in 2018. And it was in this race, this early in the year, that she pretty much wrapped up a championship.
No, she did indeed. And you talk about it being a who's who, you think about those great fillies and how many of them made it to the Hall of Fame winning this specific race. A lot on the line here for this Grade 1.
And we've talked about the morning line favorite in this race. That is Tonalist Shape off of victory. Going to be making an equipment change. He's the 9-5 morning line favorite. She got back into the winner's circle last time out, but against an easier field, this will be a tougher test today as we check in with Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin.
Lafitte, you've dressed down a lot since I last saw you. Feel like something's going on here.
I thought you were going to say something.
Included.
Thought you were going to say something nice because you missed me. This is our first time on the show together this summer.
I have missed you. I haven't seen you since you walked by me on the street in Saratoga about 4 days ago. Race number 9, excuse me. Race number 8 is actually, I could pick that winner now. Actually, I'm not even sure I could pick that winner after the race. It feels, and I think you and I agree, like somewhat of a 2-horse race between the 6 Set Piece and the 7 Digital Age. And we'll start with Set Piece, the number 6. This was a very visually impressive win first time out after breaking slowly. First time in the country, Jonathan.
Absolutely. Like, not only did this horse break slowly, but was trying to close into a slow pace and did it wide and did it impressively. I thought Set Piece was magnificent. This type of horse I would single if Digital Age wasn't in here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like both of these horses are potentially graded stakes quality. I mean, Digital Age has already shown himself to be graded stakes quality with a win at graded stakes and placings as well. This was good. And the horse he beat, Battle Rocks, and he came back and got beat a dirty nose in his next start. He's a past graded stakes winner. He improved his Beyer speed figure 3 points to start. There's really nothing not to like about Set Piece. He's just very dangerous. The question is whether or not Digital Age for Chad Brown is going to benefit from his return race, and I think he will. He got a great ride by Irad Ortiz that day, Digital Age. He sort of followed Breaking the Rules, and he kind of played Breaking the Rules game because Breaking the Rules has more speed than he does in that race. I think Digital Age has been extremely unlucky during his career, but he's finally got to put up or shut up, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. No, he's gotten really unlucky, and I guess he's lucky here that his main rival in set piece kind of has his same style.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? So they should, as long as they get some pace in front of them, there should be a showdown between those two when they get into the stretch.
You would think. And I mean, Red Right Hand has speed, Ramsey Solution has some speed, as does the 4 Noble Indy. Now, I'm sure there won't be a wicked pace. We haven't ever seen one of those in New York, but we could. I thought if you were trying to get somebody else in there, I'm not trying to beat these horses. Did you think Midnight Tea Time off a wide trip maybe was kind of another horse? He seems to prefer to finish second and third.
Absolutely. That horse Ivar wired that day at Churchill Downs, and anytime a horse goes wire to wire, then you want to look to see who is trying to close into him, and I think Midnight Tea Time definitely fits. Now, if there is pace, Midnight Tea Time is going to have to hold off those other two. That's really the only issue.
Right. And then the other argument, we're talking about the 8 Midnight Tea Time at this point, is he could be more forward than the other horses, so maybe that gives him slightly better position. In the unbelievably unlikely event that none of the 3 speeds go and they crawl around the racetrack.
I've seen crazier, but I'd be absolutely shocked if one of them does not try to get aggressive and steal this race.
Yeah, and I'll be very surprised if the winner, and I think you agree, doesn't come from the 6 and 7, not to be chalking weasels, but these are 2 unusually good horses in here. Is Maggie waiting for us in the paddock? Other horses, Monarch's Glen, didn't love that horse who finished behind Digital Age last time out. A quick, well, Maggie's ready now, as if on cue. Maggie Wolfendale is ready in the paddock. Maggie, what's going on?
Hey, Andy. Well, yeah, I'm always rushed when I'm about to get on the pony, as I'm halvesies here, half dress, half riding breeches and boots on. But anyway, let's take a look at those main 2 horses here, and we'll begin with number 6. That is Set Piece. Boy, was he visually impressive last time out at Churchill Downs. And, they have similar running styles. They kind of look the same in the paddock as well. They're not the biggest, most imposing horses, as I will focus in here on Set Pieces, and he's the one I haven't seen prior. Very laid back, carries his conditioning well. He looks okay in his coat overall, laid back horse. The one that I have seen, though, is number 7. That is Digital Age. I'll be honest, he hasn't changed much. I didn't see him in that June 20th race. I didn't do that race. He hasn't changed much, though, from 3 to 4. Maybe he doesn't have to, because that first race back was an indicator that maybe he actually has moved forward. I don't necessarily see it here physically, but he looks really fit. Honestly, I'm having trouble distinguishing between the 2 to pick one here. But I maybe just based upon last races, though, I would take Set Piece as Greg. Get it back to you so I can finish getting changed.
Maggie does it all. She's the busiest of any of us on any given race day. Take a look at what Chad Brown has done just early on in this meet. We know there's a lot more of this to come, but already 3 stakes victories, including a horse who could be headed to the Run Happy Travers to tackle Tis the Law and Country Grammar.
Yeah, no doubt. Country Grammar, is an up-and-comer that's moved forward in the Peter Pan, in my opinion, and probably got a lot out of that race. And oftentimes, this time of year, when 3-year-olds are developing to being full-grown horses, which usually occurs by the end of their 3-year-old season, that kind of thing happens.
And you took a shot against Indian Pride with a very talented 4-year-old filly in that shine again. What impressed you most about Indian Pride?
Well, that she's lightly raced. She's very lightly raced, and she came out running, and she showed to be the best yesterday. So I'm sure it was a step forward for her, and that's what you get with horses that have only run 4 times. And in that 5th start, I think she said to the nation, hey, I'm one of the top middle distance horses there is.
Now, you got a talented one, too, in Risky Mandate. We're going to see her again at this meet?
We are indeed. We're not done yet.
All right, look forward to it. Approaching the 10-minute mark to post for this 9th here at Saratoga. I want to remind everyone to get signed up, started with Naira Bets, and play with us all summer long. Here's a look at Chad Brown, talking strategy with Irad Ortiz Jr. and the current favorite, Digital Age. Use the promo code SPA at sign up to play along with Naira Bets, and you can get up to a $200 deposit match on that first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. So what do you think Chad Brown was telling Irad Ortiz Jr. right there?
Well, if you watched Digital Age's last race, Irad had to wait for some room before he finally got a chance to go. It was the difference between winning and not winning in a race that really wasn't very much pace in there. So that put Digital Age at a disadvantage anyhow. So I'm sure he's saying, let's get a clean trip today.
There's the 3-2 favorite. Digital Age. Meanwhile, Set Piece, the morning line favorite. This State's debut from a horse that had been running over in France and the UK was just absolutely sensational. Did not get out of the gate well, and it did not matter. Just inhaled that field and won with ease against a good group, including the runner-up in that race, Grade 3 winner and a multiple Grade 1 place runner, Balor Rocks.
Yeah, and the horse that made the lead in that race was my horse, Mick Star, who's up here. You'll see him on the grass later in the meet. But Mick was able to set that pace, do it the way he wanted, and it takes really good horses to overcome pace scenarios where it favors the leaders, and certainly Set Piece did that.
So that was at Churchill Downs. What would you say the difference is to that turf course, and now you're going on this inner turf course at a mile and a 16th here at Saratoga? Does it set up as well for this horse?
Well, the turns are going to be tighter, obviously, because the inner turf course here obviously is a little sharper banked, and the circumference of it is smaller than what Churchill Downs would be. But in the case of Set Piece, a horse that kind of takes their time to get going, I don't think it's going to make much difference.
Well, we know how good Joel Rosario is at timing his move.
Absolutely. He's shown it to us in the first 3 days of this meet.
Well, there's plenty of speed, too. It would appear to set
Right
it up
there.
for both Set Piece. Yeah, and Digital Age, the two. Some of that speed, Ramsey Solution.
No doubt about it. Ramsey Solution might be a horse that tries to control it on the front end. I know there's other speed in here, but I think Tyler Gaffalione recognizes with Ramsey Solution that his best races are on the lead, and that's going to be go for him out of that two-hole, the number 2 horse.
Yeah, guys, we have this post break coming up in a moment, but you have speed on the rail as well. And then even Noble Indy, we know, has been very quick in the past.
Well, one rider will go and the other 2 will take back. That's usually what happens around here. We'll see.
Well, we'll start with Red Right Hand, who on occasion has gone gate to wire and been very impressive when he's gotten the lead.
Yeah, beaten 3 lengths at this level at his first start back in 6 months. I think we'll see some improvement here.
Trained by Tom Morley, John Velasquez rides the 2 Ramsey Solution. We know this horse wants to go.
Was gifted the race last time on the front end. It wasn't a bad field, but he's in much tougher today and possibly more speed.
2 for 3 on the turf. He went from an outside post position last out. Here's Noble Indy, more speed.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that Jose Ortiz would be aggressive with this one. He's really only been successful when he's forward.
The brilliant State's debut from Set Piece. Can he back it up here and start number 2 in the U.S. for Brad Cox?
Competition gets a bit deeper for him with Digital Age in here, but he was good in his debut in this country.
Well, Digital Age, he won the first 3 starts of his career, including back-to-back states for Chad Brown.
Yeah, look, hurt by the slow pace in his last and having to wait for room. This is the one to beat.
Midnight tea time, 10-1, 0 for 6 at Saratoga, but has run well here. He's been in the money in 5 of 6.
And not exactly a winning type, but one who could pick up pieces for more likely third here, as he's 13 for 23, second or third.
And on the outside, Monarch's Glen for Danny Gargan. Jose Lizcano aboard.
Comes out of the same race as Digital Age, also hurt by the slow pace, was wider than Digital Age, and I think is a sneaky long shot, despite what Andy said earlier about this horse.
What did I say earlier?
You didn't like this horse.
No, I've got him 4th. I think he's got a chance to be. I think the race is all outside, Tom.
Well, we talked about plenty of speed in this race coming up. Standing by with a trainer on one of the speedsters. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
Thanks, Greg. And yeah, I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Todd Pletcher, who does have Noble Indy coming out of the tiller last time. Todd, this horse does look to, of course, have that natural speed. What are you expecting from him today, as he wasn't able to sustain the speed last time?
Well, we feel like he's a horse that really does his best running when he's on the lead. So we told Jose, let's commit to making the lead, and hopefully he can slow things down from there. But it seems like he's bravest when he's on the lead.
Do you think today that he might get a little bit comfortable on the front end? What are you thinking about how the race might play out for him?
Well, I'm hoping that, when Jose shows intentions of making the lead, that they let him have it, and then obviously if he can slow it down a little bit. But, we're committed to that running style, and then it's going to kind of be up to what everyone else does, how much pressure they're going to put on him.
Well, we saw 2-year-old racing kick off in Saratoga today. Tomorrow you have Lucifer's Lair, 2-year-old filly for the Elkstone group. Can you give us a little insight on that filly coming up tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, she's a quality road filly that I think ultimately will appreciate a little more distance, but she's been training well, and we've had her for quite a while. She came into Palm Beach Downs. I think she's got a very good foundation underneath her. Should be fit and hopefully, ready to go. But I do think she'll appreciate a little more distance down the road.
Looking forward to seeing her then. Todd, thanks so much, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Noble Indy certainly has that speed, but we have seen him unveil some really exciting 2-year-olds. Tomorrow in race 7, we'll be looking out for Lucifer Flair, but Greg, maybe down the road a little bit more ground.
Whenever you talk Saratoga and you talk Todd Pletcher, you expect to see a lot of talented 2-year-olds unveiled. We brought up Mike Rapoli a little bit earlier on in the show. Of course, he has one of those bids in along with Jennifer Lopez and A-Rod to try and get the New York Mets, so he's got a lot on his plate here this summer. Noble Indy, this horse, what do you think about him and his ability to get the lead today? He's coming out of a 1 3/8 race. Could that dull his speed a little bit?
Well, I'm sure that's got to be a concern of the stable. When you go in these marathon races, and a 1 3/8 is certainly a marathon race, it's all about stamina. So even if you do make the lead in that race, you're trying to slow that horse down and setting fractions that won't come close to making the lead in this race. So that was back in June. We're talking about almost 2 months now, and maybe what's been going on in the barn, and certainly Pletcher knows how to do this, is to get this horse back in the running style of running shorter races and using that speed. Look no further than the interview they just had with Todd. I mean, Todd told you what they're going to do with this horse. So even though he's coming off those longer races, I look for them to be aggressive out of the gate, and I'm sure he's been trained in a fashion that's going to bring him back to his style even at the shorter distance.
So let's bring in Gary Stevens. And Gary, the pace in this race, after we just heard from Todd Pletcher with Noble Indy, which we expected they want to go to the front, it's going to be fascinating because certainly Red Right Hand from the rail, and no question Ramsey Solution, the 2 with Tyler Gaffleone, seems like he wants to go as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen to Todd Pletcher. I like Ramsey's Solution here. Listen, I don't think he can beat the 2 big horses we're talking about, but I think he can have an input, Ramsey's Solution. And I think Tyler Gaffleone is going to let his intentions be known to John Velasquez leaving the gate that, hey, I want the lead. My horse is quicker than yours. You guys talked about the horse that, what did Andy say? You want to get involved, Andy? You can get involved. But I think that if the 2 gets loose, he can take them a long ways. And I think that he's just going to be quicker than Noble Indy because of the fact, he said the horse is coming out of a 1 3/8 race. So it'll be interesting to see what this pace does. But the 2 big horses, Set Piece and Digital Age, are going to get the pace scenario that they need up front, I believe.
So 5-1 on Ramsey Solution. And yeah, it would appear certainly with the 2, Tyler Gaffleone absolutely is going to send here.
No, in my opinion, he certainly will. I mean, I think that's his best race. And I think, look, any trainer or rider that's looking over the resume of these horses, is handicapping the race on paper and looking at what they've done, I think he's got to feel like he's got a little advantage over Noble Indy in terms of showing that speed out of the gate with Noble Indy coming out of those marathon races.
We told you she's the busiest person on this show, from the paddock to now horseback. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, reunited with my noble steed here, Mr. Yeager, as want to talk about warm-ups and how it relates to the 3 horses that have that early speed. Well, Red Right Hand and the 2 horse in here, Ramsey Solution, stayed with the pony. Noble Indy was the one with Jose Ortiz aboard who went away and got an aggressive warm-up. So we'll see. I think Tyler stayed with Ramsey Solution because he's a little bit of an edgy horse. He's kind of squirming all over the place, so I don't think it would have been a good idea for him to go away from the pony. And I want to touch on Red Right Hand. Obviously, I know a bit more about this horse being my husband's, but last time out with Junior Alvarado aboard, as they were going around the first turn, he got a bit rank with him, and his saddle went straight up over his withers. So the saddle was basically up past his withers on his neck. So when they turned for home, he wasn't really sure if he could get down and ride, so that's why you saw Red Right Hand kind of drop back. And then he kind of re-rallied a bit. I don't think he's as good as the top 2 here, but he did have a little bit of excuse in his last start. Now, my pick in here is Set Piece just based upon that last win, but the warm-up award definitely goes to Network Effect, or Digital Age, sorry. So many of those horses for Klarovich and Chad, but Digital Age just warmed up so nicely, rounded up, and really moved well over the track as we check in with Jonathan and Andy.
I think pace has to be discussed here, even though I don't think either one of us are particularly enamored with any of the pace players, because there's a certain amount of randomness, Jonathan. One person's decisive, the others aren't. And I do agree that Tyler Gaffleone should go with Ramsey Solution, but couldn't you say the same for John Velasquez inside of him and Jose Ortiz outside of him?
No, I mean, absolutely. I think that if you want to try to win this race against those 2 horses, the 6 and the 7 with Set Piece and Digital Age, who are better than you, you have to wire this field. You're not gonna like, try to crawl on the front end and then not, outkick them when they turn for home.
Right. I mean, if Ramsey Solution goes and the other guys grab, they might as well just sort of turn around when they get to the backstretch and go back to the barn because they're going to get absolutely nothing. And, it's not. I'd rather set a quicker pace and have my chance to win than rate behind a slower pace and basically have no chance.
I do worry that Ramsey Solution is going to try to get this pocket trip, going to pop away from there, and when Noble Indy goes, he's going to take back, and Noble Indy is going to end up out there by himself.
Yeah, those appear to be the two quickest in here. The two Ramsey Solution. We saw the intention. Maggie told us with Jose Ortiz on the 4 Noble Indy. We've seen the rail horse Red Right Hand win from a stalking position.
Yeah, but let's get back to the 2-horse Ramsey Solution. Look at the trainer, Wesley Ward. Used to be a rider. His horses make a living on the front end for the most part. I have to believe the instructions are, hey, Tyler, when the gate opens, go.
Yeah, and he did it in his last start from all the way outside, post 11, and still cleared and got out to the front and just kept on going all the way on the front end. That was at Churchill Downs. Can he go back-to-back here against a much tougher group? We know no matter what happens, whoever gets the lead, the 6 Set Piece, the 7 Digital Age, they will be kicking in gear late in this race. The favorite remains the 7 Digital Age for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. Here's the 9th from Saratoga, John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Noble Indy is going out for the lead. Digital Age came away well. Down on the inside, it's Red Right Hand and Ramsey Solution under the line with Noble Indy in front over Red Right Hand. Ramsey Solution is running in 3rd, and Digital Age is next in 4th. And then it is Midnight Tea Time, who's racing in 5th. Oh, tough to handle there at the back is Set Piece. Set Piece is the trailer in this field of 7 as they go around the clubhouse turn and head for the backstretch. The quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. It's Noble Indy who has the lead here. Red Right Hand runs in 2nd. It's a break of 2.5 lengths to a Ramsey Solution next in 3rd. On the outside is Monarch's Glen next in 4th, followed by Digital Age. And then we come further back in the pack to Midnight Tea Time, and Set Piece is the trailer. 1/2 mile in 49 seconds. Noble Indy leads here by a length. Red Right Hand is in 2nd. And on the outside is a Monarch's Glen. At the rail is Ramsey Solution. Then a break of 2 to Digital Age, who begins to pick it up here from 5th. Digital Age still a little more than 4 lengths from the lead, but is gaining ground on the extreme outside. Farther back is Midnight Tea Time, and Set Piece is at the back. 3/4 went in 1:13, and the field is in the stretch. And on the extreme outside, here comes Digital Age up to challenge. In between horses there is a Monarch's Glen, but it is Digital Age with a narrow lead. Monarch's Glen battles on, then Midnight Tea Time, and Digital Age will get the victory here. Digital Age, length and a quarter at the end. Monarch's Glen was 2nd, and then it was a Red Right Hand finishing 3rd.
Well, Digital Age for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Irad Ortiz Jr. with the win in here, and for Set Piece early on had some trouble in this race.
Yeah, it happened around the turn. I'm not sure what happened, but all of a sudden dropped back dramatically. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But for the top 2 finishers, they both come out of the same race at Belmont. They didn't have a lot of pace when they ran last time. They got plenty of pace here from Noble Indy. We're able to show their finish on the end. We talked about intent. As far as Ramsey Solution is concerned, they had no intent of wanting to make the lead with that horse. Jonathan said he thought he'd sit in the pocket. That's exactly where they put him.
Pocket.
Well, Gary, let's bring you in here. And we had 3 we thought could all go to the front. In the end, it was Noble Indy.
Yeah, it was Noble Indy, and they slowed it down. And, Jose Lascano, he made a bold move down the backside, and a good move on Monarch's Glen to pick up the pace a little bit. I mean, they weren't going that fast for these type of horses, but it was never, they were never going to beat Digital Age. And if anything, it helped Digital Age when Jose made that move on Monarch's Glen midway down the backside, because at least it kept that race moving along. And Irad got Digital Age out going into the turn and never looked like a loser.
So 7-5 favorite Digital Age with the victory. Let's go to Maggie. All right, some technical difficulties there. We'll try and get back to Maggie catching up with Irad Ortiz Jr. in just a moment. Let's go back to Set Piece in this race, who had that brilliant States debut, but early on, 6-horse under Joel Rosario has to drop back.
Oh, wow.
Up on
So,
heels, maybe?
No, I think he jumped something looking at that. I mean, obviously, I'm only getting one look at it. And, I mean, he immediately loses focus and goes from a position that's still a striking position to, you know, some 3 lengths behind the last place horse. But I think he jumped something looking at that.
Now, that would pretty much do it for Set Piece in this race. Then it became, how far could Noble Indy go? And you knew that Digital Age was going to be making his run, and he wins here at 7-5. So another victory for Chad Brown as he tries to collect his 3rd straight Saratoga training title.
Yeah, this is a nice horse, this Digital Age, the Clarovich Stables Digital Age for Chad Brown. And look, when horses get the right setup, their true talent can show if they're horses that like to finish on the end. I thought that last closing 8th of a mile, both from Digital Age as well as Monarch's Glen, who ran 2nd, was really, really quick based on what this turf course is right now.
Can always count on the runners from this Chad Brown barn making their presence felt down the stretch with a late run, and Digital Age does it here to win as the 7-5 favorite. Up next, our main event, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, one of the most prestigious races in the country for 3-year-old fillies, and that is Tonalist Shape, the morning line favorite. She's won 6 of 7 in her career. Looking to add a Grade 1 to the resume next.
Good time, about 900 and about 900,000. Thank you.
He struck me as a classic distance type horse. The way he moved, his efficiency of his stride.
It was a freakish victory, and it was one of the reasons that made Cupid a horse to really keep an eye on.
To come off a long break like Cupid did, it's almost impossible, and just goes to show you the quality of horse he is.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through, gotta get in there to win it. Now the world's been waiting on you.
Back on Saratoga Live with opening weekend coverage from the premier race meet in the entire country. It's brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or go to nairabets.com to get involved. Digital Age for the reigning four-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown, trying to win his third straight Saratoga training title and off to a tremendous start. $4.90 for the win. Irad Ortiz Jr. in the irons for Klarovich Stables as we go to Acacia Courtney.
And pleased to be joined by that winning rider. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get him on the track, but we got him now, Irad, as Digital Age gets up today. Tell me about your trip this afternoon. You definitely had plenty of pace to run at this afternoon.
Well, he come back from a layup last time, mile and 8, and the pace was a little slow today. He appreciated the pace was a little more faster, and he relaxed very well. When I asked him, he was there for me.
I know you're going to get to go quickly because you're riding in the coaching club next in tonalist shape. Inside post, blinkers on today. I know you've ridden this filly before. What's your intention with her coming out of the gate?
Well, we don't expect anything, like we don't have a real plan. We want to see how she break with the blinkers on. If she put me right there, I take the lead. If no, I just sit and wait, ride her like a good filly. She's a really nice filly, so ride her with confidence.
You rode her last time down in Florida. Do you have any concerns about the mile and an eighth distance for her today?
I rode in 2 turns, mile 16, but I mean, we always ask about how far she can go, and we can see today. Hopefully she can do it. I think she can do it, so hopefully we get it done.
All right, we'll certainly find out soon. Thanks so much. Good luck in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks next. And guys, just wanted to wrap up as well. I did speak to Joel Rosario on set piece. He said that his horse was kind of in tight and he just took himself out of there. He didn't want to be in tight. He didn't think that he had jumped anything, but that was the response from Joel Rosario on set piece.
Yeah, I think we all expect to see a lot better from set piece moving forward. Irad Ortiz Jr., you just heard from. He's 2 for 2 on tonalist shape. And she asked the question, can this horse handle 2 turns in a mile and an eighth? Safi Joseph, her trainer, says on pedigree, it tells you 100% she is about stamina. But again, as you know as a trainer, you never truly know until they show you.
And this track, Saratoga, as deep as it is, going that mile and eighth, it really does come into play whether they could do it or not going. We talk about pedigree, and pedigree is something that inherently the horses can either have that stamina from their female and their male side of their pedigree, or they don't. And when they don't have it, it shows up in the afternoons.
It's our ABR Race of the Week, one of the most prestigious races on the planet for 3-year-old fillies. Big Scratch Althoff, who was incredibly impressive in her debut for Chad Brown. That was her dirt debut in start number 2, so we hope to see her down the line. Right now, it's tonalist shape. Coming off that victory, she rebounded off the first loss of her career to get back in the winner's circle. 7-5 on the board. Here's her trainer, Safi Joseph.
I mean, pedigree-wise, it says she's supposed to handle the distance. I mean, she won last time going a mile and 16th. This time's a mile and an eighth, so it's a little extra 16th further, but she seems like the horse that should be able to handle it. And it is something different, so it's always in the back of your mind, but we feel that very comfortable that she will handle the distance. In a perfect world, we'd like to maybe have 1 or 2 going at it up front, and we could get into the clearance and sit in third. And I think if we could get that kind of scenario, then if she's good enough, she'll do the job. With Irad, you don't have to tell him much. He's ridden her twice, and that's what makes him the rider he is that he knows how to adapt to every scenario. So basically, it's up to him.
Well, let's bring in Hall of Famer, knows how to ride these big races as good as anyone who's ever done it. Gary Stevens, what is Irad Ortiz Jr.'s job here? Down from the inside on a horse who's been on the lead before and is now adding blinkers.
I'll tell you, he seemed a little bit indecisive during that interview just now with Acacia. Not that he doesn't have confidence, but I don't think he really knows what he's going to do. And it sounded the same with Safi. He said he knew where he'd like to see her, but when he drew the 1 hole, it kind of ties his hands. And they put blinkers on her. You don't know how she's going to react to that during race time conditions. It may make her sharper. So does he let her break and perhaps do too much early. Tom talked about this deeper racetrack. That's in the back of Ortiz's mind too. He's got to save something for the finish, but if she gets strong early, but I can tell you one thing, Castellano is going to take no prisoners from his post position. He's going to let that filly run, Crystal Ball run into the first turn. It's a short run into the first turn, so he's going to use that speed to his advantage. He's going to hustle her away from there. All of these fillies have similar racing styles, so if I'm Irad Ortiz, I didn't sleep real well last night thinking about this, but he's the pro he is, and he'll work out a trip. And he said it all right. She's a very classy filly, and you got to go out there and just ride with confidence. And if she's good enough to get the 1.8 miles, he knows how good she is. If she can get the 1.8 miles, he's going to work out a trip with her. But it's not going to be an easy trip. I can tell you that right now, guys.
Well, we got a filly, Gary, going from turf to dirt. We have a Bob Baffert filly coming off a maiden win, and then we have a Bill Mott filly who's trying stakes competition for the first time. If it was up to you and you had choice, what filly would you want to ride in the race?
I'd want to ride Crystal Ball. I mean, we've seen Bob do this time and time again, ship horses in from California. He obviously had a plan bringing her here. It wasn't just something that he thought up overnight. He's been thinking about this, I would say, for about 6 weeks, well before she broke that maiden. If she broke her maiden the way she did and she trained forwardly back there, I like that. I think she's the speed of the race. I think he gets loose, and I think that Javier can control the race, slow him down, give her a breather going into that turn, and have enough left to sustain it through the stretch.
There she is, Crystal Ball for Hall of Famer Bob Baffert. Baffert's 9 wins on dirt at Saratoga the last 5 years. 8 have come in graded stakes. 7 have come in Grade 1 competition. Incredible. Can Crystal Ball bring him number 8? We'll be back with the Coaching Club American Oaks next.
Is a Breeders' Cup and Covfefe together to post a goal. Structer and Jose Ortiz and Cambia Park.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on. Go to americasbestracing.net/strong to get in on the action today.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Coulter filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Watching live opening weekend coverage of the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our main event is coming up. It's one of the most prestigious prizes for 3-year-old fillies in this sport. The Coaching Club American Oaks. Tonal is shaped the 8-5 favorite. She is 6 for 7 in her career as we check in with Jonathan Kinchin and Andy Serling.
Thanks, Greg. Well, you and I are both trying to beat the favorite in the rail tonal is shape. And we'll start with the 2 Bill Mott horses. I took the number 6 horse Paris Lights. You know, I got a situation where I like the scratch horse Altaf, so I'm on my second choice. I just feel like she's an improving horse. She's very logical. She can be forwardly placed. I just think she makes a lot of sense. Nothing clever there, Jonathan.
Yeah, I like her draw as well. My only real issue where I couldn't get over the hump, to pick her is that I just feel like she's had 2 soft trips in a row. She's kind of had everything her own way, but you know what? She's drawn to the outside, and she's probably going to get the exact same trip here.
I don't disagree with that. I think you and I are very much on the same page in this race in a lot of ways. I'm not in love with her. I just felt like she ran well in these races. Nothing special, but you're right. She had good trips, but her tactical speed allows her to get good trips. Now, you like the other Mott horse, Antoinette, a horse who Bill Mott's sort of trying to figure out where she wants to run best, but she's run well enough in her dirt race that she can win.
No, absolutely. And I thought her race last time was fine. She just, was chasing a slow pace and couldn't get by Sweet Melania on the turf. But, the choice of Antoinette was more just that I just wasn't crazy about anyone else. One of those kind of reverse picks where I didn't like Toneless Shape, I don't trust Velvet Crush, I don't like Crystal Ball, and I think Paris Light's got great trips.
I agree. I used 2, 5, 6 in my now dead pick 4, and sort of felt the same way. I don't want the 1. The 4 looks overmatched. Now, Crystal Ball, the thing about Crystal Ball is, she's going to be in front in this race. Bob Everett doesn't have great numbers going from maiden wins into grade stake races, surprisingly, but she won on a track that seemed to be very, very kind to speed last time out, and I just feel like a better horse than the horse outside of her, Paris Lights, is going to be stalking her.
Right, and she's going to have to deal with Velvet Crush. And this, look, when Baffert puts them on the plane and they show up here, they look like monsters that are going to run really. This just doesn't look like that.
This looks like he's taken a shot, and there's no real spots for her out at Del Mar as we head out to Maggie.
Looking at the form, shared the same sentiments as you in regards to number 5, Crystal Ball here. Who was she beating? It was a short field. She controlled on the front end on a speed favoring type of racetrack out at Santa Anita. But I'm impressed with what I see here in the paddock. I mean, she looks more like a 3-year-old colt than a 3-year-old filly, and is just massively superior as far as size and build to many of her foes in here. So at least from the physical sense, she belongs with these, and she very well could be one that doesn't look great on paper, but might be in line to have a breakout performance here in this coaching club, American Oaks. But let's move on to the one who has the deepest resume, and that's number 1, Toneless Shape for Staffy Joseph, as she does come off a little bit of a freshening. She's uber fit in here. I have no worries about fitness levels. And as far as that new equipment change with the blinkers going on, well, I don't even know if you can really call them blinkers, to be quite honest. It's about the shortest cheater cup that you can find, much like a Bob Baffert cheater cup. He's kind of the guy we well know for the half-inch cups on the side, and that's exactly what she is wearing here. My reservation with her is how far does she ultimately want to go? Yes, she has tonalist. She has, a pedigree that would say she should be okay. She just doesn't physically quite strike me as one that's going to get better as the distances get longer, as this is going to be her first try at the 9 furlongs. One that I do think will relish a little bit more ground is number 6, Paris Lights for Bill Mott. Pedigree says so, and physicality as well. She's just got this big marching walk to her. She's incredibly athletic. She's beautifully put together, very well balanced. She was my pick as far as handicapping the race, and she's backed it up here with her physical appearance, which is always something I look for. So all things good with Paris Lights, Greg.
She appears to have a ton of talent. This will be a big test for her. First time in stakes competition for the daughter of Curlin. Meanwhile, this is a look at Antoinette. We last saw her on the turf of the Grade 3 Wonder again. Homebred for the Godolphin operation, and Godolphin, they have had a lot of success in this race, winning it 4 times in the past. And Antoinette's certainly in the mix to give him number 5.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it, but look at those names. Wow, so she'll be in elite company if she were to win today. The thing that I worry about with Antoinette is the switch from dirt to grass, which Bill did in his last start with her. Oftentimes when you make that switch to a surface, you're giving up on one surface to try another. And I'm wondering if that wasn't what was done there. And if it is, and it didn't work out all that great, now you're back to the dirt, maybe that's a testament that you don't think your horse is the Grade 1 type for this race.
Well, Godolphin, they've won it 4 times in the past, and the rider they'll have aboard, Antoinette, the Hall of Famer John Velasquez. He has won this race more than anyone. He's tied with Mike Smith for the most wins in the coaching club American Oaks all time, most recently back in 2015 with Carolina. Of course, a Shadow, a Hall of Famer on that list.
I'm starting to like her chances better and better when you produce these stats and these resumes of what they've done. Really very impressive.
Well, they got the right man on board, no question. And, you know, we talked about it off air a little bit, too. It's going to be who can last that mile and an eighth, and it's probably going to become a war of attrition here down the stretch.
Yeah, and so the veterans are the 1 and the 2 horse, Tonalist Shape and Antoinette. Everybody else this race is stepping up, I think, into the stakes company. And it's really interesting to me that the 6 horse Paris Lights, who is kind of an up-and-comer, seems to have a lot in common with Elate when she ran in the coaching club against a bullying Abel Tasman that beat her that day. But Elate was 5-1 that day and only won twice. And Bill Mott just has a way of bringing horses along so that they end up having a great career. And maybe, just maybe, Paris Lights is like Elate in that sense.
Well, Paris Lights, and there is Crystal Ball. Both those two, the 5 and the 6, they're owned by Windstar Stablemates Racing. That was a fan initiative that was started about 10 years ago that's turned into a racing syndicate. Windstar Stablemates, they've actually won 5 of their last 6 races, including the Iowa Distaff with a bounding star. So those connections, they've been doing pretty good of late, Andy and JK.
Absolutely. It's always fun to get the fans involved. You know, there's nothing like betting on a horse and they turn for home, but if you own one, it's nice as well.
At the racetrack, when you bet on a horse, you're an owner, at least for the race. And you know what? You don't get to send any bills. So
well, it depends.
You know, on the other hand, you could be Tom Amos and just get paid. You know, he doesn't have any bills. He just gets paid, right, Tom?
Oh, there's a lot that goes into those training bills, Andy. I can tell you that.
Our post parade coming up. 8-5 favorite. Remains Tonalist Shape in here. She is the only graded stakes winner in this field, a multiple graded stakes winner. And nobody really knew about Swiss Skydiver when she lined up at the Gulfstream Park Oaks. Since that time, Swiss Skydiver has become the leader in this division.
Yeah, and for Tonalist Shape, all she does is win. She's 6 or 7 lifetime. Maggie talked about what we call cheater blinkers. She's basically going to see just as much as she would see without those blinkers on. So I don't think the equipment change has anything to do with anything.
John Velasquez, 5-time winner of this race, riding for Godolphin, who's won it 4 times, for a Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who won it in 1997.
Yeah, my best bet of the day. I think this horse is going to get a good trip, and it's a great price at 5-1.
Rudolph Brissett, he will send out a daughter of Tapit here, Velvet Crush, and Jose Ortiz, he won this race last year on Guarana.
I got to think that this horse is going to be out on the front end, will at least be a pace player.
Hall of Famer Bob Baffert sends out Crystal Ball. He said she's a bit of a grinder type, but she does have speed.
You know, on the one hand, she's beat a 4-horse field, but on the other, it's Bob Baffert. You've got to respect it.
And the other Bill Mott filly on the outside, a daughter of Curlin. She's won back-to-back starts at Churchill Downs, coming in, Paris Lights.
Both of those wins at Churchill were with great trips. She might get another great trip today.
So 5 minutes to post in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks in Tonalist Shape. The 8-5 favorite on the board. She will have the inside post. She got back into the winner's circle after that disappointing performance in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. So the blinker's on today. And, you know, since that last performance, she's been busy in the morning. 6 works since back on June the 7th. 3 of them bullet works. So that would make you think, even more so as we take a look at her, it's probably send from the inside.
I guess it's going to be. You know, I mean, so 3 bullet works, meaning that those were the fastest works for the day at that distance on the entire racetrack on that particular day, and that's a sign that they're really trying to put something into this horse. You can see how tough she is at a gallop. Typically, you might not take a horse like that away from the pony. That's what those ponies are for, to keep, you know, your horse kind of calm, cool, and collected. But if they take one away from the pony, they want to rev it up a little bit, and I think that's what they're doing.
Well, and Safi Joseph, her trainer, said she never was very flashy in the morning, but since they put the blinkers on, she started to train a lot more forwardly. They're hoping these blinkers help focus this filly's talent. And, Gary, she has shown certainly a lot of talent so far with that 6-for-7 record.
Yeah, she's focused. And I'll tell you what, if he doesn't let her rip leave in there and get a position, she's going to be pulling like you've never seen before, and she's going to wear herself out and Irad Ortiz out. I think he's going from that one post position. That's what I'm seeing right now. And if he doesn't, he's going to be caught behind 2-3 horses, get shuffled back. She's going to get rank and have a really difficult trip. So What I'm seeing, I'm not sitting on her back. I mean, she's handling herself very well right now, but she looks extremely sharp to me in that warm-up, and she's on go right now. And one reason that we talked about earlier, Maggie talked about those Bob Baffert-type blinkers, the short cups on there. Those will put speed in one. I mean, you don't have to cover one completely up. It just keeps them focused forward. Tom will tell you that, but it will sharpen one up. So she's going to be sharp, I believe, coming away from there, guys.
And, you know, the race at a mile and an eighth here at Saratoga, Tom, the way it's set up, that first turn comes up pretty quick. Can that give, especially a horse that's drawn inside with speed, even more of an advantage?
It can be a good advantage if you're going to make the lead in that spot. It doesn't help you if you're not going to. So send is probably the instructions here.
Well, the biggest price on the board, that is Velvet Crush. She comes in having won 2 of her last 3 with more. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
Well, we heard Jose Ortiz say some good things about her earlier. I'm pleased to be joined by owner Christian Bradeen from Famous Style Stables talking about Velvet Crush. And Christian, an impressive maiden win from this filly and another win last time out. What are your thoughts coming in, taking a shot in the coaching club today?
Sure. Yeah, look, we're very excited. She had a great race, that last race. She's training well, so, you know, we're hoping for a good, clean trip.
There are, of course, some tough competition in here, but it's got to be special to be part of a Grade 1 here at Saratoga.
Oh, absolutely. We never thought we'd be here, so to be here is just a fantastic feeling, and, you know, hope all the horses have a good, safe trip and, you know, see how it goes.
What was it that attracted you to the sport of horse racing to bring you here this weekend?
Yeah, you know, we had been interested in thoroughbreds for a long time, and we met Mike Ryan, who's just been a wonderful partner, Mike and Mary, Niall Brennan and his team, and then obviously Rodolphe. So, you know, it's the horses, but it's also the people. It's just been fantastic.
It certainly is, Christian. Thank you so much. Good luck here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, looking forward to seeing what we get from Velvet Crush. Meanwhile, Maggie Wolfendale on horseback. Maggie, how's it looking out there?
All right, we'll try to get back to Maggie in a moment. Again, some technical difficulties with the audio there. Velvet Crush, you heard from her connections there. That's the Tappet filly. You know, 3-year-old fillies, they can improve rapidly from start to start. She's come in having won 2 of her last 3, but this is obviously a big test, Tom.
No, it's a big test, but she's shown the talent. Her last win at Churchill Downs was an impressive one, closer near the front end. As the horses are warming up behind us, Greg, the one thing I did notice was that Crystal Ball was probably the most vigorously warmed up, and the last one to get over to the gate, get ready to load as we head to the starting gate.
Let's try again with Maggie Wolfendale.
Just working out the kinks here, guys. Tom, absolutely. Crystal Ball, she did have the most vigorous warm-up, though catching up with Irad Ortiz, who we saw toneless shape kind of go away from the pony at first. Then he kind of brought her back and just jogged her back. It was as if that first gallop was enough. And I asked him, are you going to the lead here? And he said, I don't know, I'm just going to play the break. She doesn't need the lead. But what I noticed in her last start, you could watch that replay and see that Irad had his crop in his outside right hand, and he was waving it at her around the turn. Now, whether that meant go forward or whether it was to keep her from kind of drifting out, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if that was a decision, a factor that led to the decision of putting the blinkers on, possibly. But I still have my doubts that she's still your current 3-2 favorite, that she's going to get better with this mile and an eighth, just watching her and the way she's put together. So we'll see. I'm still all about Paris Lights out here on the track too, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Well, toneless shape, she's won on the lead going a mile. That was not when Irad Ortiz Jr. was aboard. He's been aboard her twice. He's won on her both times, but both times he has been aboard. She has won from a stalking position. Now, with the blinkers on, we mentioned the 3 bullet works of her 6 works since back on June 7th would show intention that she wants to be forwardly placed. It'll be interesting to see what happens from that inside post.
Well, the inside post at a mile and eighth is a significant advantage, even in a small field. So even without being ultra aggressive, toneless shape can get good position in the turn, but I'll be very surprised if Javier Castellano's not sending the 5.
I'd be concerned if you were betting toneless shape for her to take back and have those blinkers on and be eating dirt, and she could get a little rank.
Tom, real quick, what were you saying?
because you aren't able to look over what everybody's doing. They're crowding you. So I think they're going to go a little bit at the break.
It's the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Bob Baffert with Crystal Ball. She's quick. Can she get to the lead today under Javier Castellano? Of course, Bob Baffert outdueled Bill Mott in this race back with Abel Tasman in 2017. Baffert, Mott going head-to-head again, but they all got to be tonal shape from the inside. John Imbrial with a call.
And they're off. Number 4, Velvet Crush, just walked out of the starting gate and is far behind the field. Crystal Ball is going for the lead, going into the clubhouse turn. Antoinette is there, and Tonalist Shape had to steady just a bit there as they move around that turn. It is Crystal Ball with the lead. Paris Lights up on the outside, and now Tonalist Shape has moved to the outside to go up with the front runners. Antoinette is racing in 4th, and it's 5 lengths back to Velvet Crush, who trails the field after that awkward beginning. The opening quarter mile in 24 and 2/5 seconds, and the 3-year-old fillies are heading up the Saratoga backstretch. It's Crystal Ball in front here by 3/4 of a length. Paris Lights on the outside is second by a length. Tonalist Shape and Antoinette, those two are right together, 3rd and 4th, a half dozen lengths back to Velvet Crush. The opening half went in 47 and 4. Crystal Ball in the black cap leads there by just about a length. Paris Lights is still in second. Now it's 2 lengths to Antoinette and Tonalist Shape, and farther back it's Velvet Crush. The field is racing midway around the far turn. Crystal Ball, Paris Lights, and now they're on even terms. Paris Lights up on the outside of Crystal Ball. Nothing between them. They've got a length and a half on Antoinette in 3rd. Then Tonalist Shape in 4th, and Velvet Crush 3/4 in 1, 11 and 2. The field is at the top of the stretch. Here is Paris Lights on the outside to take the lead over Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in 3rd, and now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights, and we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights, I believe. Paris Lights and Crystal Ball in a terrific stretch duel. The mile and a furlong in 1 minute 50 and 4/5 seconds.
I was having flashbacks to 2017 with Abel Tasman and Elate, and this time Bill Mott gets revenge on Baffert. Paris Lights with a win in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Man, that's tight. But I guess I'll give you that call and say it was Paris Lights. But we talked about pace going into the race, and when they turned down the backside, not including Velvet Crush because she kind of got left in the race, but there was 2 lengths separating the entire field. That tells you the pace isn't that fast. So advantage to the front runners, and that's exactly how they finished. The 2 horses in front early were the ones that battled to the wire. It's hard to make up ground when they're going at a pace that's that comfortable up front.
Gary, it became 2 fillies down the stretch, neck and neck. Crystal Ball, Paris Lights, and for Paris Lights, that's 3 in a row now.
Yeah, great race from her. Tyler Gaffleone giving a lot of confident looks around the final turn and coming into the stretch. It wasn't as easy as he was making it appear it was going to be. It was a heck of a horse race, and I've got a feeling that the connections of the favorite in here, Tonalist Shape, wish that they had not put the blinkers on, because they sent hard from the outside. They weren't going that fast, and when Irad reached up and took a hold, he immediately was in trouble. She gets rank and she starts pulling. Irad has to jump heels, go to the outside. Then he's at the end of his knot, turning into the backside, meaning the end of his range. She's swinging her head and everything, and it's just using a lot of energy. And she was done early on, guys, and it just became a 2-horse race from there on in.
Yeah, she was not comfortable at all in this race. So for Tonalist Shape, it would seem like it would be back to the drawing board for these connections. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Tyler Gaffleone, but how would you like to be Windstar stablemates? I mean, watching your 2 fillies battle it down to the wire, but Tyler, ultimately, Paris Light, she proved to be best here, and couldn't quite shake away from Crystal Ball. She gave you everything that you had, but boy, this is a nice filly.
She's all class. A lot of credit goes to Mr. Mott and his team. They told me from the first time I sat on her she was a nice filly, and she just kept improving and getting better as she went on, and she really showed her stuff today.
Tyler, it's interesting. You're the only rider in the field that hadn't won a CCA Oaks prior to this, and now you can add your name to the list. I mean, to win a Grade 1 at Saratoga, how are you feeling right now?
I feel so amazing. I'm just so blessed to be given this opportunity. I just want to thank my agent and Mr. Mott, of course, and Windstar for this opportunity.
Now, she's alert away from there. I mean, I think that's probably her dangerous weapon. Would you agree that it's her speed that she can be tactical?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, the best part about her, she, like you said, she breaks fast, but she comes right back to you, and she settles so great, and then she turns it on again when you ask her. She's a nice filly.
Tyler, congratulations. Job well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, Paris Light, she looks to be yet another one added to the Hall of Famer Bill Mott's list of very, very nice fillies, Greg.
Hey, shout out to Davie, Florida. That's where Tyler Gaffleone was raised, and he has become one of the stars of this sport. Outduels Javier Castellano on Crystal Ball in here, and yeah, Paris Lights, Tom, looks like a filly with a ton of upside.
I give a lot of credit to the development of this horse to Bill Mott. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer for a reason, and just the way this horse has been brought along to this point, you know, and to run a race like she did today, God, what a future she has.
And, you know, Andy Jonathan, even in defeat, Crystal Ball, this was her first start since she broke her maiden, jumping up in a graded stake in defeat. She runs pretty good as well.
I think that's one of the things I want to talk to Jonathan about. It felt like Crystal Ball was going out the back door in the turn because Javier Arms went to the whip around the 3/8 pole, and yet she dug in and battled back.
Oh, I thought she was absolutely done. She was very, very gutsy today and fighting back with a really good horse and the 6 Paris Light.
Yeah, it was an exciting horse race, guys, but Paris Lights gets the money and Tonal is shape. Obviously, she had her issues into the first turn, but she wasn't winning this race under any circumstance. She just didn't deliver in any way. She was non-competitive.
Yeah, Andy, to add to that point, I mean, look, when she broke, I guess Irad did what he said he was going to do. He looked over and waited, and I agree with Gary. That's not going to be the way to win with her, and she got very, very aggressive behind horses, and I think it really fried her mentally. At that point, the race is over for her.
Well, Tonal shape, yeah, disappoints. Second loss of her career. And we'll see what they wind up doing next with her, because it certainly seems like, yeah, the blinkers did not help. Being inside, she was not comfortable early on in this race at all. Paris Light, $6 for the win, and she has now reeled off 3 in a row. This was her first try in stakes company. And then we have a new 3-year-old filly in the division to look out for. Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 1.
And the 4, and the 4.
4 completely misses the break, and the race was over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But watch Irad look over. He's doing it right there, and he's decided, I'm going to let those guys play on the front. I'm going to stay back here. And when they move over to the turn, which all the horses do, they move over to the turn, you can see this throws her head, Tonalist does, and she is really uncomfortable and aggressive back there. He's got only one choice. Go around and get clear, or run up a horse's tail end, which you don't want to do.
And it just seems like, would you agree? I mean, first of all, I want to ask what you do next here with this filly, but it looks like in her win, she's been more comfortable when she's been in front.
Yeah, look, I have been on the side of horses running in a style you didn't anticipate based on the form and things not going well from the time the gate opened, so I'm not going to comment on where that horse should have run early in the race or should have been early in the race, but I think watching that replay, as many trainers, including myself, often have said, I'd like that one to do over.
So Paris Lights, let's talk about this division. Obviously, Swiss Skydiver, who is head of the class right now. She tackled the boys in the bluegrass, and she was runner-up to a new emerging star, an art collector, it seems like, for Tom Drury. You have Gamine for Bob Baffert, who was sensational in the Aircorn. Where does Paris Lights fit in this group right now?
Well, look, I mean, I'm just going to give my opinion on this. I don't think anything that happened in today's CCA Oaks has any of those connections nervous that have those top fillies. And if you do have one of those top fillies, you watch that race closely today. You're always judging your competition. So to me, with what happened today, a workmanlike win and maybe a win that moves her forward in that, as well as Baffert's filly. But I don't think that they compare to what we've seen from those other top fillies this year.
Those top two, Swiss Skydiver, Gamine, they seem like they're in a class by themselves, and then a drop-off. But this one's starting to develop and come along. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
And Greg, I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Bill Mott. And Paris Lights, she's still lightly raced. This was just her 4th start, Bill, but you have to be impressed with the tenacity she showed today down the stretch.
Right. She was very game. I mean, you know, she was hooked all the way through the lane and she fought back hard. It looked like those horses were actually exchanging leads, you know, a couple times. And I was very pleased with how professional she is for how lightly raced she is.
I remember seeing her in her first start going 7 furlongs at Gulfstream. She's such a big, good-looking type, and she's handled everything that's been thrown at her. How encouraged were you that she took the mile and eighth with no problem today?
Well, I thought it was great. I mean, she's had a couple two-turn races at Churchill, and I think that really helped her. I think that was really to her benefit, having that experience. And, you know, it looked like the stretch out, the extra 16th of a mile, shouldn't be a problem with her demeanor and the way her running style. We thought it would suit her, but you know, she got the class test today and she passed.
She certainly did. Now, where do you go from here? The Alabama, a mile and a quarter here at Saratoga. Is that something that's potentially on the calendar for her?
I think we'd surely have to be nominated for it and take a serious look at it. I mean, it's one of the most important races on the schedule, and it's a race that we've been lucky enough to win a couple times, and naturally I'd like to try it again.
I can imagine why. Bill, thanks so much. Congratulations with Paris Lights.
Okay, thank you.
And Paris Lights, yeah, she certainly passed the test today. It would be great to see her in the Alabama and see where she does stand up in this very interesting 3-year-old filly division.
Well, of course, Bill Motti won it with Elate back in 2017, Royal Delta back in 2011. He's got a filly on the improve that could be pointing to it this year.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Okay, you could say that today's race wasn't a wow race, but it's an important race. It moves her forward, and as Mott said correctly, it's about development and passing the test, and she passed the test.
And he may be one of the greatest all time at developing horses. The great Bill Mott, Hall of Famer, has Paris Lights getting her picture taken in the Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll be back.
Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Sobomini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the betfair.com Haskell Invitational. Good Magic's in front.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Great to have you with us on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Saratoga Springs. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or go to nairabets.com. Let's take a look at this late pick 5 and how it has played out. Close to $1.1 million in the pool. Started with an odds-on favorite. Digital Age went off as a favorite. Shalako, tough one to have, though. $27.80 in a wide-open race. Let's take a look at the Will Pays, and to our current favorite right now, which is the 7, coming back $754. It's Papa Luke for Anthony Dutrow.
My goodness. I mean, you're talking about 2 races where you could easily have singled those horses. And you're talking about another race that has a big-time favorite in it. So, I mean, Andy, you must be live, right? Oh.
Not only is he not alive, he's so upset he left.
Andy has left the building.
So that's how his wagering day went, perhaps. Didn't want to remain to the end. We're going to get into this field here in just a moment. First, we're going to take a look at the Michelob Ultra performance of the day. I have a feeling we just saw it.
I have a feeling we did, too.
Paris Lights for the Hall of Famer. Bill Mott, daughter of Curlin. And Windstar Stablemates Racing, they have now won with 6 of their last 7 entered. Not bad.
This is one heck of a stretch duel. I realize that the Mick Ultra Performance goes to Paris Lights, but maybe if they give her a 6-pack, she could share a few of them with Crystal Ball. Her second time going a route, stepping out of maiden competition in this race. She deserves a sip of beer herself.
No, coming off a maiden victory, this was just the 3rd start of Crystal Ball's career. And you go in a grade 1 and try and go 2 turns, mile and an eighth for the first time in your career. Valiant effort in defeat. Hooked in a duel with this filly here, but Paris Lights steals the show here on the opening Saturday of the Saratoga meet for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Tyler Gaffleone, what a ride, powering her to the finish. We still got the nightcap to come, so do not go away. More Saturday action on the way from the summer place to be here at Saratoga. We'll be back with a paddock report post-parade for the finale. Next, here on Fox Sports 1.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
War of Will, Raging Bull at the line. War of Will, maybe. That's a photo for the win.
But it's a classy filly indeed here. Dunbar Road wins gear down the Delaware Handicap by 3.5.
As they come down for the finish. Monomoy Girl wins the rough.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on Saratoga Live. What a beautiful scene that is, and it'll get a lot more beautiful when we get some fans coming through the turnstiles. We hope it's at this meet at some point, but if not, 2021. Visit nybreds.com for more information on the New York breeding program. When we get set for our nightcap here coming up, 6 furlongs on the main track. Tom, we have New York breds trying to get that first win of their career here in a New York bred maiden special weight. Papa Luke, the favorite right now.
Yeah, he's going to show speed as he did in his last start. His first start for Tony Dutrow, he was second that day at the maiden allowance level for the New York breds. A logical favorite here.
Yeah, 4 horses coming out of the same race, and this is a horse that finished the best of the bunch. Papa Luke, he had the lead in the stretch. He wound up runner-up to a $300,000 son of Pioneer of the Nile. Can Papa Luke finish this afternoon as the 5-2 co-favorite right now? We'll be back with more on Saratoga Live right after this.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, including Canadian champion and horse of the year Up With the Birds. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga, he won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. His first yearlings have sold for over 7 times his stud fee. The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor. Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Back on Saratoga Live, we get set for the nightcap coming up. We have our post parade here momentarily. Again, 6 furlongs, New York breds, maiden special weight ahead. Before we get to the post parade, though, we're going to show you what happened to the Grade 1 Haskell over in New Jersey, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, if you had Authentic, you were a little bit nervous. Mike Smith was very, very confident. Some might say too confident here. You'll notice he hasn't even gone to the stick. He's just riding Authentic with his hands there. And New York traffic starts to come back at him here late. And as someone who had this horse singled in the pick 5, I was screaming for the wire, and he got there, but barely.
Bob Baffert does it again in the Haskell. He has had so much success in this race, and your runner-up, New York traffic, wow. 3 straight runner-up finishes now in graded stakes races.
Yeah, look, and they're well ahead of the rest of the field. Wasn't it interesting at a place like in Jersey at Monmouth Park, how when you cut that corner, like Authentic did, he looked like he was even with New York traffic, and all of a sudden he's 3 in front.
The master, Mike Smith, does it again for Bob Baffert on a son of Into Mischief. Again, he had just got beat in his last start to maybe the horse that many feel could be the horse out there that 'tis the law has to worry about the most, Honor AP. You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, who's most? Don't include me in that gang. That's all I'm saying.
You weren't impressed with Honor AP.
You're just saying that Tiz the Law is the one that's going to have to worry about Honor AP, right?
No, I'm saying that's his biggest competition.
Good
maybe
news.
Right
Here
now.
comes the post parade.
Oh boy, we're going to finish this conversation. American Piper 9-2 is going to have the rail.
I'm going to hurry up. I just want to hear you guys fight. IRAD shows up here. I think that's interesting.
Midnight Whiskey, Joel Rosario. We know we're going to see speed from this one.
Yeah, tons of pace figures. Early pace for this one. You should be out on the front end.
Make Mo Time 14-1. Benji Hernandez will ride.
Yeah, coming off a year layoff, and this is an ambitious spot to have that amount of time off and come back for.
First-time starter for trainer David Donk, 14-1 right now, son of Bourbon Courage.
David Donk does a lot of things good. It's just he's not really a firster dirt sprinter type of trainer.
Could this race be as easy as Papa Luke, who finished the best of 4 runners in this rematch?
Well, he's going to try and use his speed as he did last time. It was his best result. He'll try to use that speed to win today.
Perfect Banker gets on the main track for the first time, 2 turf sprints to start his career.
34-1 on debut, 77-1 last time, 23-1 today.
Farragut, Patrick Quick, Jose Lizcano, 9-2.
Well, unlike Papa Luke, Farragut wants a fast pace up front to run into. His best race is closing late.
And top of the mint on the outside, Mark Hennig trains this son of Central Banker.
Now, the race last time in the mud was okay. Got close there at the end. The race 2 back was pretty fast, though.
And that is your field for the nightcap here as we check in with Gary Stevens, who has more for us on a first-time starter from the inside. Gary.
Well, Tom, you're going to get a kick out of this, but if you look at this filly's mama, higher incentive. I was training a string of horses. I had a lot of young horses and horses coming off of layoffs, and I hadn't run many, hadn't won a race yet. And Tony Gray, the breeder of this filly, he was nice enough to send me a New York-bred mare named Higher Incentive to California because it was wintertime. There was no racing at Aqueduct on the turf. And she won my first race for me, a hillside turf course race. So I thought you guys might find that interesting, that this filly's mother was good enough to get Gary Stevens his first win and only win as a trader.
How about that?
It's better than saying you never won one. I mean, come on, Gary. You're off the duck.
You know what, Tom? It's pretty funny because Tony Gray, the breeder, he also was a partner on Big Brown, the sire of this filly with IEH stables. So he got to go through that Triple Crown fun with Big Brown. So it's a pretty cool story. And Tony had actually texted me before we came on earlier this afternoon and said, hey, your big mare's baby is running this afternoon. So, and it looks like she can run a little bit by the looks of her workouts.
Yeah, they're betting on her a little bit in this spot. I want to go back to the conversation we had yesterday concerning the Hall of Fame and your pillow with all those horses' names on it. And I think the comment was, hey, those horses get an assist for you in the Hall of Fame. But you know what? It's the other way around. A lot of those horses may not have gotten to where they were if it wasn't for Gary Stevens. Your win, D. Wayne Lucas's last classic win to this point at Pimlico with Oxbow, I thought was one of the most brilliant front-end rides you had. And I'm not sure that a lot of other riders would have won the Preakness on that particular day.
I appreciate that, Tom. It's funny. Elliot Walden, president and CEO of Windstar Farm, he texted me after our first show, opening day of Saratoga. The next morning, he says, "Hey, where's Victory Gallop on that pillow?" And I said, "Big E." I said, there are a lot of good ones that didn't make this little pillow. So, Elliot, if you're watching right now, a special pillow is being made specifically with Victory Gallop's name on it that's going to be on top of this pillow sitting next to me.
You have enough big wins, Gary, to have plenty of pillows behind you with all the names.
I just assumed they were on the other side of the pillow. That was the answer you should have told him.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just, by the end of this meet, I may have this whole couch might be a bed I can lay down on, and some little kids have their blankies, and I have my pillow. So that's the wrong pillow. It's opposite side. They tricked it around on me. I'm watching on the camera side. Everything's backwards, dyslexic.
I love it. Well, that's a cool story. And, it's interesting with American Piper. This is the one that Gary was talking about, the two. Irad Ortiz Jr. shows up to ride in the nightcap for a trainer that's not very well known. Rick Buckley, he's a former track photographer. He's done award-winning work. He actually had one of his pictures taken back in the Preakness when cloud computing won him an award. But he always had dreamed of being a trainer. And for Irad Ortiz Jr. to show up on this horse, it makes you think twice.
Yeah, first-time starter. There are two first-time starters in this race. American Piper, who Gary and I have been talking about, along with Greg, is going to break from the rail. That's unfortunate. That's a tough post for a firster to break from because everyone's looking to go and crowd over towards the rail, and you can't simulate that in the morning when you're practicing. So that's going to be a new experience for American Piper. Outside post, all the way outside and all the way inside for a first-time starter are really, really difficult posts to have. But look, money showing on the board in a race that nothing really particularly stands out. This two-horse American Piper is a good-looking horse, too.
Jonathan, as you look at the board, is it helping us at all as bettors?
Well, I mean, I think that the fact that the 2 is taking money is an indicator. I think when everyone saw that Irad was on this horse, that was the biggest question was this horse going to take money? There's a lot of different racetracks that you could run a horse like this at. They were training down at Pimlico. You could have run the horse at Laurel, but you decided to come up here to the big show and to run here, and you get Irad Ortiz, and you're taking money. There's a lot to say about that. I mean, I still think the 7 Papa Luke's got a great draw here. I'm not crazy about the price at 2-1, but the outside draw with these young horses that lack a little bit of experience, I think having that outside position is much easier. We even saw in our last race in the CCA Oaks with tonalist shape, being down on the inside is not always the easiest place, and there can be some disadvantages, and she's got a lot of experience. So I think Papa Luke being to the outside should help him quite a bit.
He becomes pretty solid 2-1 favor right now as we take a look at the 10 here. Top of the Mint was in the Farragut race last time out. 5th beaten a length in the mud at Belmont.
I like this horse, and I like the price. They put blinkers on in the last 2 starts. Mark Henning has had 1 start back off a long layoff. Pretty good race at that. I think this horse, with a lot of speed in the race, and I do believe that to be the case, has a chance to pick up the pieces if they kind of wear themselves out. So the 4 Midnight Whiskey, I think, is going to have speed here, as will Papa Luke. Wouldn't be surprised if down the rail the first-time starter American Piper has speed. Helps horses that want to close if a lot of horses want to battle each other up front early.
Midnight Whiskey for trainer Steve Asmussen shown real good speed each of the first 2 tries. For this son of Bourbon Courage, he completely backed up in his debut, but he hung around a lot longer on that muddy surface at Belmont back on June the 5th.
Yeah, he did indeed, and his numbers figure here, so he's a horse with a real chance as well.
Now, how important is it for Rosario to try and clear and be alone and not have Papa Luke breathing down his neck?
Well, I guess you can forgive the first start, but looking at this horse's 2 past performances, the 2 starts that Midnight Whiskey's had, it seems to me that speed makes him last a lot longer, using that speed and trying to get to the front. And, it's a lot's going to depend on what happens inside as well as outside. But I got to believe Papa Luke is not going to let Midnight Whiskey steal away on the lead.
Meanwhile, 5-1 on Farragut. He was in that Papa Luke race last time out. He's 3.5 lengths behind him that day, Jonathan.
Yeah, no, and Papa Luke, the thing about Papa Luke that I like is the fact that he has shown that speed early, but then he continues on, and his final figure is still fast, which kind of makes me feel like he's got a lot more in the tank, and he's cutting back to that 6 furlongs. I think is another advantage there. Just that other half furlong is going to be just a little bit more energy for him to have in the race to finish home. I think he's going to be tough from the outside.
Loading up, and it looks like it will be Papa Luke, your post-time favorite. John Velasquez, Anthony Dutrow, and the son of Strong Mandate. 2-1 choice. You see the 8 moving in. Perfect Banker. That horse, question mark here. It's going to be the first time on the main track after 2 tries on the turf for Tom Albertrani. There's Farragut, the rematch with Papa Luke. And then Top of the Mint will be the last in line. It's the nightcap on this Saturday card here at Saratoga as we send it upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Out for the lead is Papa Luke, joined on the inside by Midnight Whiskey. Midnight Whiskey takes the lead. Papa Luke is racing in second. American Piper was off a step slow, has now gained at the rail and up into third. Then it is Perfect Banker who's running in fourth. On the outside is Farragut in fifth. Me and Sap is in sixth. Make Mo Time is in seventh. And Top of the Mint trails the field in eighth. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Midnight Whiskey with the lead over Papa Luke. Midnight Whiskey by a length. Papa Luke runs in second. American Piper down on the inside in third. And Farragut is alongside in fourth. Then Perfect Banker next in fifth. Top of the Mint has gained some ground on the extreme outside into sixth. Then Make Mo Time, and the trailer is Me and Sap, the half mile in 46 seconds. Here comes Papa Luke now to take the lead. Midnight Banker is down at the rail. Farragut now moves up into third, and there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. On the inside, it is Midnight Whiskey, and on the outside, it is Papa Luke. Midnight Whiskey comes back again. Papa Luke is second. Midnight Whiskey to win the nightcap. Papa Luke was second. Farragut right there in third, and farther back, it was Make Mo Time in fourth.
Well, showing some heart down on the inside. Midnight Whiskey, that is not easy to do. Get headed, come back from down on the inside on the rail, but Midnight Whiskey does it here in start number 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, Midnight Whiskey broke sharp, went to the front. Papa Luke was not going to let that one get out of his sights, but Midnight Whiskey just too tough the final eighth of a mile. And if you like to watch riders finish on a horse, pay attention to this 4-horse Midnight Whiskey and Joel Rosario going to work on the inside, getting him home in front.
Gary, you could probably explain this better than anybody else. What are we looking at here with Rosario down on the inside?
Guys, I mean, I love him like he's my son, but outside of that, the strongest finisher in all of America as far as I'm concerned. Hands and heels, he's powerful. He very rarely uses that riding stick any more than is necessarily has to be done. And to see a guy come back, I'm loving this new surface at Saratoga Racecourse right now. We've seen a couple of horses over the past 3 days fight their way back on the inside. Notoriously, this inside is a little bit deeper. We've seen horses down in tight and squeezed and be able, it's a very, very fair racetrack. So hats off to Saratoga and the trackman for the job he's done. But that's poetry in motion watching Joel finish. You got to see it in slow motion. It's something pretty to watch.
Yeah, Glenn Kozak oversees that team that has revamped this main track here at Saratoga, and it has been rave reviews so far. And you know, Joel Rosario, Midnight Whiskey with the win. Let's go back to the beginning of this race. 4-7-9 finish, but let's look at the break.
Yeah, let's watch the inside horse as well as the outside horse. Top of the Mint doesn't break well. And our first time starter breaking from that inside post. American Piper also doesn't get away well, which is not uncommon for a firster that's down on the rail and has to get back into the race. Those horses were both compromised dramatically by the start.
Joel Rosario, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, KEM Stables in a Son of Bourbon Courage. Take the nightcap on this first Saturday card of the Saratoga meet. We'll be back with the prices right after this. Stay with it.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live, the Saturday card in the books. We saw some incredible performances this afternoon, including the improving Paris Lights at the Coaching Club American Oaks. Midnight Whiskey, meanwhile, takes the nightcap for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Joel Rosario, $7.20 for the win, and a gutsy performance to come back from that position down on the rail.
Oh, indeed, and it was one of those races where you've got two talented horses up front, and nobody really can finish on them because they have just cleared away from the field and are continuing to run.
Late pick 5 follow along returned $688. All of these extremely logical, with the exception of Shalako. That was a tough race. You have that one. That's a great return. Showdown standings. True Knight takes down our Saturday afternoon contest. You can get involved with this for free each and every day on the program. Free to enter, and you're competing for real prizes. Go to NYRA.com/Saratoga Live to get involved in our Showdown contest. So first Saturday here in the books at Saratoga, and Bill Mott, Hall of Fame trainer, neck and neck again with Bob Baffert, just like back in 2017 when it was Abel Tasman and Olate in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, but this time it was Mott. Mott takes it away, and it's a really, really good grade 1 with a group of up-and-coming fillies. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, talk about takeaways. I'm in the mood to make a road trip to see our friend Mark in his backyard. What about you?
We got to make that happen. Yeah, Mark Struffolino, in case you missed it, it was earlier in our show, created his own little Saratoga backyard picnic area with the help of his friends. It is sensational. If you've not seen it, definitely go check it out. We want to hear from you, though, as well. Remember, use the hashtag #YourSummerPlace, where you're watching the races all summer long. We are back tomorrow, 1 Eastern time on Fox Sports 1. It was decorated Invader for Christophe Clement. He might be the best 3-year-old turfer in the country. He backed it up again. 3rd graded stakes win for the son of Declaration of War. Could be on to the Saratoga Derby next in Paris Lights for Bill Mott, standing tall in that stretch duel in the CCA Oaks. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.